By the 12th century, Christianity had taken deep root in northwestern Europe. Yet even as the new faith flourished, interest in the ancient pagan legends lingered. People no longer feared that belief in the old gods might return. Instead, they began to look back on those stories with a sense of fondness. These tales, long preserved by northern poets, had never truly disappeared. In the courts of kings, and among the educated elite, the complex and refined verses of skaldic poets were especially popular. These poets drew heavily on mythological themes, using them as rich sources of imagery. Their poems included a wide range of allusions, some worn and familiar, some clever and fresh, and others still glowing with poetic power. In 17th century England, the poet John Milton famously blended classical mythology with Christian themes. For example, he referred to the story of Proserpine's descent into the underworld to enhance his depiction of the Garden of Eden, knowing his audience would understand such references. Similarly, in medieval Iceland, poets could confidently use symbolic language rooted in myth. They might describe poetry as the dwarf's ship, gold as Freya's tears or Fafnir's pillow, and swords as the fire of Valkyries. Whether writing about love, battle, or even praising Christ, these poets knew their listeners would catch the deeper meanings behind such images. However, by the 12th century, this tradition was beginning to fade. The old myths were slipping from memory. The church often labeled them as sinful or misleading, and younger generations were being educated in Christian teachings rather than ancient lore. Recognizing that this rich tradition was at risk of disappearing, an exceptional Icelandic scholar named Snorri Sturluson decided to preserve it. Snorri was a remarkable figure: chieftain, politician, historian, saga author, and poet all in one. He envisioned a book that would serve as a guide for poets and thinkers, helping them understand and use the old poetic imagery. What Snorri produced was more than a scholarly manual. Writing in clear, elegant Icelandic, he brought the ancient stories to life with humor, irony, and a deep appreciation for their imaginative power. He named his work the Edda. Today, to distinguish it from an earlier collection of poems also called the Edda, Snorri's version is known as the Prose Edda. Written around the year 1220, this book has become the primary source for our understanding of Norse mythology. There is little doubt that Snorri Sturluson gave a generally accurate and respectful account of ancient Norse mythology, based on the poetic sources available to him. At times, he quotes from poems that still survive, allowing us to compare his versions with the originals. In other cases, he offers lines from works that are now lost, or summarizes myths that likely came from longer narrative poems. Sometimes it is clear that he is repeating material that he himself did not fully understand. Nevertheless, Snorri was a gifted scholar and writer, and he largely resisted the temptation to twist these old stories into rational explanations or to impose Christian morals on them. However, it is important to remember that he was not a historian of religion or an anthropologist. He lived and wrote in the 13th century, well after the end of the pagan era, and much of his material came from poets who were themselves part of a Christian culture. For this reason, we must ask how much of what he presents reflects an authentic mythological tradition, and how much is a reimagined version shaped by later values. Still, if we keep his context in mind, Snorri's work remains one of the most valuable introductions to the mythology of the North. Snorri approached his subject from a Christian viewpoint, but his tone was measured and open-minded. In his preface, he explained that when people sinned and turned away from God, they lost their true understanding of him and had to begin anew. As they observed the wonders of the world and the skies, they sensed that these must have been made by a powerful creator who existed before all things. When heroic figures appeared among them, they believed these must be gods and began to honor them. Through this explanation, Snorri justified the presence of the old myths without condemning them as evil. He did not claim that the ancient gods were demons. Instead, he suggested they were noble figures, tracing their origins to the city of Troy. He even proposed that Thor could have been a grandson of King Priam, thereby connecting the northern people to the classical world. Thor's sons, including Odin the Wise, traveled north and settled in Germany, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, establishing rulers in each land. Odin, alongside his wife Frigg, possessed magical powers and introduced laws modeled on those of Troy, especially in Sweden, where he established his central authority. His descendants came to be known as the Aesir. After this thoughtful introduction, Snorri moved on to the main section of his work, which focused on the stories of the gods and their world. The first part of the book is titled Gylfaginning, meaning the deluding of Gylfi. It tells of a Swedish king named Gylfi, who welcomed Odin upon his arrival, and later set out to discover more about the gods. Disguised as an old traveler named Gangleri, he came to the hall of the Aesir to test their knowledge. There, he met three mysterious figures, seated one above the other on high thrones. They introduced themselves as High, Just as High, and Third. These figures answered Gylfi's questions, describing the major gods and goddesses, the layout of the cosmos, the creation of the world, the actions of the gods, and the final battle in which they would be destroyed by evil forces. Yet the tale does not end there. The story concludes with the promise of a new world that will rise from the ruins, where new gods and men will live. When Gangleri runs out of questions, he is told that no more can be said, and that he must make of the story what he will. In this way, Snorri cleverly distances himself from the content of the myths. Unlike the preface, where he speaks directly, here the narrative is delivered through three shadowy characters who might be tricking the curious king. After all, it was well known that the Aesir were masters of illusions and deception. Still, Snorri seems to trust that his readers will be captivated by the persuasive storytelling of these three figures, and will find themselves drawn into the vanished world of the gods. At the center of the Norse cosmos stood a mighty ash tree named Yggdrasil. Its branches stretched across both heaven and earth, and its massive trunk was supported by three great roots. One of these roots extended into the land of the Aesir gods, another into the realm of the frost giants, and the third into the world of the dead. Beneath the root that reached into giant territory lay the spring of Mimir, a source of deep wisdom and knowledge. Odin, the chief of the gods, gave up one of his eyes to drink from its waters. In the realm of the gods, under another root, was the sacred well of Urd, where the gods gathered daily to hold their court, discuss matters, and settle disputes. All the gods traveled there on horseback, except for Thor, who preferred to stride through the rivers on foot. Odin led them, riding Sleipnir, his eight-legged steed. To reach the well, the gods crossed Bifrost, the rainbow bridge burning with fire. This bridge was reserved for the gods alone, while the giants who longed to cross were kept back. Close to the well of Urd lived three mystical maidens known as the Norns. Their names were Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, fate, being, and necessity. They were in charge of shaping the destinies of all beings. Each day they watered the roots of Yggdrasil with pure water from the spring and spread white clay over its bark, preserving the life of the tree. The moisture from their work fell to earth as dew. Despite their efforts, the tree was constantly threatened by various creatures. At the top of the tree perched a great eagle, with a hawk sitting between its eyes. This eagle was said to cause the winds with the flapping of its wings. At the base of the tree slithered a vast serpent, surrounded by many smaller snakes, all gnawing endlessly at the roots. A squirrel darted up and down the trunk, carrying sharp words between the eagle and the serpent. Meanwhile, deer and goats leapt up to chew on its leaves and young branches from every side. Though under siege, the tree remained a vital link connecting all the worlds. The origin of Yggdrasil is never explained, but much is told about the creation of the worlds that formed around it. In the beginning, there were only two regions, Muspelheim in the south, burning with fire and light, and a frozen, dark land in the north. Between them lay a vast empty space called Ginnungagap. When the heat and cold met in the center of this void, the ice began to melt, and from the drops emerged a living being named Ymir, the first giant. From under his left arm, a man and woman emerged, and from his feet came the frost giant race. Ymir survived by drinking the milk of a giant cow named Audumla. She licked the salty ice, and from it another being appeared, Buri, a man. Buri had a son named Bor, who in turn fathered three sons, Odin, Vili, and Ve. These three gods rose up and killed Ymir. In the flood of his blood, all the other frost giants perished except for one, Bergelmir, who survived and became the ancestor of the frost giants. From Ymir's remains, the gods built the world. His blood became the seas and lakes, his flesh turned into the land, and his bones formed the mountains. His teeth and broken bones were used to make stones and pebbles. The sky was shaped from his skull, which the gods held aloft by placing 4 dwarfs at the corners of the world. To guard the realm of men from giants, the gods used Ymir's eyebrows to build a protective wall, naming the world within it Midgard. The gods gave life to the first humans by shaping them from 2 trees found on the shore. They breathed into them spirit, gave them senses, and the ability to move and think. They also created dwarfs, strange beings that emerged from the earth like worms. These dwarfs lived in rocks and hills and were known for their craftsmanship. They forged many of the gods' most prized treasures. To govern the passage of time, the gods set night and day in motion, each riding chariots across the sky pulled by swift horses. They also placed 2 radiant children in the heavens, a girl named Sun and a boy named Moon. These 2 were forced to race through the sky, for they were always being chased by wolves. One day, when the wolves finally catch and devour the sun, it will mark the beginning of the end of the world. After the creation of heaven and earth, the gods turned their attention to building Asgard, their celestial home. This realm was filled with magnificent halls where the gods resided. Odin, the chief of the gods, lived in a hall called Valaskjalf, which had a roof of silver. From his high seat there, he could gaze upon all the worlds. He also had another hall, Valhalla, known as the Hall of the Slain. It was a grand place where Odin welcomed warriors who had died in battle. Every night, these warriors feasted on an endless supply of pork and drank mead that flowed from the udder of a goat named Heidrun, which fed on the leaves of Yggdrasil. During the day, they fought one another in combat, only to be revived in the evening to join the feast again. They were served by the Valkyries, Odin's warrior maidens, who also traveled to Earth to decide battles and bring the fallen to Valhalla. Within Asgard, there was also a golden-roofed building called Gimli, said to be the home of the righteous after death. Beyond Asgard lay other realms, such as Alfheim, where the light elves lived, and a series of layered heavens, 3 in total, each rising above the last. Snorri records that there were 12 main gods in Asgard, not counting Odin himself. Odin was the father and ruler of the Aesir, often called All-Father. He had many names, including One-Eyed, God of the Hanged, God of Cargoes, and Father of Battles. He traveled widely, gathering knowledge, and relied on 2 ravens to bring him news from distant places. His eldest son was Thor, born of the earth. Thor was incredibly strong and rode in a chariot pulled by goats. He owned 3 powerful items: Mjolnir, a hammer that could destroy giants and crush stones, a belt that doubled his strength, and iron gloves to handle his weapon. Another son of Odin was Balder, considered the most noble and praiseworthy of the gods. He was known for his bright appearance, kindness, and wisdom. Njord and his son, Freyr, also lived in Asgard, though they came from the Vanir, a different group of gods. Njord had been sent to the Aesir as a hostage during a time of war between the 2 groups. He ruled over wind and sea, aiding sailors and fishermen, and was seen as a bringer of wealth. Freyr brought peace, sunshine, and harvests. He owned a magical ship called Skidbladnir, which could carry all the gods yet fold up into a pouch, and a golden bristled boar. Tyr was another important god, associated with war and victory. He played a key role in binding the monstrous wolf Fenrir, sacrificing his hand in the process. Bragi was known for his gift with words and his mastery of poetry. Heimdall, called the White God, was said to be the son of 9 maidens. He stood guard at the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost, watching over Asgard to protect it from frost giants. Heimdall had extraordinary sight and hearing. He could see vast distances and hear even the grass growing. He carried Gjallarhorn, a horn whose sound echoed across all realms. Among the gods was also Loki, a complex and troubling figure. Though striking in appearance, Loki was of giant descent and known for his cunning. He often helped the gods but also caused them great harm. He fathered several terrifying beings: the wolf Fenrir, the world serpent, and Hel, the ruler of the underworld. These offspring played central roles in the myths of chaos and destruction. Other deities are mentioned briefly. Ul was known for his skills in archery and skiing. Forseti, the son of Balder, was a wise judge and lawgiver. Hodr, a blind god, and Hunir, a wandering companion of Odin and Loki, also had places among the divine. The children of the great gods, such as Vali, Vidar, and Magni, were destined to survive the final battles and take their fathers' places in the renewed world of Asgard. Among the Norse deities, there were also powerful and notable goddesses. Frigg, the wife of Odin, shared with him the gift of knowing the fates of both gods and mortals. Freya, twin sister of Freyr, was perhaps the most famous of them all. She was associated with love and beauty, and also had some influence over the dead. Freya rode in a chariot pulled by cats, and it was said that she wept tears of red gold for her lost husband Odd, who had mysteriously vanished. Another goddess, Skadi, came from the mountains and married Njord, the sea god. However, their union failed because neither was willing to live away from their own lands, and Skadi eventually returned to her snowy mountains, where she hunted on skis with her bow. Bragi's wife, Idun, had a special role among the gods. She guarded the apples that granted immortality. The gods relied on these to maintain their youth and strength. Other goddesses were mentioned only briefly. Sif, the wife of Thor, was known for her beautiful golden hair. Balder's wife was Nanna, and Loki's was Sigyn. Frigg was also served by two goddesses named Gna and Fula. Another figure, Gefjon, was said to receive the souls of unmarried women after death. There is also the story of Gerd, a radiant maiden from the north who captured the heart of Freyr. He saw her from Odin's high seat, and the light from her arms illuminated the sky and sea. Freyr became so lovesick that he couldn't eat or sleep. He sent his servant Skirnir to woo her, giving him his sword and a horse for the journey. After much persuasion, Gerd agreed to meet Freyr in 9 nights' time. This love story explains why Freyr lacked a sword during the gods' final battle. Another tale tells of how the gods began constructing a protective wall around Asgard. A giant craftsman offered to build the wall in exchange for the goddess Freya, along with the sun and the moon, if he finished the task in one winter. Believing it impossible, the gods agreed. However, the giant was aided by a powerful horse named Svadilfari, which hauled immense stones with great speed. As the deadline neared and the wall was almost complete, the gods grew alarmed. Loki devised a plan to stop the builder. He turned into a mare and distracted the stallion. Without his horse, the giant couldn't finish the wall, and when Thor returned, he struck down the builder with his hammer. From Loki's union with the stallion came Sleipnir, an 8-legged horse that would become Odin's prized steed. Loki fathered other offspring with a giantess named Angerboda, though these brought only fear and danger to the gods. The most fearsome was Fenrir, the giant wolf. Though raised in Asgard, Fenrir grew so large and wild that only the god Tyr dared to feed him. The gods decided he must be bound, but every chain they tried broke easily. At last, the dwarfs, guided by Odin's wisdom, forged a magical chain made from things that could not be seen or touched. The roots of a mountain, the sound of a cat walking, the breath of a fish. Though it seemed delicate like silk, it was unbreakable. Fenrir, sensing a trap, refused to be bound unless one of the gods placed a hand in his mouth as a pledge. Only Tyr was brave enough to do so, and as the chain tightened, he lost his hand, though the gods succeeded in binding the beast. Another monstrous child of Loki was Jormungandr, the world serpent. Odin cast it into the deep sea surrounding Midgard, where it grew so vast that it encircled the world and bit its own tail. Loki's daughter Hel was banished by Odin to the realm of shadows and cold, Niflheim. There she ruled over the dead who had not died in battle, particularly those who passed away from illness or old age. Her domain was protected by towering walls and iron gates, and none who entered could leave. Beyond Asgard, there were other powerful beings who possessed great strength and knowledge, so much so that even the gods had to respect them. One story shows this clearly when Thor, despite all his might, found himself outmatched. He set off on a journey with Loki, and at one point, they stopped at a farm to rest. Thor provided food by killing the goats that pulled his chariot, allowing them to be cooked for the meal. After they ate, he laid out the goat skins and bones, raised his hammer, and blessed them. The goats came back to life, except one was lame. The farmer's son had broken one of the bones to get at the marrow, and Thor was furious. To calm his wrath, the farmer offered him his 2 children, Thialfi and Roskva, as servants. The group continued into the land of the giants. After traveling all day through a dense forest, they came upon a huge structure with a large opening on one side. Thinking it a building, they went inside for the night. But during the night, the entire structure began to shake violently, as if there were an earthquake. Terrified, they moved deeper into what seemed like a side passage and stayed there, with Thor standing guard. All night, they heard an immense roaring sound outside. At dawn, they ventured out and discovered a gigantic figure lying nearby. The noise they'd heard was his snoring. Thor prepared for battle, but the sheer size of the giant made even him hesitate. The giant introduced himself as Skrymir, or Big Fellow, and picked up what they had thought was a building, revealing it to be his glove, with the side passage actually being the thumb. Skrymir offered to join their journey and suggested they place all their food into one sack, which he carried with ease. That evening, under an oak tree, Skrymir went to sleep while Thor tried to open the sack, but the knot was impossible to untie. Frustrated, Thor struck the giant on the head with his hammer. Skrymir merely stirred and asked if a leaf had fallen on him. They lay down to sleep again, with the giant's snoring filling the night. Thor struck him a second time, but Skrymir only asked if an acorn had hit him. A third blow, even stronger, sank the hammer into his skull up to the handle, but the giant only mumbled about something possibly falling from the tree above. In the morning, Skrymir departed, warning Thor that the true challenge lay ahead at the Hall of Utgard, where even greater beings resided. With that, he vanished into the forest. When Thor and his companions reached Utgard at midday, they found it just as enormous as Skrymir had claimed. The gate was so massive that they had to slip between its bars to get inside. Inside the great hall, they met the king, Utgard Loki, who mocked their small size and asked if they had any special talents to entertain the court. The group then faced a series of challenges, but each one ended in unexpected failure. Loki first attempted an eating contest against a man named Loki. Although Loki quickly consumed all the meat, Loki swallowed the meat, the bones, and even the trough itself. Next, Thialfi, known for his speed, raced against a boy called Hugi. But Hugi was so fast that he reached the finish line and returned before Thialfi was halfway there. Then it was Thor's turn. He was given a large drinking horn and told to drain it. Despite 3 efforts, the level of liquid barely dropped. Utgard Loki then challenged him to lift a large gray cat from the floor. Thor tried with all his might, but only managed to lift one of its paws. Finally, the king called in an elderly woman, his foster mother, to wrestle with Thor. Though she seemed weak and frail, Thor could not force her to the ground. Instead, when she took hold of him, he was pushed down to one knee. The king ended the match at that point, leaving Thor humbled before the court. After their humiliating defeat in the trials at Utgard, Thor and his companions were treated with honor and enjoyed a generous feast. They spent the night in the giant's hall, and the next morning Utgard Loki himself escorted them to the gates. Once they were outside the stronghold, he revealed the truth. All the challenges they had faced had been illusions created by powerful magic. The 3 blows Thor had struck on Skrymir had actually landed on a mountain, not the giant himself. Utgard Loki had used the terrain to shield himself, and the hammer had left 3 massive craters in the hillside. The bag that Thor had failed to open was bound with iron, impossible to untie by normal means. Utgard Loki went on to explain the rest. Loki's opponent in the eating contest had been none other than fire itself, which devours everything. Thialfi had raced against thought, which no living being could outrun. The horn Thor tried to empty was connected to the ocean, and the effort he made had actually caused the sea level to drop, creating the first ebb tide. The cat Thor struggled to lift was in fact the world's serpent, so ancient and vast that even raising one of its paws was a great feat. Finally, the old woman Thor had wrestled was old age, a force that no one, not even a god, could overcome. Enraged at having been so cleverly deceived, Thor lifted his hammer to strike. But as he did, the entire stronghold vanished, leaving him and his companions alone on an empty plain. It was said that, perhaps to avenge this humiliation, Thor later sought out the giant Hymir. Disguised as a young man, Thor asked to go fishing with him. Sent to find bait, Thor took the largest ox from Hymir's herd and cut off its head. Once at sea, Thor took the oars and rowed so powerfully that Hymir was astonished. The group continued into the land of the giants. After traveling all day through a dense forest, they came upon a huge structure with a large opening on one side. Thinking it a building, they went inside for the night. But during the night, the entire structure began to shake violently, as if there were an earthquake. Terrified, they moved deeper into what seemed like a side passage and stayed there, with Thor standing guard. All night, they heard an immense roaring sound outside. At dawn, they ventured out and discovered a gigantic figure lying nearby. The noise they'd heard was his snoring. Thor prepared for battle, but the sheer size of the giant made even him hesitate. The giant introduced himself as Skrymir, or Big Fellow, and picked up what they had thought was a building, revealing it to be his glove, with the side passage actually being the thumb. Skrymir offered to join their journey and suggested they place all their food into one sack, which he carried with ease. That evening, under an oak tree, Skrymir went to sleep while Thor tried to open the sack, but the knot was impossible to untie. Frustrated, Thor struck the giant on the head with his hammer. Skrymir merely stirred and asked if a leaf had fallen on him. They lay down to sleep again, with the giant's snoring filling the night. Thor struck him a second time, but Skrymir only asked if an acorn had hit him. A third blow, even stronger, sank the hammer into his skull up to the handle, but the giant only mumbled about something possibly falling from the tree above. In the morning, Skrymir departed, warning Thor that the true challenge lay ahead at the Hall of Utgard, where even greater beings resided. With that, he vanished into the forest. When Thor and his companions reached Utgard at midday, they found it just as enormous as Skrymir had claimed. The gate was so massive that they had to slip between its bars to get inside. Inside the Great Hall, they met the king, Utgard Loki, who mocked their small size and asked if they had any special talents to entertain the court. The group then faced a series of challenges, but each one ended in unexpected failure. Loki first attempted an eating contest against a man named Logi. Although Loki quickly consumed all the meat, Logi swallowed the meat, the bones, and even the trough itself. Next, Thialfi, known for his speed, raced against a boy called Hugi. But Hugi was so fast that he reached the finish line and returned before Thialfi was halfway there. Then it was Thor's turn. He was given a large drinking horn and told to drain it. Despite 3 efforts, the level of liquid barely dropped. Utgard Loki then challenged him to lift a large gray cat from the floor. Thor tried with all his might, but only managed to lift one of its paws. Finally, the king called in an elderly woman, his foster mother, to wrestle with Thor. Though she seemed weak and frail, Thor could not force her to the ground. Instead, when she took hold of him, he was pushed down to one knee. The king ended the match at that point, leaving Thor humbled before the court. After their humiliating defeat in the trials at Utgard, Thor and his companions were treated with honor and enjoyed a generous feast. They spent the night in the Giants' Hall, and the next morning Utgard Loki himself escorted them to the gates. Once they were outside the stronghold, he revealed the truth. All the challenges they had faced had been illusions created by powerful magic. The 3 blows Thor had struck on Skrimir had actually landed on a mountain, not the giant himself. Utgard Loki had used the terrain to shield himself, and the hammer had left 3 massive craters in the hillside. The bag that Thor had failed to open was bound with iron, impossible to untie by normal means. Utgard Loki went on to explain the rest. Loki's opponent in the eating contest had been none other than fire itself, which devours everything. Thialfi had raced against thought, which no living being could outrun. The horn Thor tried to empty was connected to the ocean, and the effort he made had actually caused the sea level to drop, creating the first ebb tide. The cat Thor struggled to lift was in fact the world's serpent, so ancient and vast that even raising one of its paws was a great feat. Finally, the old woman Thor had wrestled was old age, a force that no one, not even a god, could overcome. Enraged at having been so cleverly deceived, Thor lifted his hammer to strike. But as he did, the entire stronghold vanished, leaving him and his companions alone on an empty plain. It was said that, perhaps to avenge this humiliation, Thor later sought out the giant Hymir. Disguised as a young man, Thor asked to go fishing with him. Sent to find bait, Thor took the largest ox from Hymir's herd and cut off its head. Once at sea, Thor took the oars and rowed so powerfully that Hymir was astonished. Despite the giant's protests, Thor rowed far out into the deep waters, where he cast the ox head into the sea. It was the world's serpent that took the bait. Thor pulled with all his strength, driving his feet through the boat and bracing himself against the ocean floor. He succeeded in hauling the great serpent to the surface, and the two glared into each other's eyes. Just as Thor raised his hammer to strike, Hymir panicked and cut the fishing line. The serpent vanished beneath the waves, and Thor, furious, threw the giant overboard and waded back to land. Whether or not he managed to wound or kill the serpent remains unknown. Gangleri then heard the tale that foretold the doom of the gods and the world, the death of Balder, the most beloved of the Aesir. Balder, Odin's son, began having terrible dreams, which the gods feared were warnings. To protect him, Frigg went to every being, plant, and object in the world and made them swear never to harm Balder. Confident in his safety, the gods amused themselves by throwing weapons and stones at him, watching them bounce off harmlessly. But Loki, ever cunning, disguised himself as a woman and spoke with Frigg. He discovered that she had overlooked one small plant, the mistletoe, believing it too young to be dangerous. Loki crafted a dart from the mistletoe and brought it to Hoder, Balder's blind brother. He guided Hoder's hand and persuaded him to throw the dart, pretending it was part of their game. The mistletoe struck Balder and killed him instantly. The gods were overcome with grief, and none more so than Odin, who understood what Balder's death meant for the future of the world. Frigg begged for someone to travel to the land of the dead and plead for Balder's return. Hermod, another son of Odin, volunteered and rode Odin's horse Sleipnir into the underworld. Meanwhile, the gods placed Balder's body on a great funeral ship named Hringhorni. A giantess pushed the ship into the sea, and Balder was burned on a grand pyre. His wife, Nanna, died of sorrow and was placed beside him, along with his horse. Odin laid his precious gold ring, Draupnir, upon the pyre as a final gift. All the gods and goddesses gathered to honor Balder at his funeral, mourning the loss of the brightest among them. While all this took place, Hermod rode along the shadowy path that led to the land of the dead, crossing the bridge over the resounding river. There he was met by a maiden named Modgud, who was astonished at the noise and force with which he rode. She explained that Balder had passed by earlier with 5 groups of the dead, but Hermod was clearly not one of them. He looked alive. At last, Hermod reached the gates of Hell, and Odin's horse Sleipnir leapt over them with ease. Inside, Hermod found Balder seated in a place of honor. Hel agreed to let Balder return, on one condition: that every living and non-living thing in the world weep for him. If even one refused, Balder would remain with her forever. Balder gave Hermod the gold ring Draupnir to return to Odin, along with other precious gifts, and Hermod rode back with Hel's message. The gods called upon all of creation to mourn Balder, and everything in existence wept: people, animals, stones, even metals. It was like the world melting after a hard frost. But when the gods' messenger came to a solitary giantess in a cave and asked her to weep, she coldly refused. She claimed that Balder had never been of use to her, and that Hel could keep him. Many believed this giantess was Loki in disguise, determined to prevent Balder's return out of spite. The gods were enraged. Loki knew that this time there would be no forgiveness, so he fled. He built a house with doors on all sides to watch for his pursuers, then turned himself into a salmon and hid in a river. However, the wise god Kvasir discovered the remains of a burned fishing net in Loki's home and guessed that such a net could trap the slippery fish. They fashioned a net just like it, and after 3 attempts, they caught Loki by the tail. He was then chained across 3 flat stones with the entrails of his own son, and a venomous snake was placed above him to drip poison onto his face. His wife, Sigyn, stayed beside him, holding a bowl to catch the poison, but each time she emptied it, the drops burned Loki, and his writhing shook the earth. There he remained, awaiting the day of Ragnarok, the final doom. The end would be heralded by terrible signs. A time of war and chaos would sweep the world, where kin would betray one another and society would collapse. An endless winter would descend. A monstrous wolf would devour the sun, and the moon would be swallowed as well. The stars would vanish, mountains would crumble, and even the world tree would tremble. Then the imprisoned monsters would break free. The wolf Fenrir would stride forward, his jaws stretching from sky to ground, and the great serpent would rise from the ocean, spewing venom. The sea would flood the land, and from the waters would come the ship Naglfar, made from the nails of the dead. Giants would crew it, with Loki steering. From the fiery realm of Muspel, the fire giant Surt would ride forth with his blazing sword. The Bifrost Bridge would break under their weight. The armies of fire and ice would meet on the field of Vigrid for the final battle. The horn of Heimdall would sound, calling the gods to arms. Odin would ride to the spring beneath the world tree to consult Mimir's head for wisdom, then march to battle with the heroes of Valhalla. Odin would face the wolf Fenrir. Thor would take on the world serpent. Freyr would challenge Surt. Tyr would fight the hound Garm. Heimdall and Loki would clash. All the gods would fall, even though the monsters would die with them. Thor would kill the serpent but die from its venom. Odin would be devoured, but his son Vidar would avenge him by tearing the wolf apart. Tyr and Heimdall would defeat their foes, but would perish in doing so. In the end, Surt would remain and set the world ablaze, consuming gods and mortals alike in fire and flood. The sun will go dark. The earth will sink beneath the sea. The stars will vanish. Smoke and flame will rage across the heavens, and fire will consume all. Yet even this is not the end. From the waters the earth will rise again, renewed, green, and pure. The sons of the gods will survive, and Balder will return from death to rule with them. They will govern a reborn world, free of evil. 2 humans, hidden during the chaos within the world tree, will emerge to repopulate the earth. And a new sun, brighter than the one before, will shine across the sky. This is the tale of how the beginning and end of the world were revealed to Gangleri by the 3 powers. In the next part of the story, Gangleri fades from view, and Snorri continues the narrative by including more myths about the gods. These additional stories help explain many of the poetic images used by Norse skalds. Almost all the tales in this section, called skaldskaparmal, or poetic diction, involve the giants trying to outwit the gods or steal their treasures. One of the first tales is about the theft of the apples of youth. Odin, Loki, and Honor were once traveling together when they stopped to roast an ox. No matter what they did, the meat wouldn't cook. Suddenly, a large eagle in an oak tree offered to help, asking for a share of the food. When the eagle took more than his fair portion, Loki angrily struck him with a stick. But the eagle, who was actually the giant Thiazi in disguise, snatched Loki up and flew off. He wouldn't release him unless Loki promised to deliver Idun and her golden apples. Back in Asgard, Loki tricked Idun into coming outside, and Thiazi, still in eagle form, carried her off to his home. With Idun gone, the gods began to age. Their hair turned gray, their skin wrinkled, and their strength faded. When they discovered Loki's treachery, they threatened him with death unless he corrected his mistake. Loki borrowed Freya's falcon form and flew to Thiazi's dwelling. While the giant was away fishing, Loki turned Idun into a nut and carried her off. Thiazi gave chase, but Loki managed to reach Asgard just in time. The gods had prepared a pile of kindling, and as Loki flew over the wall, they lit it. The fire scorched Thiazi's wings, and he fell to the ground, where the gods killed him. To avenge her father, Thiazi's daughter Skadi came to Asgard. As compensation, the gods offered her a husband, though she was only allowed to choose by looking at their feet. Mistaking Njord's feet for Balder's, she chose him. Odin also honored her by placing her father's eyes in the sky as stars. Another important story recounts the peace made between the Aesir and the Vanir. As a symbol of truce, all the gods spat into a vessel. From this mixture, they created Kvasir, a man of immense wisdom who could answer any question. But Kvasir was later killed by 2 dwarfs, who drained his blood into 3 great vessels and mixed it with honey, creating a powerful mead. This drink granted the gift of poetry and wisdom to those who tasted it. After murdering a giant named Gilling and his wife, the dwarfs were captured by the giant's son, Suttung. To save their lives, they gave him the mead. Since then, poetry has been called Kvasir's blood, or the dwarf's ship. Wanting to reclaim the mead, Odin devised a plan. He came upon 9 workers in a field and sharpened their scythes so finely that they began to fight over the whetstone and ended up killing each other. Then Odin took their place and offered his service to the giant Baugi, Suttung's brother. His only demand was a taste of the mead. Baugi agreed, but when he asked his brother for permission, Suttung refused. Odin then convinced Baugi to help him drill into the mountain where the mead was kept. Taking the form of a serpent, Odin slipped inside. There he met Suttung's daughter, with whom he stayed for 3 nights. she allowed him to take 3 drinks of the mead, one for each vessel. Odin emptied them all and turned into an eagle, flying back to Asgard with the precious liquid. The gods had vessels ready to receive it, and Odin spat out the mead into them, though a small portion was lost on the way. That spilled part, said to inspire only bad poets, is known as the poetaster's share. In this way, poetry came to be known as a divine gift from Odin and the gods to humankind. One tale tells of a fierce duel between Thor and the giant Hrungnir. It all began when Odin and Hrungnir argued about whose horse was better. Odin rode off on Sleipnir, and Hrungnir gave chase on his steed Goldmane. Without realizing it, the giant ended up inside Asgard before he stopped. The gods welcomed him and offered him drinks from Thor's great cups. As he drank, Hrungnir became boastful, threatening to sink Asgard and steal away Freya and Sif. At that moment, Thor returned and furiously demanded to know why a giant was drinking among the gods. Hrungnir invoked guest rights and challenged Thor to a proper duel. To prepare for the fight, the giants created a massive figure of clay called Mist Calf to support Hrungnir. The giant himself had a sharp, 3-pointed heart made of stone, a stone head, and was armed with a stone shield and a whetstone. Thor arrived with Thialfi, who cleverly advised Hrungnir to stand on his shield to guard against an attack from below. Thor then charged forward in a storm of thunder and lightning, hurling his hammer. Hrungnir threw his whetstone at the same time. The 2 weapons collided in mid-air, the whetstone shattered, and a fragment embedded itself in Thor's forehead. But Mjolnir continued its path, smashing Hrungnir's skull and killing him. Thialfi easily defeated the clay giant. Thor, however, was trapped beneath Hrungnir's leg until his son Magni arrived and lifted it off. As a reward, Magni was given Goldmane. Later, Asiress tried to remove the whetstone from Thor's head with magic, but Thor distracted her by telling how he had once carried her husband Orvandil out of Giant Land in a basket. When Orvandil's toe froze, Thor had thrown it into the sky, where it became the star now known by his name. The story so fascinated her that she forgot the spell, and the stone remains lodged in Thor's head. Another tale speaks of Thor's journey to the Hall of Geirrod. Loki, disguised in Freyja's falcon feathers, had been captured by the giant and imprisoned. Recognizing Loki in hawk form, Geirrod kept him locked up and starving for 3 months until Loki agreed to lure Thor to him without his hammer or belt of strength. Loki succeeded, but on the way, Thor was warned by a friendly giantess who gave him a magical staff, a replacement belt, and iron gloves. As they traveled, Thor nearly drowned crossing the river Vimir, which had risen because Geirrod's daughter was standing astride it. Thor hurled a stone at her, then used a rowan tree to climb out. Once inside Geirrod's hall, Thor sat on a chair, but felt himself being lifted toward the ceiling. He forced the seat back down, using the staff, and broke the backs of the 2 daughters hiding underneath, who had been lifting him. Geirrod then threw a red-hot iron at Thor, but Thor caught it with his iron gloves and hurled it back. It pierced both the pillar and the giant behind it. Thor returned safely to Asgard. There is also the story of how the gods gained their most treasured items. In a moment of mischief, Loki cut off Sif's golden hair. Thor was enraged and would have killed him if Loki hadn't promised to make things right. He found 2 skilled dwarfs who crafted new hair for Sif from real gold, which would grow naturally. They also made Freyr's magical ship and Odin's mighty spear, Gungnir. Loki, not content with that, made a wager with 2 other dwarfs, claiming they couldn't make better treasures. He bet his head on it. As the dwarfs worked, a fly, Loki in disguise, persistently bit the one working the bellows. Despite this, they managed to forge a golden bristled boar that could run faster than any horse and light up the night, and a gold ring, Draupnir, from which 8 new rings would drop every 9th night. But while making the 3rd item, the fly bit the dwarf on the eyelid, and he momentarily lifted his hand. As a result, the 3rd treasure, the hammer Mjolnir, came out slightly flawed. The handle was too short. Still, the gods declared it the finest of all, a perfect weapon for defense. Loki had lost his bet. He tried to flee but was caught by Thor and brought back to the dwarfs. They wanted to cut off his head, but Loki pointed out they had no right to harm his neck. In the end, they settled for sewing his lips shut. Another tale involving Odin and Loki is the story of the otter's ransom, which leads into the famous legend of Sigurd the Volsung. One day, Odin, Loki, and Hönir were wandering through the world when they saw an otter sitting by a waterfall, eating a salmon. Loki threw a stone and killed it, boasting that he had caught both an otter and a fish in one throw. That evening they stayed at the home of a man named Hreidmar. To their horror, they discovered that the otter had been Hreidmar's son, who had taken the form of the animal. His other sons, Fafnir and Regan, were furious and threatened to kill the gods in revenge. To save themselves, the gods agreed to pay a ransom. They were told to fill the otter's skin with gold and then cover it completely so that not a trace of it could be seen. Loki was sent to find the gold. He captured a dwarf named Andvari, who was hiding in the shape of a fish, and forced him to surrender his treasure. Andvari begged to keep one small ring, claiming it would restore his wealth, but Loki took it as well. In the end, they needed that ring too, as one whisker of the otter remained uncovered. The ring was used to conceal it, completing the ransom. Because of this event, gold became known in poetry as the otter's ransom, or the gods' forced payment. However, the treasure brought only ruin. In their greed, Hreidmar's sons killed him. Fafnir then turned into a dragon and guarded the hoard. Regan later pushed the young hero Sigurd to slay Fafnir. But when Sigurd learned of Regan's deceit, he killed him as well. Sigurd took possession of the treasure, and with it, the cursed ring. That ring would ultimately lead to his death and bring sorrow to many others. This marks the end of the myths about the gods found in the Prose Edda. But one more story, told in a poetic form similar in spirit to Snorri's tales, is found in the Elder Edda. It is the tale of how Thor's hammer was stolen, told with humor and creativity in the poem Thrymskvida. One day, Thor discovered that his hammer, Mjolnir, had vanished. He immediately sought Loki's help. Loki borrowed Freya's falcon feather cloak and flew off in search of the thief. He discovered that the giant Thrym had stolen the hammer and buried it deep underground. Thrym refused to return it unless the gods gave him Freya as his bride. This demand shocked Asgard. Freya was enraged by the proposal and, in her fury, shattered her famous necklace. The gods were in despair until Heimdall suggested a plan. Thor would disguise himself as Freya and go to Jotunheim dressed as a bride, with Loki playing the role of his handmaid. Thor was reluctant, thinking it undignified, but Loki reminded him that without the hammer, Asgard was doomed. Thunder and lightning split the skies as they rode to Jotunheim in Thor's chariot. They were warmly received by Thrym. At the wedding feast, Thor nearly gave himself away by devouring an entire ox and 8 salmon. But Loki quickly explained that Freya had fasted for 8 days due to her excitement. When Thrym tried to kiss the bride, he was startled by the fierce glow in Thor's eyes. But Loki again smoothed things over, saying she hadn't slept for 8 nights out of longing for the wedding. The ruse held until the ceremony. The hammer was brought forth to bless the marriage and placed on the bride's lap. With Mjolnir in his grasp once more, Thor threw off the disguise and struck down Thrym and the entire wedding party. Victorious, Thor and Loki returned in triumph to Asgard. This myth of Thor's stolen hammer is notably absent from Snorri's collection, though we know he was aware of other tales he did not include in the prose Edda. Some of these appear in another of his works, Ynglinga Saga, which presents an early history of Sweden and includes additional stories about the gods. One such account describes the resolution of the war between the Aesir and the Vanir. When peace was made, the Vanir sent Njord and Freyr as hostages to the Aesir, and in return received Honir, who was tall and handsome, along with the wise Mimir. However, Honir proved nearly useless in council, often remaining silent, and the Vanir felt cheated. In anger, they cut off Mimir's head and sent it back to the Aesir. Odin preserved the head with spells, and from then on used it to gain hidden knowledge. Another tale in the same saga tells of Gefjon, a goddess whose name Snorri includes in his list of divine figures. Odin sent her to seek land, and King Gylfi of Sweden offered her as much land as she could plow. Gefjon visited a giant and bore 4 sons, whom she transformed into oxen. Using this powerful team, she plowed out the island of Zealand, separating it from the mainland of Sweden. She later settled at Lair with Skjold, a son of Odin. Further myths involving the gods appear in the work of Saxo Grammaticus, a 12th century Danish scholar and cleric. His retellings, written in complicated and formal Latin, often suffer from confusion, repetition, and heavy moralizing. Although they lack the elegance of Snorri's writing, they still contain valuable mythological material. Some additional myths are hinted at in poetic dialogues between supernatural figures, where they test each other's wisdom through riddles and questions. While this chapter hasn't explored the gods' involvement with ancient heroes, those stories can be found in heroic poems and legendary sagas, and will be referenced later. Many lost myths can also be inferred from the symbolic language used by skaldic poets. Although Snorri's collection doesn't represent the entirety of Norse mythology, it offers a solid foundation for understanding the gods and their world. Through his stories, we see a vivid image of the cosmos centered around the world tree. The gods are in constant struggle with giants and monsters that threaten their existence. Despite their internal disputes and rivalries, the gods unite when danger is greatest. Snorri outlines the origins of the universe from primal fire and ice, and he makes it clear that this world will not last forever. Eventually, the hostile forces will rise at Ragnarok and overthrow the current order. Yet even then, a new world will emerge. Snorri's work preserves these myths in a powerful and lasting narrative. However, many questions remain unanswered. Readers may already wonder, who exactly are the 12 chief gods Snorri mentions? Was there ever an official list? Should figures like Honir, Kvasir, Hodr, and Mimir be counted among them? Were the first humans created from Ymir's body or from trees on a beach? Did Thor kill the world serpent before Ragnarok? Is Asgard located above the earth, beside it, or beneath the world tree? Did the tree exist before creation itself? Why are both Thor and Odin called the father of the gods? What happened to Bor's other sons? Why did the Vanir and Aesir go to war in the first place? Snorri may have considered these questions but lacked answers, as in the case of the ambiguous fate of the Midgard serpent during Thor's fishing adventure. There is also a deeper question. Did people truly worship these gods? Or are the myths simply entertaining stories? Some tales are clearly crafted for literary enjoyment. It's uncertain how much sincere belief lay behind them. Were Thor and Loki ever seen as serious divine figures? Or were they always meant to be playful or comic? Can we take the often simple or humorous characters in these myths seriously as Snorri presents them? This book seeks to explore such questions, especially those related to belief and meaning. Finding simple answers is rarely possible, but we can try to build a thoughtful understanding of the gods based on the knowledge we have today. Violence and warfare were constant realities for people living in the pre-Christian societies of northwestern Europe. It is therefore fitting to begin an exploration of their beliefs by focusing on the gods they called upon for protection and victory in battle. During the final centuries of the pagan era, one god clearly stood out as the central figure of war: Odin. In Snorri's writings and many other poems, Odin consistently appears as the commander of armies and the giver of victory. He is associated with creatures of death like ravens and wolves, and he rules over Valhalla, the hall where brave warriors who died in battle are received. In Norse poetry from the 10th century, Odin is often depicted choosing which warriors will fall in battle so that they may join his army and fight alongside him during the final battle at the end of time. This powerful image has captivated later writers, and it is sometimes assumed that all people hoped to reach Valhalla after death. However, the surviving literature suggests otherwise. Valhalla was not seen as a universal afterlife, but rather a reward for elite warriors, kings, noblemen, and heroic leaders who had devoted themselves to Odin during their lives and sworn him loyalty in exchange for his favor. In the words attributed to the warrior Bjarki by the historian Saxo, it is Odin who is implied when he speaks of war belonging to the noble-born, and how only great men were chosen by the god of death. Odin, like a human king, gave weapons to his chosen champions, and once they accepted them, they owed him loyalty until death and beyond. Sigmund the Volsung, for example, received a magical sword placed by Odin himself into a great tree. This sword symbolized a bond between them. When Sigmund's time came, Odin appeared on the battlefield and shattered the blade with his spear. The fragments were later reforged for Sigmund's son, Sigurd, who was also favored by Odin and received a magnificent horse descended from Sleipnir. Odin gave not only gifts, but also wisdom. He taught Sigmund magical battle spells, and he advised the hero Hadding on military tactics, including the wedge formation. Odin even stood behind Hadding's troops during battle, shooting a volley of arrows with supernatural speed and clearing away storm clouds summoned by the enemy. A similar event is recorded with King Harald Wartooth of Denmark. Odin, appearing as a tall, one-eyed old man, promised him invincibility, and in return was granted all the souls slain by Harald's sword. But when Odin's favor turned, the consequences were brutal. He sparked conflict between Harald and his friend King Ring, and gave Ring the secret tactic of wedge formation. On the day of battle, Odin replaced Harald's own charioteer. When Harald begged for one final victory and promised more sacrifices, Odin flung him from the chariot and struck him down with his own sword. This harsh portrayal of Odin is not unique to Saxo, despite his Christian background. Similar themes appear elsewhere. In Hakonarmal, a 10th century poem honoring King Hakon of Norway, The king is welcomed into Odin's hall with great ceremony, but he responds with suspicion and bitterness. He accuses the gods of failing to grant him victory and declares he will keep his weapons close at hand. The poem reflects a clear sense of mistrust toward Odin. Later writings express this distrust more openly. In various sagas, characters accuse Odin of betrayal and falsehood, lamenting that he often rewards the cowardly or breaks faith with his followers. In Ketil's saga Hengs and Hrolf's saga Kraka, Odin is referred to as deceitful and unreliable. These recurring accusations suggest that resentment towards the god was not uncommon. This feeling of betrayal may even echo in historical records. According to Bede's ecclesiastical history, a 7th century Northumbrian priest named Coifi publicly renounced the old gods, saying that they gave no reward for faith or service. Another speaker added that in the old religion, people were left with nothing to hope for after death. Coifi, likely a priest of Odin, destroyed the temple with a spear and then set it ablaze, an act in line with the sacrificial rituals once performed in Odin's name. In Old Norse sources, several rituals are associated with the worship of Odin, particularly dedication by spear, hanging, and burning. According to Snorri's Ynglinga saga, Swedish followers of Odin believed in piercing someone with a spear at the time of death and then cremating the body. They claimed this mirrored Odin's own actions. In the poem Havamal, Odin himself says he was wounded by a spear and hanged on a tree as a sacrifice to gain wisdom. Independent records from as late as the 11th century confirm that both humans and animals were sacrificed by hanging in Sweden. Adam of Bremen, writing about the temple at Uppsala, describes a terrifying scene. During a great festival held every 9 years, the bodies of sacrificed men and animals were left hanging in the trees. His source was a 72-year-old Christian who claimed to have seen the sacrifices with his own eyes. It remains unclear whether these hangings also included a spear wound beforehand. Additionally, war captives were sometimes executed by hanging, likely as offerings to the god of war. In the 6th century, the historian Procopius wrote about the people of Thule, believed to be in Norway or Sweden, who sacrificed their first war prisoner to their god of war, whom they called Ares. This was not just a killing, but often a brutal execution, involving hanging, impalement on thorns, or other gruesome methods. A similar reference appears in Beowulf, where the Swedish king threatens to hang Geatish prisoners after the Battle of Ravenswood, turning them into a feast for scavenging birds. A vivid and disturbing tale of human sacrifice dedicated to Odin appears in the Saga of Gotrek. Though this saga is relatively late, the story feels authentic and may reflect older beliefs. It tells of King Vikar, a Viking leader who prayed to Odin for favorable winds. When lots were drawn to decide who would be sacrificed in gratitude, the lot fell on the king himself. To avoid killing him, his men decided to perform a mock ritual. Vikar stood on a tree stump with calf intestines around his neck, tied to a branch. Starkad, a warrior devoted to Odin, was to strike him lightly with a rod while reciting the dedication. However, the act turned real. The rod turned into a spear, the intestines into a strong rope, and the branch snapped upward, hanging the king and killing him. In this account, both the spear and the noose are used together. Notably, Odin bore titles such as Spear Brandisher and God of Hanged Men, reinforcing his association with such rites. Snorri also highlights the importance of cremation among Odin's followers. He wrote that anything burned with a person on the pyre was believed to travel with them to Valhalla. A dramatic combination of hanging, stabbing, and burning is described by the Arab traveler Ibn Fadlan, who observed a Norse funeral along the Volga River in the 10th century. He saw a slave girl sacrificed at her master's funeral. She was strangled and stabbed simultaneously by an old woman known as the Angel of Death, after which her body was burned on a massive funeral pyre built on a ship. One of the onlookers remarked that a wind had risen to carry the dead man to paradise, a comment that echoes Norse beliefs described by Snorri. The words spoken by Starkad during King Vikar's death, "Now I give thee to Odin," appear in other sources as well. Such phrases could be uttered over entire enemy forces dedicated to Odin. For example, during the Battle of Fyrisvellir around the year 900, King Eric of Sweden reportedly used this ritual against Styrbjorn the Strong. While Styrbjorn prayed to Thor, Eric pledged himself to Odin, promising to die 10 years later in exchange for victory. According to the Flætijarbók, Odin appeared to Eric in disguise, gave him a stick, and told him to cast it over the enemy while declaring, "Odin has you all." As he did, the stick turned into a javelin mid-air and flew over Styrbjorn's troops. Suddenly, Styrbjorn and his men were struck blind, and a landslide came down from the mountain, crushing his entire army. In Eyrbyggja Saga, there is a memory of an ancient tradition where a spear is thrown over enemies before battle, believed to bring luck. Although Odin is not explicitly mentioned in this account, the gesture clearly echoes older ritual practices. In a poem describing the battle between the Goths and the Huns, likely preserving early traditions, a warrior calls upon Odin to send the spear that will determine the battle's outcome. This shows that Odin's spear, Gungnir, was not just symbolic. It was believed to initiate war itself. In the mythic account of the first war among the gods, Odin's act of hurling his spear marks the beginning of the conflict, reinforcing his role as the originator and driver of warfare. Even at the end of the pagan era, Odin remained a central figure associated with war and victory. His image as a powerful war god likely evolved from earlier beliefs held by Germanic peoples on the continent. The god Woden, or Wotan, worshipped in those regions, shared similar characteristics. The Heruli tribe, known followers of Woden, practiced rituals involving both stabbing and burning. Notably, their sacrifices did not only include war captives, but also elderly or sick individuals who were killed by stabbing just before being placed on a funeral pyre, as recorded by the historian Procopius in the 6th century. Many Germanic peoples conducted brutal sacrifices to appease their god of war. Jordanes, writing in the same century, described how the Goths revered their war god, believed to have originated among them, with blood offerings. They gave him the first share of their plunder and hung enemy weapons on trees in his honor. The intensity of these rites reflects the deep fear and reverence they held for divine powers of war and death. Even more terrifying were the practices of the Cimbri, a tribe that may have had Celtic roots, but lived closely with Germanic peoples. Strabo reports that they executed prisoners by hanging them above large bronze cauldrons. Priestesses, elderly women dressed in white, would ascend ladders to slit the throats of the hanging men, collecting the blood below. Orosius, writing in the 5th century, gives another dramatic account of the Cimbri after a great victory. They destroyed all the loot they captured, tore apart garments, threw gold and silver into rivers, smashed armor, and drowned horses. Captured enemies were hanged from trees with ropes. In this violent ritual, both the living and their possessions were sacrificed, ensuring no reward for the victors and no survival for the defeated. Tacitus also describes a similar scene in the 1st century during a battle between two Germanic tribes, the Hermundari and the Chatti. They fought over a river, valued not only for its salt deposits, but also for its spiritual significance, believed to be close to the divine. Both sides vowed to offer their enemies to Mars and Mercury if they won, a pledge that included the total destruction of the losing side: men, weapons, horses, and belongings. When the Hermundari emerged victorious, they fulfilled this horrifying vow. Roman observers, with a mixture of disdain and irony, noted the systematic slaughter as an example of barbaric devotion under the guise of religion. The scattered references to sacrificial rituals among the Germanic tribes in pre-Christian times reveal the intense fear and reverence people held for the god of war. Remarkable archaeological discoveries in Denmark's peat bogs powerfully confirm this. Sites like Thorsbjerg, Vimos, Nodam, and Kragahul have yielded organized deposits of war spoils, not randomly scattered, but seemingly arranged with purpose. These collections included weapons, armor, garments, ornaments, tools, pottery, and animal remains preserved in the peat as the objects gradually sank into the earth. At times, weapons were intentionally damaged before being deposited, highlighting their use in ritual rather than in battle. A particularly striking find in 1950 at Illerup sheds even more light on these rites. There, the equipment of around 70 warriors had been cremated, with the remaining swords and shields then deliberately bent and placed in the bog, transported on planks across the marsh. Some of these weapons were thrown into a deep pool, while others were left nearby in a spot still feared by locals. This event likely followed a single battle around the year 400, and the high value of the sacrificed items, such as swords and armor, underscores the significance of the offering. It is believed that these rituals were performed to thank or appease the god of war after victory. Although we cannot be certain what happened to the fallen warriors, there are strong hints that many met grim fates as part of these costly offerings. Ancient writings further support this view. Tacitus recounts how the Hermundari and Chatti made sacrificial vows to Mars and Mercury in hopes of winning in battle. Scholars generally agree that Mercury here represents the Germanic deity Woden, the god later known in England as Woden, honored even in the naming of Wednesday. Woden was believed to be the divine ancestor of several Anglo-Saxon royal families, much like Odin was for the Swedes. The association with Mercury, who was a guide of souls and a god of wisdom, likely reflects deeper traits in Woden's mythology that go beyond warfare alone. However, during Tacitus's time, Mars, the Roman war god, was more likely linked to another Germanic deity, Tiwaz. Odin eventually absorbed many of the roles of both Woden and Tiwaz, preserving aspects of their authority. In Snorri's writings, Tiwaz appears as Tyr, a much more obscure figure by then. Still, Tyr was known for his courage and wisdom, and warriors were said to pray to him for victory. The Norse also used Tyr's name in a more general sense to mean god, and Odin was sometimes called Sigtyr, the god of victory. Linguistic evidence connects Tiwaz with major sky gods such as the Greek Zeus and the Roman Jupiter, all sharing a root meaning god or sky. Tiwaz likely once held the role of supreme sky deity and god of battle among the early Germanic peoples. Though Odin overshadowed him by the late pagan period, traces of Tiwaz's importance remained. In a poem about magical spells used in battle, fighters are told to carve runes of victory using Tyr's name. Weapons with possible references to the god have been found, such as a helmet from Austria bearing an inscription thought to name Tiwaz. and spears engraved with runes resembling the letter T, his initial. One such rune was discovered on a spear in an Anglo-Saxon burial ground in Kent, perhaps carved for protection in battle. Despite the harshness of the rites linked to Tiwaz, he does not seem to have been a simple god of violence. In Roman-era inscriptions, he appears with the title Mars Thingsus, suggesting a connection to the Thing, the tribal assembly where laws were made and disputes resolved. This points to a dual role. He was both the bringer of military victory and the upholder of legal order. Tacitus notes that punishment among the Germans was only carried out by priests acting under the authority of the battle god. This implies that the deity responsible for war was also entrusted with maintaining justice and community discipline. The belief in the sword duel as a legitimate means of resolving disputes endured in the North for a long time. In Iceland, the Holmgang, or formal duel, took place near the site of the nation's principal assembly, where major legal matters were decided. This suggests that settling issues by combat was viewed as an extension of law and justice. Among the Germanic tribes, the sword had long served as a final judge. Tacitus tells us they used duels not only to settle conflicts, but also as a form of divination before battles. They would capture an enemy and make him fight one of their own warriors, believing the outcome revealed their chances of victory in the larger battle. Early records contain many accounts of duels between champions as both armies looked on, waiting to see who would prevail. Paul the Deacon, writing in the 8th century, captured the spirit of this practice, proposing that a single combat between two leaders could spare the bloodshed of thousands. It was common among the Germanic peoples to swear oaths on their weapons, a custom dating back to their pagan past. This practice reflected their belief that the god of war was the ultimate judge. A warrior's life depended on his weapons, so breaking an oath sworn on a sword or spear was considered dangerous. It was feared that such a betrayal would cause the weapon to fail when most needed. There were even curses that threatened a man with the terrifying fate of being struck down by his own blade, should he break his word. The one surviving myth about Tyr in Snorri's work tells of his role in binding the monstrous wolf Fenrir, a sworn enemy of the gods. Only Tyr had the courage to approach and feed the beast, and he ultimately sacrificed his hand to ensure the wolf could be restrained. At Ragnarok, Fenrir would face Odin, but it's likely that in older myths, this confrontation originally involved Tiwaz, the ancient battle god. Snorri also mentions that Tyr meets his end at the jaws of a hound named Garm, who may be another name for Fenrir. Tacitus writes about the Semnones, a fierce tribe that later became known as the Alemanni, living between the Rhine and the Oder. They worshipped a deity called the God and ruler of all. Around 92 AD, their king visited Rome, and Tacitus may have learned of their customs through him. Each year, the Semnones gathered with related tribes in a sacred grove where they performed human sacrifices. All who entered the grove had to be bound with a cord, showing submission to the god, and if someone fell, they had to crawl rather than stand. This ritual reflected the god's power to bind his followers, much like Tyr bound Fenrir. Odin, too, would later be associated with this idea of binding in his role as a war god. While it is uncertain, Tiwaz was likely the god worshipped by the Semnones in this sacred grove. Another figure, Saxnot, worshipped by the Saxons, may also have been a version of Tiwaz. In early Christian texts, Saxnot is listed alongside Woden and Thunor as a deity who had to be renounced at baptism. This shows his prominence. Saxnot, whose name may have originally meant sword companion, could have been a god to whom swords were dedicated or offered in sacrifice. The Saxons may have brought his worship to Britain during their migrations. In England, Tiwaz was known as Tew or Tig, names that appear in old place names like Tewin in Hertfordshire and Tuesley in Surrey. At Tysoe near Banbury, a red horse was carved into a hillside and maintained every Palm Sunday up until the late 18th century. This may indicate that the area was once sacred to the god and that the horse was somehow connected to his worship. Tiwaz was an early Germanic war god and is thought to be an ancestor to Odin. He held great power, and people made significant sacrifices in his honor. Tiwaz was known as the one-handed god, a trait that may date back to prehistoric times, as suggested by ancient Scandinavian rock carvings showing one-handed warriors. This has led scholars like Dumazil to connect his story with that of the Roman hero Mucius Scaevola, who sacrificed his hand for the good of his people. Unlike Odin, who later replaced him as the god of battle, Tiwaz was linked to justice and legal order. Odin, though famed for wisdom and cleverness, was often portrayed as unreliable and deceitful. To understand how the god of war's character evolved, we must look closely at Odin's world, especially his relationship with the dead and those who served him. In Snorri's descriptions of the afterlife, Odin is linked to warrior spirits and to the Valkyries, female figures who connect the living and the dead. Valkyries serve the fallen warriors in Valhalla and carry out Odin's will during battles. They appear as armored horsewomen who move swiftly across the sky and earth, choosing which warriors would die and guiding them to the afterlife. Sometimes they are even described as human women, such as princesses or the wives of heroes, who became Valkyries, possibly indicating a link to ancient priestess roles. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Valkyrie names like Hildur and Hlok were common in poetry, and many of them simply meant battle. These poems reveal a deep literary tradition that blended various ideas. Valkyries resembled the Norns, who shaped fate and shared features with seeresses who cast protective spells. Some also reflect guardian spirits of families, or even warrior women known from the Black Sea region. There may also be echoes of real priestesses who conducted battlefield sacrifices. Since the Valkyrie name literally means chooser of the slain, it's clear they were believed to determine who would die in the battle. An Anglo-Saxon bishop named Wulfstan even included choosers of the slain in a list of sinners and witches, suggesting that the belief in their existence lingered long after paganism had faded. A dramatic echo of these beliefs appears in a 10th century Volga ship burial, where an elderly woman organized the ritual killing of a slave girl. She was called the Angel of Death and had 2 assistants described as her daughters. Her grim role and the secrecy around such rituals likely inspired dark legends, especially since sacrificial victims were often chosen by drawing lots. The notion that the god selected the slain through these women likely became widely accepted, reinforcing the idea of divine will in death. From early times, Germanic people seemed to believe in fierce female spirits who carried out the war god's commands, bringing chaos and taking the lives of the fallen. Wulfstan's use of the term Welserian, chooser of the slain, is significant, and earlier Old English sources used the same term to translate the names of the Greek Furies, such as Erinus and Tisiphone. Even earlier evidence comes from northern England. At Housesteads, on Hadrian's Wall, 2 votive stones were discovered, one of which was dedicated to Mars Thinxus and 2 goddesses named Beda and Fimoline. Another altar, found in 1926, was also dedicated to the Aleisiagai, goddesses whose names translate as ruler of battle and giver of freedom. These would be fitting names for Valkyries, reinforcing the idea of a group of divine women associated with warfare. This belief in female battle spirits also appears in magical charms from the Christian period. One is the Merseburg charm from southern Germany, which tells of the Eidisi, female figures who sat together, some tying bonds and others freeing captives. The spell ends by urging the victim to break free from his bonds and escape. A similar idea is found in an Old English charm against pain. While it begins humbly, it suddenly turns vivid and heroic, describing loud women riding across the land and shooting spears. These mighty women are clearly envisioned as supernatural warriors, and the pain is imagined as an attack by their weapons. Later in the charm, weapons from the gods are also mentioned, suggesting that the original purpose of this spell was for battle, though it was later repurposed for common ailments. Another Old English charm refers to a swarm of bees as victory women, which may also be a faint memory of these ancient battle spirits. These traces show that the idea of powerful supernatural women tied to war and fate remained deeply embedded in Germanic culture, surviving long after the rise of Christianity. Odin was often connected to powers like breaking or casting magical bindings, throwing spears, and flying through the air. In the poem Havamal, he recites a spell to place bonds on his enemies, likely magical restraints affecting the mind rather than physical ones. The Ynglinga saga also describes how Odin could make his enemies blind, deaf, or filled with terror in battle, causing their weapons to become useless. A powerful example of this kind of spell can be found in Hardar Saga, where the hero Hord, though a fearless and capable fighter, is suddenly struck by what's called a war fetter. This wasn't simple fear, but a magical paralysis, like the helplessness one feels in a nightmare. Though Hord managed to break free from it 3 times, the 4th time it left him vulnerable to being surrounded and ultimately killed. Interestingly, one of the Valkyrie names is Herfjötr, war fetter, which connects them to this same magical binding. A related name among the goddesses, Aleisiagai, Friagabi, meaning giver of freedom, may also be linked to this idea. While Old Norse texts often present Valkyries as noble warrior women on horseback, another more gruesome tradition survives as well. In some stories, enormous female figures are shown pouring blood over the land where battles are about to occur. They carry troughs of blood, ride wolves, or appear rowing boats through blood-filled skies. These beings usually signal an approaching battle and death, sometimes appearing in dreams, and they were described by poets in the 10th and 11th centuries. One of the most memorable versions of this vision appears in Njal's saga, before the Battle of Clontarf in 1014. A group of women are seen weaving a terrifying tapestry made from human entrails and skulls. They speak a poem known as the Daradarljod, or Spear Lay, claiming the power to decide who will live and die in the battle. They describe a sky turned red with blood and chant their deadly songs as they determine the fates of warriors. Although the poem might originally refer to a different Irish battle, its theme clearly aligns with other stories of fearsome women controlling life and death through war. Similar supernatural female figures also appear in Irish mythology. In Celtic tales, the goddesses Morrigu and Bobbed often show up before or during battles, sometimes in the form of birds of prey, foretelling death and chaos. These battlefield women echo the role of Valkyries and are closely tied to ravens and wolves, animals that commonly appear in battle scenes and are associated with Odin in both Norse and Old English poetry. For instance, in the Old English poem Exodus, the raven is called Chooser of the Slain, and in the Norse poem Hrafnsmal, a Valkyrie speaks with a raven. Both animals are seen circling battlefields, feeding on the dead, and are symbolic of war and divine judgment. These similarities between Germanic and Celtic traditions suggest that the idea of warrior spirits tied to the god of battle was widespread, particularly during times when these cultures were in contact during the Roman era. Over time, Norse poets refined the image of the Valkyrie, making her appear more noble and composed. Yet beneath this poetic gloss, the older image of the terrifying Chooser of the Slain, blood-soaked and merciless, continues to survive, hinting at the darker origins of these powerful figures. Odin's influence over warriors during battle extended beyond simply weakening their resolve or confusing their minds. He also had the power to fill them with an overwhelming battle frenzy. This intense state is best seen in the phenomenon of the berserks, warriors who, overtaken by a wild and ecstatic rage, became immune to pain and fear. According to Snorri, these men fought without armor, bit their shields, and attacked like wild animals, completely untouched by fire or steel. This condition was known as going berserk. In later saga traditions, berserks were often depicted as monstrous opponents defeated by heroic figures. Yet their core traits remained important. They entered battle in a trance-like fury and were seen as a unique warrior class, existing outside the bounds of normal society. Such warriors were known long before the Viking era. Among the Chatti, a Germanic tribe described by Tacitus in the 1st century, fighters wore iron collars they could only remove after killing an enemy. Some chose to wear them for life, continuing to fight until age wore them down. These men lived apart from society and always led the charge into battle, living off the generosity or fear of others. Tacitus also wrote about the Heri, another warrior group known for psychological warfare. They painted their shields and bodies black and launched surprise attacks at night, using fear to unsettle their enemies. Their terrifying appearance was a key part of their strategy. Similarly, the Heruli, who followed the war god and practiced cremation rituals, deliberately avoided armor, wearing only cloaks and shields as they entered battle. In the time of Harald Fairhair, Norway's first king, berserks served in his personal guard. They were referred to as wolf coats and held positions of honor on the king's ship. According to some interpretations, being struck by a spear, symbolic of Odin, was an initiation rite marking them as dedicated to the god, promising them eternal life in his service. Berserks were seen as sacred, necessary figures who balanced the structured world with wild chaos. Berserks were often said to transform into animals during their rage. One example is Bödvar Bjarki, who supposedly fought as a bear while his physical body lay sleeping. This legend may reflect the berserk's animalistic fury. In daily life, such uncontrollable rage could be dangerous. The saga of Egil Skallagrimsson describes how his father, once a berserk, was overtaken by rage during a ball game and accidentally killed a nurse, nearly harming his own son as well. Some tales say berserks were cured of their rage after converting to Christianity. Their association with animals may have been reinforced by their wearing of animal skins, a tradition mirrored by secret warrior societies in other cultures, like the leopard men of Africa. Evidence of warrior initiation rituals survives in saga literature. In Hrolf's Saga Kraka, a youth had to slay a monster effigy and drink its blood. In Volsunga's saga, Sigmund and his son wore wolf skins, which they couldn't remove, and spoke in the language of wolves. They made a pact to fight fairly and aid each other when outnumbered, showing the disciplined code of these warrior groups. Later in the Viking Age, organized warrior societies continued to exist. The most famous was the Brotherhood of Jomsborg, a community of bachelors who lived by strict rules. No one older than 50 or younger than 18 could join. They weren't allowed to quarrel or express fear. They couldn't retreat from battle or keep women in the stronghold. Archaeological finds at places like Trelleborg and Agersborg support the existence of such camps. These fortresses, resembling Roman military layouts, housed disciplined fighters likely used by kings like Svein of Denmark during invasions. These communities probably represent the final form of a long-standing tradition of elite warrior bands, made up mostly of unmarried youths and a few seasoned veterans. They formed the core of royal guards in Scandinavia and likely influenced the enduring image of Odin and his chosen fighters. Their presence in memory and story, especially in texts like Saxo's Gesta Danorum, explains the persistent fascination with Odin's warrior cult and its vital role in northern literature. The war god held significant power in northern Europe from a very early time. In ancient Germanic belief, Tiwaz was honored as the chief of armies and a guardian of justice. However, as time passed, Woden began to rise in importance. By the 1st century, tribes such as the Hermunduri and Chatti were performing sacrifices to both Tiwaz and Woden, suggesting a shift in religious focus. Woden, who was associated with death and seen as the ancestor of German kings, may have already been challenging Tiwaz's dominance in war. In the later pagan period, Woden had become a symbol of battle. He carried a spear, was linked to wolves and ravens, and was seen as the one who could choose who lived or died in battle. In Sweden, he was known as Odin, the supreme god with power to both release and restrain. His servants, the Valkyries, were feared as agents of death. Odin's name is thought to mean the one who causes madness, fitting his chaotic and fearsome nature. Adam of Bremen, writing in the 11th century, described Odin simply as fury. Odin was also connected to death and magic, known for putting his warriors into a trance-like battle frenzy. This madness, experienced by the berserks, made them fearless and seemingly immune to pain. In Odin's hall, Valhalla, warriors spent their days fighting and drinking, losing themselves in the very activities that brought them closer to the god spirit. For the Germanic and Viking peoples, battle was a deeply personal act. Accounts from both classical sources and native sagas emphasize individual combat and close-range fighting. In such an environment, belief in Odin, who granted courage, frenzy, and the will to fight, was a valuable advantage. His followers believed that this divine madness could mean the difference between victory and defeat. But Odin's gifts were double-edged. Berserks, despite their ferocity, were not guaranteed to win. They could still be killed in battle or survive only to suffer permanent injury. Deeds vowed during drunken feasts could become burdens once sobriety returned, as seen repeatedly in heroic tales. Because of this, Odin was also remembered as the great deceiver, a god who inspired, but could just as easily betray. Throughout the pagan era, the need for a war god was constant. The history of the Germanic tribes and Vikings was filled with conflict. Internal rivalries, invasions, and battles shaped their world. Their heroic stories arose from a society defined by violence and short lifespans. Disputes were often resolved by force, and the ideal leader was a brave warrior with a small, loyal band of fighters. These men often lived on the edge, gaining land, families, and wealth through combat, and always at risk of losing everything. Loyalty was secured through gifts of weapons and armor, won in war and shared by the leader. It is no wonder that people in such a world placed their trust in the war god. They prayed for protection in combat and for the uncertain promise of victory, a goal that rested more on spirit and chance than on sheer strength. In early Germanic religion, the bloody sacrifices of prisoners and criminals revealed a belief that the god of war demanded blood. If not satisfied, he would take the lives of his own worshippers. Brutal sacrifices performed by priestesses foreshadowed the later image of bloodthirsty Valkyries who stirred up war and rejoiced in slaughter. To honor the war god, not only blood was spilled, but also weapons and armor were offered, thrown into lakes, buried in bogs, or burned in ceremonial fires. Over time, the image of the war god seems to have shifted. In earlier periods, he was seen as a supreme ruler who held victory or defeat in his hands and taught men the importance of law and order among themselves. Later, however, he came to be viewed more as a capricious power, one who granted madness to his followers and handed out victory or defeat with the arrogance of a mortal tyrant. It's possible that this contrast is exaggerated by the fragmented evidence we possess, and that Tiwaz too may have had a willful, unpredictable nature. The madness associated with Woden and Odin, whom we know far more about, was believed to bring dazzling gifts, but it also demanded terrible costs. Odin does not appear to be a god whom people could truly love or respect. Rather, he was feared, and at times men even took pride in his intoxicating power. Still, the image of Odin solely as a war god is incomplete. To fully understand him, we must also consider his role as a god of the dead. In the myths preserved by Snorri, Thor stands out as one of the most vividly portrayed gods. He is the mighty protector of Asgard and the champion of the Aesir, depicted as a powerful red-bearded figure armed with a magical hammer, iron gloves, and a belt that doubles his strength. Thor's worship endured for centuries across Western Europe, and even in the 11th century, Viking communities in Dublin continued to revere him. As the pagan era drew to a close, Thor came to symbolize direct opposition to Christ, seen in legends like a tug-of-war between Thor and King Olaf Tryggvason, or in a woman's claim that Thor challenged Christ to a duel. Thor embodied the Viking ideal of strength, bravery, and straightforward action. He was loud, bold, and untamed, a perfect reflection of the Viking spirit. Much like the Indian god Indra, Thor was known for his tremendous appetite and physical power. When disguised as Freya at the Hall of Thrym, he famously consumed an ox, 8 salmon, and 3 large cups of mead. On another occasion, he devoured 2 of the 3 oxen served by the giant Hymir during their fishing trip. In the Hall of Utgard Loki, Thor attempted to drain an immense drinking horn whose end reached the sea itself. Although he was tricked, his effort was so immense that it lowered the ocean's level. Many of Thor's adventures, such as wearing a bridal dress or suffering embarrassment at the hands of cunning giants, were likely meant for comic storytelling, especially during a time when belief in him was fading. But even these humorous tales reflect something important about his personality. Thor's love of food, drink, and physical confrontation matched his image as a god of brute strength and unstoppable vitality. He relied not on deceit or trickery like Odin or Loki, but on direct force, smashing his enemies with his hammer or hurling it from afar to crush them. Thor's power over stone and fire is another recurring theme. He killed his enemy Geirrod by flinging a red-hot object through a pillar, and once used a drinking horn as a weapon, launching it through stone, and shattering it against Hymir's skull. He defeated giantesses with rocks or sheer weight, always through overwhelming strength. One saga claims that while Odin granted victory in battle, it was Thor who broke rocks and shattered cliffs, showing him as a destructive force of nature, an earthshaker, a tree feller, a storm bringer. Thor's world was very different from Odin's. His worship was not elite or aristocratic. In fact, he was sometimes mocked for receiving the souls of thralls, while Odin claimed the fallen kings. But Thor's influence stretched far and wide, touching not just the skies, but all aspects of everyday life. If Odin inherited some of the traits of the ancient sky god Tiwaz, a large portion of that divine legacy also fell on the broad shoulders of Thor. He was not just the god of thunder, he was the god of the people. By the end of the pagan era, statues of Thor holding his hammer were reported to stand in many temples. More is known about Thor's images than those of any other Norse deity. And when he shared a temple with other gods, he was usually given the place of highest honor. These images were richly adorned, and offerings of food such as meat and bread were made to him in Norwegian temples. Worshippers would seek guidance from Thor's image when faced with difficult choices. Adam of Bremen, writing in the 11th century, confirms saga accounts by describing Thor's statue in the temple at Uppsala, holding a scepter, likely his hammer. A medieval Irish poem refers to a black devil and a golden castle, interpreted as a reference to a dark image of Thor in his Dublin shrine. In fact, in 994, King Maelsechlin is said to have seized Thor's ring and other treasures from that shrine. Norse sources like Heimskringla and Flateyjarbók describe how Christian kings of Norway destroyed large statues of Thor, indicating that these idols were life-sized or larger. A depiction of one such statue in Trondheim includes a chariot drawn by two goats, in which Thor sat magnificently decorated in gold and silver. The goats and chariot were intricately crafted, with silver-twisted ropes attached to their horns. When King Olaf Tryggvason was brought to see the statue, he was persuaded to pull the rope, causing the goats to move. This act was interpreted as service to Thor, which enraged the king and led him to command the destruction of the idols himself. The moving chariot likely formed part of a ritual honoring the god. The thunderous sound of Thor's chariot was believed to be the origin of thunder itself. Snorri traces Thor's name from the verb to drive, portraying him as the charioteer god who races across the sky. This imagery is consistent with depictions of sun gods in other traditions, and the association between thunder and wheeled movement seems to have deep roots in Northern Europe. Some Lapland words for thunder appear to come from an Old Norse term that meant both thunder and a wheeled vehicle. Skaldic verse from the 9th century also emphasizes Thor's arrival with crashing storms. One poem, Haustlung, describes Thor's journey to confront the giant Hrungnir. The earth shakes, stones break, and the sky seems to burn as the goats pull Thor's wagon through the heavens. Thor's presence in temples wasn't just symbolic of thunder. Many sources speak of a sacred gold or silver ring used for oath-taking, often kept in temples where Thor was worshipped. This ring was tied to Thor's name beyond the Norse lands. In Irish accounts, the Ring of Thor is among the treasures seized from his temple in 994. Earlier still, in 876, Danish leaders in England are said to have sworn a truce with King Alfred on such a sacred ring. Descriptions indicate this was more of an arm ring than a finger ring. One saga tells of a priest wearing it on his arm for protection, and other accounts suggest it weighed as much as 20 ounces of silver, far heavier than a typical ring. The oath formula mentioned in several sagas includes Freyr, Njord, and the Almighty God, often assumed to be Thor, due to his link with the oath ring. Iceland's National Assembly even opened on Thor's Day, and Adam of Bremen mentions the destruction of Thor's image in Uppsala's assembly site around the year 1030. It appears that Thor inherited many roles once held by the older sky god Tiwaz, especially the power to sanctify oaths and bind agreements. One of Thor's most devoted followers mentioned in the sagas is Thorolf Mostrarskegg, known as the Bearded Man of Most. His story is detailed in Eyrbyggja Saga and the Book of Settlements. Originally from the small island of Most off Norway's western coast, Thorolf sought Thor's guidance when King Harald Fairhair's rule became oppressive. Receiving what he believed to be a favorable response, he dismantled Thor's shrine, loaded its carved high-seat pillars, most of its timber, and even the soil beneath Thor's pedestal onto his ship. Upon reaching Iceland, he cast the high-seat pillars into the sea, then chose to settle at the spot where they washed ashore. There, he outlined his land using fire and began constructing both his home and a grand new temple dedicated to Thor. This temple included carved pillars with sacred nails, a holy oath ring, a sacrificial bowl for catching blood, and statues of Thor and other gods. The emphasis on high-seat pillars is notable. In Scandinavian tradition, these were the ornate wooden posts that flanked the seat of honor in a hall. Their inclusion in Thor's temple suggests a symbolic transfer of authority and divine presence. Thor's link to the skies and storms also made him a powerful figure for those embarking on sea voyages. Worshippers prayed to him for good winds and safe passage, and many settlers in Iceland adopted Thorolf's method, casting high-seat pillars into the water and settling where they came ashore, trusting Thor to guide them. Some accounts even mention images of Thor being carved directly onto these pillars, reinforcing his protective role. The reference to god nails driven into the temple pillars may reflect a deeper ritual function. A clue to their purpose comes from 17th century descriptions of Lapp religious customs. The Lapps worshipped a thunder god represented as a rough wooden figure with a carved head and stick arms, one of which held a mallet. Into the head of the figure, they drove an iron nail and embedded a piece of flint, possibly to symbolically spark fire. If similar nails in Thor's temple pillars were used to create ritual fire, it may explain an unusual myth involving Thor's battle with the giant Hrungnir. In that tale, Thor throws his hammer while the giant hurls a whetstone. The hammer shatters the stone, but a fragment remains lodged in Thor's head. Such an image could be rooted in poetic symbolism or ceremonial tradition. Georges Dumézil suggested that the myth, which includes two duels between the gods and their helpers, may echo an ancient initiation rite, where a young warrior symbolically defeats a mock enemy. The embedded whetstone might represent the spark of fire created by striking stone against metal, an action that mirrors lightning in nature. This idea is strengthened by later references in Icelandic sagas to fire in Thor's temples. In Kjalnesinga saga, the temple is described in traditional terms, but with an iron-topped altar that held a fire which was never allowed to die out. This sacred flame likely symbolized Thor's elemental power and divine presence. Many have dismissed the idea of Thor's connection with fire as a literary invention, possibly inspired by classical sources. Yet there is growing reason to believe that this link was genuinely rooted in older traditions. Thorolf's ritual of claiming land with fire in Thor's name supports the association, as does the possibility that cremation rites were tied to Thor alongside Odin. Among the old Prussians, a sacred fire burned continuously in a sanctuary dedicated to the thunder god, built within an oak grove. Thor's dominion over lightning, heavenly fire, further reinforces this connection, and it seems that thunder itself was symbolically recreated in rituals conducted within his temples. Thor's hammer was central to his mythos and religious symbolism. It was not just a weapon. It represented divine power, protection, and sanctity. The myths often describe Mjolnir as the most valuable treasure of the gods, essential for defending Asgard from the giants. It was used in marriage rites to bless the bride, as seen in the myth where Thor disguises himself as a bride to retrieve the stolen hammer. The hammer's role in hallowing weddings may stem from ancient practices, possibly even reflected in Bronze Age rock carvings that show large figures raising a hammer-like object over two smaller ones, perhaps a representation of a wedding ritual. Mjolnir also had important roles in birth and death. The hammer was raised to bless a newborn being accepted into the community, and it was brought forth during funerals to sanctify the dead. At Baldur's death, Thor's hammer was used to consecrate the funeral ship before it was burned. Thor even used the hammer to revive his goats after eating them, simply by making a gesture over their bones and skins. This act of restoration hints at the hammer's deeper spiritual power, connected to renewal and resurrection. Much like the Christian cross, the hammer became a sacred symbol of protection and blessing. The saga of King Hakon the Good tells how he tried to protect himself at pagan sacrifices by making the sign of the cross. When questioned, a companion claimed that Hakon had actually made the sign of the hammer instead, aligning himself with Thor. In the 10th century, people often wore small hammer-shaped pendants on necklaces, some of which have been found in Viking silver hoards in Scandinavia. These amulets bear a striking resemblance to the small Christian crosses of the same era. Some even suggest that Thor's symbol became popular as a cultural reaction to the spread of Christianity. A mold from Copenhagen, used to cast both hammers and crosses, demonstrates how silversmiths catered to both faiths. Earlier examples of hammer amulets have also been found in Anglo-Saxon graves in Kent, possibly indicating a much older tradition. One particularly striking use of the hammer is recorded by the medieval historian Saxo Grammaticus. He wrote that massive ritual hammers were kept in a Swedish temple to Thor and were taken away in 1125 by Magnus Nilsson. These heavy bronze hammers, which the locals referred to as belonging to Jupiter, were believed to mimic the sound of thunder. According to Saxo, the ancient worshippers associated the crash of thunder with the clang of a smith's hammer, forging a direct link between the divine and the act of metalworking. Magnus removed the hammers as part of his effort to eradicate pagan practices, but the Swedes continued to view his actions as sacrilege, accusing him of robbing the temple of its sacred symbols. The shape of Thor's hammer resembles the ancient double-headed axe, another object tied to thunder gods in many early cultures. This symbolic weapon appeared in temples throughout the ancient world and was also associated with divine storms. Thor's Germanic forerunner, Donar, was often equated with Hercules, a powerful hero armed with a club who fought monsters. This association likely arose from the shared imagery of the weapon. Both the hammer and the club stood for raw strength and divine wrath. Roman soldiers stationed in the western provinces erected inscriptions to Hercules, showing how the blending of Roman and Germanic beliefs supported the identification of Thor with the great strongman of myth. Tacitus even recorded that Germanic tribes sang songs of Hercules before battle, believing he had once walked among them. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, could be thrown like a weapon, and one of its most well-known traits was its ability to return to his hand after being hurled. This made it an ideal symbol of the thunderbolt cast down by a wrathful god. Both Snorri and Saxo mention that the hammer had a short handle. Snorri explains this through a tale where Loki interfered during its forging, while Saxo attributes it to a battle where Hotherus broke the shaft. The short-handled design is also seen in Danish amulets, many of which have a metal ring through the handle. Such a ring may have been intended to help throw the hammer more effectively, much like the hammers used in traditional Highland games. On a rune stone from Stenkvista in Sweden, a hammer with a looped handle appears as a protective sign on a grave, representing Thor's blessing. Objects that resemble hammers or double axes appear among magical symbols used by Lappish shamans on their ceremonial drums, which were used before Christianity arrived. These drums were struck with tools that looked like small hammers, creating a clear connection to the thunderous metal hammers reportedly used in Thor's temples. The Lappish thunder god, known as Horagales, is believed to have a name derived from Old Man Thor. On some drums, a male figure is shown holding two hammer-like objects, or sometimes a cross with hooked ends, similar to a swastika. This ancient symbol has been found across many cultures and is thought to have connections to fire or to the sun wheel of the Bronze Age. It may have evolved from the hammer or axe symbols associated with thunder and lightning, linking it to Thor as the bringer of both sunlight and storm. In Anglo-Saxon tradition, the thunder god was called Thunor. Though Christianity eventually replaced the old gods, echoes of Thunor remain, such as in a 10th century charter where the Christian god is referred to as the High Thunderer. The swastika symbol appears frequently in Anglo-Saxon graves from the pagan era, especially on cremation urns in East Anglia. These symbols, often carved with precision and care, likely held special importance in funerary contexts. In both Norway and Sweden, stones bearing early runic inscriptions also display swastikas and hammer symbols, frequently invoking Thor's protection over graves and monuments. Swastikas are also found on weapons, such as sword hilts and scabbards, including examples from Danish bogs dating back to the 3rd century, and Anglo-Saxon graves like Bifrons in Kent. By the 7th century, Christian crosses began to appear alongside them, as in a decorative sword from the River Seine that shows both the swastika and the cross side by side. Thor's hammer was far more than a destructive weapon. It embodied the god's power over every aspect of communal life. It played a role in life's major milestones: births, weddings, funerals, and oath-making. It was tied to land settlement, travel, warfare, and feasting. Mjolnir symbolized the storm's fury and the fire of lightning, but it was also a guardian against evil and chaos. It was the force that kept Asgard safe from the giants, and mortals, too, trusted in it for protection, stability, and the preservation of justice. Thor was often described in early Norse poetry as the son of Earth, and many traditions identified the Earth itself as his mother. His wife, Sif, remains a mysterious figure, but she is famously known for her golden hair. Some have interpreted her radiant locks as a symbol of fertility, possibly linked to ancient agricultural beliefs, where her hair represents golden fields of grain. This fits well with Thor's role as the god of thunder and rain, whose power was essential for the growth and fertility of the land. Adam of Bremen noted that Thor held sway over the air, controlling storms, good weather, and the yield of the earth, making him the most revered of the gods. When early settlers traveled from Norway to Iceland, many of them brought not only the wooden pillars from Thor's temple, but also soil from beneath them. This earth was likely considered sacred, and upon settling, the new land would be consecrated in Thor's name before any construction or farming began. Thor was thus deeply associated with nature's forces, both destructive and nurturing. He was the protector of travelers, and especially important to those venturing across the sea. Even after converting to Christianity, figures like Helgi the Lean were said to still call on Thor for safe passage during sea journeys. Thor was believed to stir the weather with divine power. In one tale, his follower Raud urged him to blow into his beard, causing a fierce storm to rise against King Olaf Tryggvason. Thor's association with red hair and storms appears repeatedly in Norse stories. His red beard may have symbolized lightning, or perhaps the red skies that precede a storm. In Floamanna Saga, Thor appears in a dream to a Christian convert, warning him of deadly seas unless he returns to worship the god. He shows the man violent waves crashing on rocks, foretelling his doom. Christian missionaries like Thangbrand were also said to suffer Thor's wrath, their ships smashed by storms he summoned. Yet Thor's power wasn't only destructive, he could be generous to his followers. When Thorhall, one of the Norse explorers of Vinland, prayed to him, Thor answered by driving a whale ashore for food. Thorhall then mocked the Christians, claiming that his poetry in honor of Thor had succeeded where their god had failed. The symbolic power of Thor's red beard is often emphasized, possibly linking it to fire, lightning, or the stormy sky. The poetry also describes his terrifying appearance, his burning eyes and thunderous voice striking fear into those who saw or heard him. While Norse mythology often likened Thor to Hercules, with his hammer and strength, other traditions associated him with Jupiter, the Roman sky god. Thor's hammer, much like Jupiter's thunderbolt, signified divine authority and power over the elements. Thursday, known in Latin as Dies Iovis, Jupiter's Day, became Thor's Day among Germanic peoples. In English, it became Thursday, and in German, Donnerstag. The day held sacred meaning, so much so that Christian leaders like Bishop Eligius in the 7th century had to caution their followers for continuing to observe it as a holy day, long after the official rise of Christianity. Thor's presence remained strong in cultural memory, tied to the rhythms of nature, the cycles of the week, and the fierce power of the storm. There is strong reason to believe that the worship of Thor remained powerful and widespread in the North up until the end of the pagan era. Two pieces of evidence highlight how deeply rooted his cult was: the large number of children named after him in Scandinavia, and the many places that bore his name. Even the Irish in Dublin referred to Viking settlers as the people of Thor. His followers, often proud and self-reliant individuals, like the Norwegian farmers, Icelandic and Irish settlers, or roving adventurers, tended to be those who preferred to make their own decisions rather than submit to centralized authority. Thor's cult, in essence, appealed to those who trusted in personal strength and independence. As the sky god, Thor was called upon to bless and protect nearly every part of communal life. However, when we compare this serious role to the mythical stories surrounding him, where he often charges off to kill trolls or smashes unwanted giants in Asgard, there seems to be a disconnect. These myths frequently portray him with humor, emphasizing his brute force and unpredictable temper, and often boil down his actions to a single, familiar solution: using his hammer. It's worth remembering, though, that myths are often reshaped over time, sometimes simplified, sometimes made humorous, especially in retellings like those by Snorri, which were recorded long after the end of paganism. Still, the enemies Thor faces in these tales tell us much about his character and significance. Thor's main foes are the frost giants and giantesses, figures like Hrungnir, Thrym, Hymir, and Geirrod, representatives of chaos and destruction. Occasionally, they try to trick or ambush him, but usually he sets out to face them directly and defeats them with ease once battle begins. Yet his most dangerous opponent is the world serpent, a monstrous creature that encircles the earth. One humorous tale tells of Thor trying to lift the serpent disguised as a giant cat. But a more serious version exists in the myth of Thor's fishing trip with the giant Hymir, where he hooks the serpent from the ocean depths. This tale appears to have carried real weight in early poetic tradition. 4 poems written before the year 1000 describe the scene in detail, including Ragnarsdrapa, Husdrapa, and works by Gamli Gnevidarskald and Eystein Valdason. These all predate the more familiar Eddic poem, Hymiskvida, which recounts the event with a more playful tone. The poem Husdrapa claims to describe carved panels in an Icelandic hall, one of which shows Thor pulling the serpent from the sea. This is especially noteworthy given a similar image found in Gosforth Church in Cumberland, where a stone panel, likely once part of a cross, shows 2 figures in a boat with a large bait at the end of a line. Above the boat is a snake-like figure, possibly representing the world serpent. Interestingly, the poems don't make it clear whether the hammer strike ends the serpent's life. Snorri's version, drawing on Völuspá, says that Thor only manages to kill the serpent during Ragnarok, the final cosmic battle, and that he himself dies from the creature's poison immediately afterward. However, some earlier traditions may have placed this victory earlier in his life, portraying Thor as the triumphant slayer of the monster. Snorri himself seems to notice this inconsistency. After telling the fishing tale, he admits it's unclear whether the serpent survived. In Hymiskvida, the outcome is similarly left uncertain, though Thor is still called the sole slayer of the serpent. This myth of the sky god battling a world-threatening monster is not unique to Norse tradition. It fits a well-known pattern in global mythology. In India, for instance, the thunder god Indra, who shares many traits with Thor, fights and defeats a massive dragon. These stories carry a powerful idea that the sky and thunder god, a figure of immense strength, stands as mankind's protector by facing and defeating the terrible forces that threaten the world's order and survival. More will be said about this monstrous enemy in future episodes. The giants that Thor defeats in the myths are not defined by any unique traits beyond their massive size, strength, and overwhelming greed. They are particularly envious of the god's possessions and are constantly seeking opportunities to raid Asgard and steal its treasures. Several sources suggest that Thor's battles against these enemies were continuous and numerous, with only a few stories surviving into later tradition. A 10th century poem by Thorbjorn Dísarskald, for instance, lists many obscure names of giants that Thor is said to have slain, repeating the line, "Thor has guarded Asgard with courage." Thor's role was not limited to defending the realm of the gods. He was also considered a protector of humanity, referred to as the refuge of men. His battles were seen as struggles on behalf of mankind and the fragile civilization they had carved out in a world full of danger and chaos. When viewed from this perspective, his mythic feats align well with the prose descriptions of him as a divine figure who upheld order, supported farming and settlement, safeguarded family life, and ensured safe passage for travelers. Thor did not only protect the shining halls of the gods, he also watched over the modest homes and farms of Norway and Iceland, homes made sacred through his fire and marked by the symbol of his hammer. He was the guarantor of oaths and agreements between people, investing them with the sacred authority of his temples and shrines. As a sky god, he drove his chariot across the heavens, able to bless travelers with good weather and helpful winds. In the divine realm, he shielded the goddesses who represented peace and abundance, so they could bestow their gifts upon the world. On Earth, especially in the rough northern landscapes of stone and storm, he constantly battled against the cold and violent forces that threatened human life. It is easy to see why Thor gained the loyalty of people who lived in constant struggle against harsh conditions and hostile powers. And it is no surprise that even long after Christianity had taken hold, Thor remained a central figure in the old stories that continued to be told across the North. The gods who controlled war and sent thunder from the sky were, at their core, forces of destruction. Still, they could also offer protection against chaos and lawlessness. Alongside these fearsome figures in Asgard lived other deities whose influence was of a very different kind. Their powers were tied to peace, prosperity, and the fertility of the cultivated world. These gods were known as the Vanir, and among them, the most prominent were Freyr and Freya, twin siblings, and the children of the sea god Njord. Although the myths in the Prose Edda don't offer many detailed stories about the Vanir, the writer Snorri clearly regarded them as significant and influential. He emphasized that their worship endured well into the later days of the Old Faith. Freyr, in particular, was called God of the World and was deeply cherished by the Swedish people. According to the old tales, during his time, the land experienced greater peace and richer harvests than ever before. The only surviving myth about Freyr that Snorri shares comes from an old poem. It tells of Freyr falling in love with a beautiful maiden named Gerd, who lived among the giants in the underworld. Freyr sent his servant Skirnir to woo her on his behalf. After some struggle, Gerd finally agreed to meet Freyr and become his bride. Some scholars see this story as a symbolic union between the sky god and the earth goddess, representing the coming of fruitful harvests and seasonal abundance. Other sources suggest that this idea of a divine marriage played a central role in Freyr's worship, just as it did in many fertility cults of the ancient Near East. A curious and ironic tale preserved in a medieval Icelandic saga adds a comic perspective to Freyr's cult. The story follows a young Norwegian man named Gunnar Helming, who, after falling out with King Olaf, fled to Sweden. In Sweden, Gunnar discovered that Freyr was still held in high regard. At his temple, a young woman served as the god's priestess and was known as his wife. Gunnar formed a close bond with her, and when the time came for Freyr to go on his autumn journey across the land to bless the season, Gunnar was invited to join. The priestess, however, was unsure whether the god would approve of this arrangement. During the journey, a snowstorm struck as they crossed a mountain pass. Everyone abandoned the god's wagon, except for Gunnar. Alone in the storm, he did his best to lead the wagon forward, but eventually stopped to rest. The priestess warned him that Freyr would be angry. Then, in a strange twist, Freyr is said to have stepped from his wagon and attacked Gunnar. In the heat of the struggle, Gunnar called on the Christian god of King Olaf, and with newfound strength, he defeated Freyr and destroyed his image. What followed was even more unexpected. Gunnar decided to dress in Freyr's garments and impersonate the god. The plan worked. Despite the storm, they reached the feast they had been invited to, and the people were overjoyed to see their god among them. This new Freyr ate, drank, and joined their celebrations. Even more surprisingly, instead of demanding sacrifices, he asked for clothes and valuables, something the people gladly gave. The winter turned out well, and when it was discovered that Freyr's priestess was with child, the god's fame grew even more. But this strange chapter came to a close when King Olaf heard about Gunnar's activities in Sweden. He summoned him back at once. Gunnar quietly left, taking the priestess and the wealth he had gathered, and returned to Norway. Although the tale is likely fictional, and perhaps inspired by older stories of tricksters pretending to be gods, it still gives us insight into the practices once associated with Freyr's worship in Sweden. The humor of the story depends on the belief that the statue of Freyr was taken around the land during winter festivals, that people truly believed the god was present in his image, and that his priestess communicated his wishes to the people. The people's joy at seeing their god feast with them and father a child is a satirical reflection on the kind of devotion they had. And perhaps this story also hints at why the fertility cult never became as central in the harsh northern lands as it did in the warm, fertile regions of the south. The image of Freyr, the bringer of warmth and renewal, stranded in a snowdrift on a Swedish mountain road, paints a rather sad and ironic picture. This isn't the only story that speaks of a god being carried through the land in a sacred wagon. Another tale, found in a medieval saga, tells of a Swedish king who consulted a god named Lightyr in a similar way. Although not much is known about Lightyr, his name appears in several Swedish place names, suggesting that he might have been another name or form of Freyr. According to the story, King Eric led the god's wagon to a certain place and waited for it to grow heavy, a sign that the deity had entered it. Once this happened, the wagon was brought to the king's hall, where he welcomed the god, drank in his honor, and asked him questions. This seems to have been a form of divination, where the king himself was allowed to seek the god's guidance. Long before this, another account from early northern Europe describes a goddess who traveled in a wagon to bring fertility to the land and its people. The Roman writer Tacitus, writing in the 1st century, mentions such a goddess among the Danes. Her name was Nerthus, and she was considered a powerful earth mother who could influence human affairs. She was transported in a sacred wagon, which only the priest could touch or look inside. When not in use, the wagon was kept hidden in a grove on an island. At a special moment, known only to the priest, the goddess was believed to be present. Her wagon, drawn by oxen, was then taken out to visit the people. Wherever Nerthus traveled, she was greeted with joy. People put away their weapons, and a period of peace and calm followed. When the journey was over, the wagon, the cloth that covered it, and whatever sacred object it held were all washed in a holy lake. The slaves who performed this task were drowned afterward, so that no one would reveal the mystery of what they had seen. Although a great stretch of time separates Tacitus's account from the tale of Gunnar Helming, the similarities between the rituals are striking. Archaeology helps bridge that gap. In western Denmark, 2 finely crafted wagons were found in a peat bog, dating to around the 3rd century. Alongside them was a small wooden stool, which may have served as a seat for the deity. Nearby were clay vessels and weaving tools, suggesting a link to women. These small wagons might well have been used in the kind of sacred processions that Tacitus described. Centuries later, another ceremonial wagon was discovered in a Viking ship burial at Oseberg in Norway. This 9th century find included beautifully carved wooden objects, clearly made for ritual use, and was buried with a woman of high status. Among the burial goods were tapestries showing a wagon with a man and a woman standing beside it, possibly depicting a ritual procession much like those remembered in myth. Even older symbols exist. Small figurines from the Bronze Age, showing women kneeling as if driving chariots, may represent a similar vision of the fertility goddess traveling across the land to bless it. These rituals weren't limited to Northern Europe. In the southeast, a goddess named Cybele was also carried through the countryside. She was associated with fruitfulness and renewal. A vivid and rather mocking description of her cult appears in Apuleius's Golden Ass, where priests in women's clothing followed her image, pretending to fall into ecstasy and performing outrageous acts. Cybele's worship even reached Gaul. In the 4th century, stories about Saint Martin describe statues veiled in white being carried around the fields in seasonal processions. Other accounts, like those from Gregory of Tours, mention similar customs in cities like Autumn. Some scholars have suggested that Tacitus may have based his account of Nerthus on what he knew about Cybele's rites. But when all the independent evidence is taken into account, it becomes clear that northern fertility goddesses were indeed honored through these moving processions. Practices linked to Freyr and the Vanir likely continued in Sweden until the very end of the old pagan era. The first question that comes to mind is why a fertility goddess worshipped in Denmark during the 1st century was later replaced by a male god during the Viking Age. In written sources, Freyr is described as the chief god of abundance and fertility. According to Adam of Bremen, Freyr's statue at the temple in Uppsala was phallic in shape. He was a god who brought peace and prosperity to people and was invoked in marriages. Saxo also states that Freyr was worshipped in Uppsala. According to him, a major sacrificial ceremony called Froblot was regularly held there, and human sacrifices were included among the offerings. Worship of Freyr also involved feminine movements, mime performances on stage, and ritual dramatic presentations accompanied by the sound of bells. Saxo and the heroes he described regarded these ceremonies as degrading and shameful. Even today, elements such as cross-dressing, clapping, and the use of bells are preserved in some traditional folk performances. This suggests the existence of seasonal fertility rituals in Uppsala, performed in symbolic theatrical forms in honor of Freyr. If these rituals involved a symbolic, sacred marriage, it could help explain Saxo's disgust. Human sacrifices associated with the Vanir gods are also mentioned by Saxo and other sources. In the poem Ynglingatal, some ancient Swedish kings are described as having died in strange and violent ways. It seems that the Swedes believed their kings possessed the power to bring peace and prosperity to the land, a power also attributed to Freyr. Some scholars have argued that these ancient kings were symbolically considered married to a fertility goddess, such as Freya or Nerthus, and were sacrificed when their reigns ended. If this is true, then Freyr may have gradually evolved from being the consort of a fertility goddess into an independent god. However, this remains just a theory. We have no direct accounts from reliable outside observers that confirm such a tradition of royal sacrifice. Furthermore, no archaeological evidence supporting this practice has been found in Sweden so far. Freyr is also known to be closely associated with horse cults. Sacred horses were kept in his temple at Thrandheim in Norway. It is said that when Olaf Tryggvason came to destroy this temple, he found a stallion prepared to be sacrificed to Freyr. Olaf drove this horse into the temple, thereby defying Freyr, since it was forbidden to ride a horse dedicated to the god. In Icelandic sagas, horses are also mentioned as being kept near Freyr's temples. The most well-known example is the stallion Freyfaxi, dedicated to Freyr and owned by Hrafnkel. Hrafnkel considered the horse sacred and only allowed himself to ride it. However, when a young boy rode it unknowingly, Hrafnkel killed him to stay true to his vow. This act eventually led to Hrafnkel's downfall. His enemies threw Freyfaxi off a cliff, and Hrafnkel lost his faith and abandoned Freyr. Although fictional, this story may reflect folk traditions about the Freyr cult. Another saga also mentions a horse named Freyfaxi. In this story, followers of Freyr are said to participate in horse fighting contests. This tradition may be connected to the cult of Freyr. These horse fights, which were popular in some parts of Iceland, may originally have had religious significance. Another animal associated with Freyr and his sister Freyja is the wild boar. According to Snorri, Freyr owns a magical boar named Gullinbursti, whose glowing bristles shine in the dark and runs faster than horses. Freyja's boar is named Hildisvín. In the poem Hyndluljóð, Freyja gives someone a boar form to conceal his identity. These animal symbols show that the connection between fertility deities and animals dates back to ancient times. In early Swedish and Anglo-Saxon England, the boar figure held great importance. It was frequently used in ceremonies, on weapons, and as decorative motifs. Some helmets from the 7th century have boar head-shaped crests. On some Swedish helmet plates, warriors are depicted wearing large boar heads on their helmets. One Anglo-Saxon helmet found in a grave at Benty Grange features a small boar figure made of gold-plated bronze with eyes adorned in garnet. These figures were believed to have protective powers. In the Beowulf epic, the boar image on a helmet is said to protect the warrior. The hilt of an Anglo-Saxon sword found in eastern England also features 3 small boar figures, thought to serve a similar purpose. The Roman historian Tacitus wrote that the Aesti, a Germanic people living on the Prussian coast in the 1st century, carried boar figures as religious symbols. These figures were likely masks or helmet decorations covering the face. Plutarch also mentioned that the Cimmerians covered their faces with helmets shaped like the jaws of wild animals. On some Swedish helmet plates, a warrior is shown wearing a boar mask with visible tusks on one side of his face. All of these findings indicate that boar-themed helmets carried great meaning in early Sweden and were valued by kings. King Athils is said to have owned a helmet called Hildegolter, meaning battle boar, and wore a heavy necklace referred to as the Piglet of Sweden. He is also said to have acquired another helmet named Hildisvín from his rival King Ali, a name that matches Freyja's magical boar. When we hear that Ottar the Simple, a worshipper of Freyja, disguised himself as her boar, it may suggest that priests of the Vanir once wore boar masks, claiming divine inspiration and protection from the goddess. Although the Vanir were not typically gods of war, the protection they offered likely extended to times of conflict. Both Tacitus and Beowulf emphasize the boar's role as a powerful symbol of defense. This belief appears again in Cynewulf's poem Elene, where it said that Constantine was overshadowed by the boar sign as he received the vision of Christ's symbol. This indicates that the old heathen emblem whether on a helmet or a banner, was still seen as a source of protection, even as it was about to be replaced by a new spiritual power. Besides the horse and the boar, another sacred symbol tied to Freyr was the ship. Freyr was said to own a magical ship called Skidbladnir, which could carry all the gods, yet could be folded up and stored in a small pouch when not in use. This mythical vessel may reflect the existence of real cult ships, used in religious processions, which were disassembled and stored afterward. There is strong evidence of such ceremonial ships being used and preserved in Scandinavian churches from the Middle Ages, well into modern times. In Denmark, some were used in field blessing rituals, suggesting that the tradition of Freyr's sacred ship may have survived in Christian practice. The ship, as a religious symbol, has deep roots in the north. Tacitus wrote about a goddess worshipped by the Suebi, whose symbol was a boat, and he likened her to Isis, suggesting her association with fertility. While we cannot be certain, some have proposed that the mysterious symbol connected to the goddess Nerthus may also have been a ship. From the Bronze Age onwards, ships played a major role in burial customs throughout Northern Europe. Freyr himself was associated with death and burial, as noted by Snorri in the Ynglinga saga. There we are told that after Freyr died, his passing was hidden from the Swedish people for 3 years. During this time, he lay in a large burial mound, which had a door and 3 openings through which gold, silver, and copper were placed as offerings. If the god's image was stored in a tomb-like shrine, this might explain the statement in Heimskringla that 2 wooden figures were removed from Freyr's burial mound. One remained in Sweden, while the other was sent to Thrandheim in Norway. The figure sent to Thrandheim reinforces the idea that Freyr's cult spread westward, from Sweden to Norway. In Norway, many farms, rocks, and fields still bear his name. Eventually, a few settlers carried his worship even farther west to Iceland. However, place name evidence suggests that his following there was relatively small, as only 3 locations are known to bear his name. Still, memories of some of his devotees survive in Icelandic sagas. Hrafnkel, who kept sacred horses for Freyr, settled in the east in the early 10th century. While his role as a priest of Freyr is debated, the saga likely reflects traditions passed down about Freyr's cult. A more well-known follower was Thord Freysgodi, the son of Ozur, who is mentioned in several sagas. His family, known as the Freysgidlingjar, were identified with Freyr's worship, although no specific stories about him have been preserved. The title Freysgodi was also carried by Thorgrim, whose death is described in Gisla Saga. Despite his name honoring Thor, his grandfather was the famous Thor worshipper Thorolf of Most. Thorgrim allied himself with Gisli's family, married one of their daughters, and seems to have turned from Thor to Freyr. He built his temple in the northwest of Iceland. Another figure connected with Freyr's cult, though not explicitly called a priest, was Ingimund, whose family's story is told in Vatnsdæla saga. It's said that King Harald Fairhair gave him a token bearing Freyr's image, and that he sailed to Iceland under the god's guidance. In Vatnsdæl, he built a temple where weapons were not allowed. When a Norwegian guest entered wearing a sword, Ingimund claimed he had offended the god and demanded the weapon, which later became a prized family heirloom. Another family known for their devotion to Freyr appears in Vigaglum's saga. They lived in the northern regions of Iceland and were descended from Helgi the Lion, who claimed ancestry from King Frodi. When Helgi arrived in Iceland, It is said that he threw a boar and a sow overboard to guide him to land, a sign that he revered Freyr, though he also called upon Thor and was later baptized as a Christian. Helgi's son, Ingjald, built a temple dedicated to Freyr, and the role of temple guardian eventually passed down to Ingjald's grandson, Glum, the main figure of the saga. Glum and his mother held rights to a specific field near the temple called Vitragafi, which was believed to be especially fertile and linked to the god. The name of the field has been interpreted as meaning generous giver. Despite these privileges, things did not go well for Glum. While still a young man, he turned away from Freyr and chose instead to follow the god worshipped by his mother's family. This god was likely Odin, since Glum's grandfather from Norway had given him a spear and a sword that were said to bring good fortune and were treasured family heirlooms. Glum later used that same spear to kill a relative in the sacred field after being denied his rightful share of the grain. This violent act defiled the Holy Land, and the saga suggests that Freyr was angered by the bloodshed. Glum further dishonored the god by expelling one of Freyr's devoted followers from his property, by sheltering his own son after he had been declared an outlaw, and by taking a false oath in the god's names. As a result of these repeated offenses, Glum was eventually forced to abandon his land. People believed this misfortune was caused by Freyr's wrath. In a dream, Glum saw the god seated on a chair by the sea, surrounded by a great crowd, and refusing to hear the pleas of Glum's deceased relatives on his behalf. The sagas therefore preserve a distinct memory of Freyr's fertility cult, which stands in sharp contrast to the warlike nature of Odin's following. This peaceful and nurturing aspect of Freyr closely aligns with what Tacitus described of the earlier goddess Nerthus. The prohibition of weapons in Freyr's temples, his anger when sacred ground is defiled by bloodshed, and the exclusion of outlaws from his holy places all reflect his role as a divine bringer of peace. His association with the sun, the fertile earth, marriage, and childbirth further highlights his function as a god of life and growth. Just as Nerthus was called Mother Earth and intervened directly in human affairs, Freyr too was seen as a deity who brought prosperity and inspired joy. His followers gladly shared their wealth with him, and his presence was a source of comfort and abundance. Freyr's presence in dreams, seated by the sea, echoes older images of divine processions, like the sacred wagon of Nerthus. This aspect of his worship is also reflected in the tale of Gunnar Helming and in the accounts from Thrandheim, where Freyr's followers eagerly told King Olaf Tryggvason that their god had spoken to them, predicted future events, and provided peace and abundance. Freyr's presence in dreams, seated by the sea, echoes older images of divine processions, like the sacred wagon of Nerthus. This aspect of his worship is also reflected in the tale of Gunnar Helming and in the accounts from Thrandheim, where Freyr's followers eagerly told King Olaf Tryggvason that their god had spoken to them, predicted future events, and provided peace and abundance. Although Freyr's worshippers may have been few in Western Scandinavia, their loyalty and love for their god were so strong that their devotion was remembered long after the cult had faded. Although Freyr is the primary god associated with peace and abundance, other male figures appear in Northern tradition who share similar traits and may represent variations of the same divine concept under different names. One such figure is Frodi, depicted as an ancient Danish king. Both Snorri and Saxo describe his reign as a time of extraordinary peace and prosperity. According to Snorri, Frodi ruled Denmark while Freyr reigned in Sweden, and both periods coincided with the peaceful age of the Augustines. Saxo, although less consistent in his portrayal due to multiple kings named Frodi in his accounts, also preserves the story of a calm and thriving reign. He recounts that Frodi's body was carried around in a wagon by his people after death, before being laid to rest in a burial mound. A poem allegedly inscribed on his grave speaks of the Danes' devotion, how they carried his body long after death, before finally laying him to rest beneath the sky. The similarities between this Danish Frodi and Freyr are striking. Like Freyr, Frodi was associated with prosperity, was honored through a ceremonial wagon procession, and was entombed in a mound. The Old Norse word Frodi means both wise and fruitful, making it a suitable title for a fertility god. Snorri even tells us that one of Freyr's titles was In Frodi, meaning the fruitful. These parallels suggest that Frodi may have been the Danish equivalent of Freyr, fulfilling a similar religious role. Another deity-like figure, known among the Anglo-Saxons, was Ing. The Old English runic poem, preserved in a 10th century manuscript, refers to Ing as having first been seen among the East Danes before journeying east across the sea with a wagon following behind. The poem claims that the Hardings later remembered this heroic figure. The Hardings are thought to be the same as the Husdingi, the ruling family of the Vandals, who may have once worshipped Ing in southern Sweden and carried the cult to Denmark and beyond during their migrations. Ing appears to be another name or title for a deity. Royal genealogies from Bernicia in northern England include names like Ingwe and Ingibrand as ancestral figures. Freyr himself bore titles like Ingvi or Ingunar, and the royal house of Sweden was known as the Inglings. Even in Iceland, some who worshipped Freyr had names such as Ingjald and Ingimund, suggesting that Ing was another identity under which Freyr was honored across northern Europe. A related legendary figure is Scyld, introduced at the beginning of the Old English poem Beowulf. According to the tale, a ship filled with treasure arrived in Denmark, carrying a child who would become the land's king. After a long and successful reign, the king died and was sent back to the sea on a richly laden ship. The poem names this king as Sild Sefing and refers to the Danes as the Sildings. Another version of this story appears much later in the 12th century work Gesta Regum by William of Malmesbury, where the child is named Siaf and arrives with a sheaf of grain beside him. While this later version is viewed with some skepticism, the figure of Skeef appears earlier in various sources. A 10th century chronicle says that he arrived with a boat full of weapons at the island of Skani and was made king. An even older genealogy in the 9th century Anglo-Saxon chronicle includes Sif as an ancestor of King Egbert and claims that he was born in the Ark, an attempt to link native mythology with biblical tradition. These widespread references suggest that the image of a child arriving by sea to become King of Denmark was a deeply rooted and enduring part of Anglo-Saxon tradition. William of Malmesbury's note that Sif came with a sheaf of grain suggests a connection with folk belief. In a 13th century chronicle from Abingdon, a ritual is described in which monks floated a sheaf of grain and a burning candle down the river on a shield to determine property boundaries. Since this passage was first examined by H.M. Chadwick, there has been considerable debate about whether such a practice ever truly existed, and whether it relates meaningfully to the legends of Scyld and Sif. While the matter remains unresolved, the recurrence of a child, a sheaf of grain, and a magically moving vessel in tradition is intriguing and suggestive of an enduring symbolic pattern. Among the gods of Asgard, another mysterious figure is Ul, whose symbol was a shield. In poetic metaphors, a shield is even called Ul's ship, suggesting that Ul may have used the shield as a kind of boat. Though Snorri says little about him, Ul was likely once a significant deity. In both Norway and Sweden, place names bearing the forms Ullr and Ullin indicate his past importance. These places often appear near locations named after Freyr, Freya, Njord, and Skadi, implying some connection with the Vanir. Though his worship is scarcely attested in Denmark, a 3rd century sword scabbard found in a bog bears a runic inscription meaning servant of Ul, suggesting that his cult did exist there. Ul's name is linguistically related to words meaning glory or majesty, prompting theories that he was an early Germanic sky god. However, Snorri associates him with archery and snowshoes, while Saxo says he crossed the sea on a magical bone, perhaps skates. These attributes suggest that Ul was linked to winter landscapes and the rugged northern wilderness. He remains an enigmatic and half-forgotten figure, a reminder of the many northern gods and cults that had faded into obscurity by the time Snorri composed his myths. Among the gods of the Norse pantheon, one of the more prominent male figures associated with fertility is Njord, the father of Freyr and Freya. While his connection to abundance is likely, Njord is more commonly remembered as a sea god, especially associated with ships and coastal life. Still, it is important to recognize that his name is the masculine counterpart of the goddess Nerthus, who was described by the Roman historian Tacitus. Scholars have long debated their relationship. Perhaps in earlier times, there was a divine male-female pair, Njord and Nerthus, before Freyr took over the role once held by his father. There are other similar divine pairings whose meanings have faded, such as Ullr and Ullin, or Fjorgyn and Fjorgyn. Some have speculated that Nerthus may have been reimagined as a male deity, or that Njord's wife, Skadi, who, like Ull, is linked with the mountains, boughs, and snowshoes, might have originally been the male partner in the pair. But no definitive explanation exists for why this gender shift occurred in the myths. Snorri Sturluson recounts a curious story about Njord's marriage to Skadi. The two could not agree on where to live. Skadi preferred the highlands, while Njord belonged to the sea. As a result, they both were deeply unhappy when trying to live in each other's realm. One interpretation of this tale suggests it preserves a memory of an ancient 9-day festival that symbolically united a winter deity of the mountains with a warm, fertile god of the coastal lowlands. Whether this explanation holds or not, the myth paints a picture of an uneasy and sorrowful union. Looking at all these figures, it becomes clear how difficult it is to simplify the mythology of the Vanir gods. We are left with scattered remnants, fragments of long-forgotten beliefs that have been woven into the literature. Although Freyr stands out as the dominant fertility god by the end of the pagan period in Sweden, the stories are filled with echoes of older gods who may have once held similar roles. Whether these are regional versions of Freyr or faded memories of once venerated deities, we cannot say for sure. What we can observe, however, is a pattern in these traditions. Many of these male deities are described as divine ancestors or founding kings. Figures like Freyr, Frodi, Sild, and Sif are said to bring peace and prosperity to the land. There is also a recurring image of a divine child arriving across the sea to rule and restore harmony. Even Freyr is said in one poem to have received the land of Alfheim as a gift for teething. suggesting a link to early childhood. The sea plays a powerful role in these myths. These gods often arrive by ship and sometimes return to the sea when their role is complete. Freyr, Njord, Ing, Shaf, and others are all tied to water. Some of them marry giant women, like Freyr with Gerd and Njord with Skadi, forming unions that echo the contrast between nature's harshness and its abundance. They are also linked with death and burial rites. After their passing, their bodies might be carried across the land or sea before being laid in a mound or cast into the water, suggesting a divine journey beyond the human world. This association between fertility gods and death introduces another layer to their significance. In the ancient religions of the Near East and Mediterranean, gods like Osiris, Tammuz, and Adonis symbolized the life-death-rebirth cycle of the earth. Their deaths represented the coming of winter, and their return brought the joy of spring. The anthropologist James Fraser famously included the Norse god Balder in this category. Gods who die for the renewal of the world. Balder, though not one of the Vanir, is remembered for his beauty, his tragic death, and the deep sorrow it caused. In one of the Edda poems, Balder is portrayed almost like a Christ-like figure, destined to return and bring peace to a renewed world. There are also traces in northern folklore of gods whose bodies are broken and reassembled, mirroring stories from the East. One such tale comes from Finnish mythology. The Kalevala tells of Lemminkainen, who was dismembered and thrown into a river, only to be revived by his mother, who gathered his scattered remains. On a more folkloric level, the English legend of John Barleycorn represents the seasonal sacrifice of barley in the brewing of ale, his suffering told through traditional songs. In Norse myth, there is a minor figure called Bygvir, whose name means barley. He appears in the poem Lokasenna, where Loki mocks him for whispering constantly to Freyr. Bygvir's partner is Bela, whose name may mean bee, a nod to mead, the drink made from honey. In early Anglo-Saxon royal genealogies, a figure named Biau or Bio appears, possibly connected to the barley grain. But we lack solid evidence that he, or others like him, were ever worshipped as fertility gods, or that they were part of a ritual cycle of death and resurrection tied to the harvest. Returning to Balder, he is best known through Snorri's account, where all creation weeps at his death. Even during the Viking Age, some saw Balder as a parallel to Christ. In the Old English poem, The Dream of the Rood, a similar scene is imagined, nature grieving for the crucified Christ. Yet unlike the dying gods of the Mediterranean, Balder is not resurrected in the myth. His death does not bring famine, nor does his return usher in a new harvest. He remains more a tragic symbol than a savior of the land. And yet, something about his story lingers with the power of older fertility myths. Snorri's version of Balder's death, so rich in sorrow and reverence, may reflect a distant echo of the belief in a god whose death brings life to the world. Even if Balder was not one of the Vanir, the myth may have drawn from the same emotional well. In the end, the death of the fertility god touches something deep within us, a sorrow for the passing seasons and a recognition of the human condition, that we too are bound to the cycles of growth, loss, and renewal. The death of the god is only one part of the story. With the arrival of spring comes new life, renewed hope, and the promise of abundance. Harvest time brings the final fulfillment, so the mourning must eventually give way to joy. In some ancient religions, this cycle of rebirth was closely tied to a belief in personal immortality for human beings. But in the northern traditions of Europe, this belief doesn't appear to have taken root. We hear of Freyr lying in his burial mound and Frodi resting in his sacred wagon. The early Swedish kings were often sent to the afterlife in strange, sometimes violent ways. One tale even describes the body of Halfdan the Black, an early king of Norway, being divided among his people, each of 4 districts receiving a part of his dismembered remains. Yet, for all this, there is no clear tradition of resurrection like that found in the myth of Osiris. Although Freyr was believed to return each year with his priestess and sacred wagon, and Nerthus was similarly received with joy by the Danes in earlier times, there is no strong suggestion that this return came from the realm of the dead. In the same way, Balder's story includes no triumphant return, despite Hel's promise that universal mourning might bring him back. What we see instead in many of these myths is a pattern of succession. A younger, more vigorous deity steps in to take the place of the one who has passed. Sometimes a divine child rules for a time before departing and leaving his role to another. The fragments of the old northern fertility religion that survive in literature seem to emphasize this cycle of replacement rather than resurrection. It's possible that we're being misled by incomplete or distorted accounts, but overall, this idea remains consistent across many stories. In this ancient belief system, the male fertility god is destined to die for the sake of the land and for the people. Meanwhile, the goddess does not die. Her role is to grieve for the fallen god, perhaps to aid in his return, or to give birth to a child who will carry on his legacy. The world mourns with her, but then also rejoices in the renewed cycle of life. This pattern helps us understand the role played by Frigg, who begged all things to weep for her son Balder. Later, it is the sons of the gods who avenge their fathers and rule over a renewed Asgard after the first has been destroyed. Yet even in Balder's tale, the full pattern doesn't quite fit. Freyr, for example, leaves behind no avenging son. His line, like that of Frodi and Sild, continues through the mortal kings of the land, each of whom eventually joins the dead, perhaps through sacrifice. To complete the picture of fertility in Norse myth, we must turn to the goddesses. In many early religions, the Earth Mother is paired with the Sky Father. The earth is made fertile by the heavens, and the image of the nurturing Earth Mother, from whom we are born, who feeds us, and to whom we return, is a deeply rooted one. The Roman historian Tacitus spoke of Nerthus, the goddess worshipped by the Danes, as Mother Earth. But whether her worshippers saw her as consort to the sky, god Tiwaz, is still uncertain. Finding clear evidence for Earth Mother worship in pre-Christian Scandinavia is challenging. Thor's mother, Fjorgyn, is mostly a name, though poets often use it as a word for earth. There is a male version of the name too, Fjorgyn, which may point to another divine pair of fertility gods now lost to time. In Snorri's Asgard, the only remaining maternal figure is Frigg, wife of Odin and mother of Balder. Some myths accuse her of being unfaithful, but her main role is that of the revered wife and mother, queen of heaven and consort to the high god. In her earlier Germanic form, Freyja, she gives her name to Friday, the day associated with Venus, throughout the Germanic world. A rare surviving myth about Freyja comes from the 8th century historian Paul the Deacon in his tale of the origins of the Lombards. In that story, Freyja helped her people gain a new name and win a battle. She instructed the Winili tribe to bring their women before Woden at sunrise, their long hair covering their faces. Then she turned Woden's bed to face east, so when he awoke, He saw the tribe and asked, "Who are these Longbeards?" By naming them, he was bound to give them victory. The story suggests that Frigga had power not only over fate, but also over naming, something we see in other stories as well. Another tale shows Frigg and Odin supporting rival brothers, Geirrod and Agnar. Frigg tricks Geirrod into mistreating Odin in disguise, and as a result, Geirrod perishes and Agnar takes the throne. In the Edda poem Oddrunargratr, Frigg is invoked by women in childbirth alongside Freya. She is also mentioned in the opening of the Volsunga saga, where a king and queen pray for a child. And Frigg is the one who hears them and asks Odin to grant their wish. Her strong association with the family and fertility made Friday a fortunate day for weddings in German traditions for many centuries. There seems to have been a connection between Frigg and the mysterious supernatural women believed to influence a child's destiny at birth. These figures were widely remembered in northwestern Europe. Even in the 11th century, Bishop Burchard of Worms found it necessary to criticize women for leaving food out for the so-called parquet, 3 mystical women thought to shape the future of newborns. It was common, he noted, to set 3 places at the table for them. In Norse mythology, we encounter similar figures, the Norns. One story, told by Saxo, speaks of a Danish king named Fridlif, who brought his young son Olaf to the house of the gods, where 3 maidens sat on 3 seats. The first gave the boy charm, the second generosity, but the third cursed him to be stingy with his gifts. Evidence of these powerful female beings exists from Roman times as well. Inscriptions and carvings found across Germany, Holland, and Britain show groups of women known as the Mothers. Sometimes depicted alone, but more often in pairs or trios, they are shown seated or standing, their long hair flowing, often holding fruit or horns of plenty. Occasionally, they appear with cloaked and hooded figures, known as the Geni Cucullati, the hooded ones. These stones date back to the 1st century and are especially numerous in the Rhineland, but some have been discovered as far north as Hadrian's Wall in Britain. The names inscribed emphasize their abundance and generosity. Names like Gabii and Alagabii suggest divine giving. These female deities were venerated by both Celtic and Germanic peoples, and they were clearly linked with fertility, domestic well-being, and the protection of home and family. In Anglo-Saxon England, they left a trace in the name Modronite, the Night of the Mothers, which, as Bede tells us, was once a pagan celebration held on the eve of what later became Christmas. One of the most intriguing pieces of evidence about the worship of a fertility goddess comes from the figure of Nerthus. According to Tacitus, she was worshipped on an island sanctuary. That island might well have been Zealand, the land where Copenhagen stands today. The region was historically tied to Lair, the seat of the Danish kings, and even the old place name Nyartharum, now Nærum, may preserve her memory. In Norse legend, Zealand is said to have been formed by the goddess Gefjon. According to Snorri, she plowed out a piece of Sweden to form the island. Gefjon had a sanctuary at Lair and was said to have married Skjold, one of the legendary sea kings who brought peace and prosperity to Denmark. Like Freya, one of whose names was Gefn, Gefjon seems connected with agriculture, femininity, and the underworld. Her name even resembles those of the Roman mothers, suggesting a shared or overlapping role as divine givers. Gefjon's myth includes a story of a magical necklace gifted to her by a beautiful youth in exchange for her love. She also had a connection to the dead, with Snorri stating that unmarried women went to her after death. These associations, fertility, the plow, gifts, and the afterlife, paint the picture of a complex goddess who gave freely and represented both life and death. Remnants of a goddess with ties to the earth and fertility persisted in Anglo-Saxon England. One of the clearest examples is an old charm intended to bless the land. Though it had undergone Christian influence by the time it was recorded, its roots lie in older beliefs. The chant begins with a prayer facing east, appealing to the Lord, to the heavens, and to the earth. Then, ritual items like incense, fennel, soap, and salt were to be rubbed onto the wooden plow, along with seeds taken from a beggar. The invocation calls out, "Erse, Erse, Erse, Earth Mother, may the Almighty Eternal Lord grant you fields to increase and flourish, fields fruitful and healthy, shining harvest of shafts of millet, broad harvests of barley. Hail to thee, Earth, Mother of men. Bring forth now in God's embrace, filled with good for the use of men." This poetic imagery of heaven and earth united echoes older religious ideas, perhaps long forgotten, yet still alive in tradition. The word Urche has been interpreted by some as the name of a lost earth goddess, though it might also be a powerful cry of invocation. While no exact parallel to the rites of Nerthus or Freyr survives from pagan England, echoes of those ancient beliefs remained. Even the name Gefion may have lived on in the Old English word geophon, a poetic term for the sea. Though the concept of a mother goddess remains elusive and shadowy in northern myth, it cannot be dismissed. Frigg, often misunderstood or overlooked, plays a significant role. As the queen of Asgard and Odin's wife, she is a consistent figure in the myths, even if the stories about her are few and lacking in detail. The absence of place names tied to her might simply mean she was remembered under different names. In Snorri's writings, she is often eclipsed by the more dramatic figure of Freya. Now it becomes important to understand why Freya rose to such prominence in the mythology of the North. When Snorri introduced Freya into his account of the Norse gods, he described her as the most famous among the goddesses, and noted that she alone among the gods was still believed to live. This statement suggests that Snorri was aware her worship had survived, in parts of Scandinavia, into his own time. Fertility cults, especially in rural and isolated areas, are known to endure long after official belief systems change. Indeed, the number of places named after Freya in southern Sweden and southwestern Norway supports the idea that she remained a powerful and beloved figure in folk memory. She was no invention of poets. She was real to those who worshipped her. Freya was known as the goddess or bride of the Vanir. One scandalous tale told by Loki accused her of having romantic relations with her brother, Freyr. Snorri gave a more culturally contextual explanation, saying that sibling marriages were common among the Vanir, and that both Freya and Freyr were the children of Njord and his sister. Freya was closely associated with romantic relationships and was often invoked for help in matters of love. Yet she was also the target of ridicule. Loki accused her of taking all the gods and elves as lovers, while the giantess Hyndla mocked her as a wandering she-goat in heat. Christian poets later echoed this scorn, pairing her name with Odin and insulting her character. Despite these accusations, there are surprisingly few actual stories of scandalous behavior, apart from a late tale where she supposedly earned her famous necklace by sleeping with the 4 dwarves who made it. She was also frequently the object of desire for giants, although she never seemed to return their affections. The humorous tone in the poem Thrimskvida, which portrays Freya as overly eager for a wedding night, hints that ritual marriage may have played a part in her cult practices. But Freya's influence wasn't limited to earthly love. She had deep connections to death and the afterlife. In Egil's saga, a young woman named Thorgerda, grieving her brother's death, threatened to starve herself until she could dine with Freya. In Grimnismal, it's said that Freya receives half of the warriors slain in battle each day, while the other half go to Odin. Like Frigg, Freya was described as a goddess who weeps. Her golden tears became a poetic image beloved by early Norse poets. The reason for her sorrow isn't entirely clear. Snorri mentions she weeps for her lost husband, Odd, but tells us little more. This tale may be a fading memory of a fertility goddess mourning a dead or missing divine lover, a common motif in ancient religion. Snorri also tells us that Freya had many names. Geffen, meaning giver, connects her to the Danish goddess Gefjon. Another name, Mardol, may hint at ties to the sea. Syr, meaning sow, shows that the boar, a powerful fertility symbol, belonged to her as much as to Freyr. In East Sweden, her name appears in place names linked to the cultivation of flax, suggesting regional variations of her worship. Another possible name, Skialf, was used for an ancient Swedish queen who wore a boar-shaped helmet and is believed to have worshipped the Vanir. In one story, Skialf kills her husband using a necklace, hinting at the symbolic and possibly sacrificial power of such items in early Norse society. The necklace most closely tied to Freya is the Brisingamen. Though some have suggested it might have been a girdle or a piece of amber, the word generally refers to a necklace worn at the neck. Its role in the myths suggests it was one of her most treasured possessions. Interestingly, a similarly named item, the Brosingamene, appears in the Old English poem Beowulf, though its origin and meaning remain mysterious. It may have referred to its brightness, or to a clan known as the Brisings. Whatever its origin, the image of a woman wearing a powerful symbolic necklace has ancient roots. Similar figurines have been found in Bronze Age Denmark and the Mediterranean, all seemingly linked to fertility cults. Freya also possessed a magical feathered cloak or falcon shape, allowing her to fly over great distances. This power is mentioned several times in Norse myths and was shared by gods like Odin and Loki. While later sources describe it as a costume borrowed by Loki, the original belief likely held that Freya herself transformed into a bird, a divine shapeshifter who could soar across the worlds. Snorri specifically associates Freya with a powerful form of magic called Sidur. He claims she was a priestess of the Vanir who taught this form of sorcery to the Aesir. We know from various sources that Sidur involved building a raised platform, singing ritual chants, and entering an ecstatic trance. The person who performed it, usually a woman, was called a völva. She would often be accompanied by a chorus who sang or provided musical support. In the trance, she would deliver prophetic answers to those who sought her insight. Most of the time, her visions focused on the fertility of the land, the future of young people, or upcoming seasons. While Sidur could sometimes refer to harmful magic used against enemies, most accounts portray it as a tool for divination and spiritual guidance. The völva, a respected seeress, was someone who held great power and was often invited to feasts or gatherings. One of the most detailed accounts of such a visit comes from Eric the Red's saga, set in the Greenland colony. Though some doubt whether such practices continued in Greenland at that time, the description of the völva's tools, clothing, and behavior closely resembles the shamans of northeastern Europe and Asia. These striking similarities not only help us understand how the ceremony worked, but also lend credibility to the saga accounts as reflections of genuine tradition. In the ancient traditions of Northern Europe and Asia, shamanism was a deeply spiritual practice carried out by highly trained men and women. These shamans acted as intermediaries between the human world and the divine. Their spirits were believed to leave their bodies during trances and journey through the realms of the dead or the heavens. Sometimes, these journeys were described aloud in chants. The shaman could reach this altered state through rhythmic drumming or intense, ritualistic dance. Every aspect of the ceremony, his movements, his costume, held symbolic meaning. The clothing worn by shamans often included animal skins, feathers, and metallic shapes resembling birds or beasts. Some even dressed as specific animals like bears or birds. While in trance, the shaman would communicate with spirit animals, imitating their calls to gain favor or insight. He might symbolically climb a ladder or tree to represent his ascent into the sky, or imagine himself flying upon a bird to reach otherworldly realms. The purpose of these ceremonies was typically to uncover hidden truths, why famine struck, what caused illness, or what the future held for individuals or the community. In healing rituals, the shaman's spirit would seek out the soul of the sick and fight off the spirits holding it captive. This echoes the saga of the Volva, a female seeress described in Eirik the Red's saga, who wore boots of calfskin, gloves made of catskin, and sat high on a platform atop a cushion filled with feathers. A meal was prepared from the hearts of all available animals, offered to empower her. During the ceremony, she called for someone to sing the magical chant. A young Christian woman, reluctant at first, agreed to sing a childhood spell. The Volva later praised her, saying the chant had summoned many spirits who revealed hidden knowledge. She then addressed the pressing question of whether the ongoing famine would end, foretold the singer's marriage prospects, and answered many personal queries from those who gathered. Accounts like this appear across the sagas and share strong similarities with modern observations of shamanic rituals in northern Eurasia. While Norse stories don't always mention the spirit's journey directly, they often hint at it in symbolic and poetic ways. Poems like Voluspa, or Prophecy of the Seeress, present first-hand visions from a wise woman who unveils secrets unknown to humankind. Others describe terrifying journeys through ice, fire, and darkness, aligning closely with the spiritual battles and hardships faced by shamans on their visionary quests. This connection becomes even more meaningful when we look at Freyja's role in Norse mythology. She was said to be a master of satyr, the very type of magic practiced in these ceremonies, and was credited with teaching it to the gods. Like the shamans, she could take the form of a bird, allowing her to traverse vast distances. As a goddess of fertility, love, and prosperity, she had dominion over the same aspects of life that the Volva addressed: seasons, abundance, marriage, and the fate of children. Seeresses were known to travel from farm to farm, much like Freyja's brother Freyr, predicting the weather and the outcome of the harvest. One Volva in particular was said to fill a bay with fish using her magic, demonstrating their role in ensuring abundance and good fortune. These wise women also played a part in shaping destiny. In the tale of Norna Gest, groups of spae wives were invited into homes to foretell the future of newborns. Guests would offer gifts and food to these women in return for their blessings. In one story, a Volva became angry after being jostled from her seat during a prophecy session, revealing how formal and revered these rituals were. This reverence for female seers aligns with much older traditions of goddess worship, echoing the ancient belief in the mothers who watched over families and shaped children's futures. The Völva described in Greenland was said to be the last of a group of 9 women. Elsewhere, sagas describe seeresses traveling together, suggesting that these ceremonies may have originally been performed by groups rather than lone figures. Over time, the tradition may have declined, and individual women carried on the rituals in isolation as the old ways weakened. One fascinating detail is the use of animal fur in the Völva's costume. Snorri Sturluson mentions that Freya rode in a chariot pulled by cats, a strange but symbolic image. The soft, white catskin gloves worn by the Völva might represent a deeper link between the goddess and her animal spirits, which guided the seeress on her spiritual journeys. In another saga, a Völva gives a prophecy in the name of Freyr, telling a young man that it is Freyr's will for him to settle in Iceland. This indicates that the Vanir gods, like Freya and Freyr, were still spiritually present in the practices of these wise women. While cider was often seen as the domain of women, there are stories of men practicing it as well. However, male practitioners were frequently met with suspicion or hostility. One of King Harald Fairhair's sons, Ragnvald, was known to practice cider with 80 companions and was ultimately killed by his own family. His descendant, Eyvind, suffered a similar fate. Both were condemned in the chronicles for engaging in what was considered unnatural or dangerous magic. These examples suggest that in older times, the spiritual practices of satyr were not strictly gendered, but later generations may have viewed them as shameful for men, possibly because of their associations with ecstatic trance and submission to mystical forces. Interestingly, the link between women and prophecy wasn't unique to the Norse. Roman historian Tacitus writes of a Germanic seeress named Veleda, who lived in a tower and offered prophetic messages through an intermediary. The Germans, he notes, believed that women possessed divine insight, and some were even worshipped as goddesses. Through this lens, the wandering Völva becomes more than a figure of folklore. She may have been the final incarnation of a fertility goddess whose blessings touched every part of life, from planting seeds in the earth to welcoming newborns into the world. These ceremonies created a sacred space where women played a central role, not only as participants, but as spiritual leaders. Freya and Frigg both seem to have been deeply connected to these rituals, offering protection and guidance during childbirth, marriage, and the shaping of young lives. In their stories, we find echoes of ancient rites that honored the divine feminine and recognized the power of women to shape fate itself. While satyr was often seen as a mystical practice of healing and prophecy, there was undoubtedly a darker side to it. In some accounts, it involved harmful magic that could even bring death. These sinister aspects sometimes appear alongside the horse cult, which itself was linked to the gods of the Vanir. One story tells of an early Swedish king who was trampled to death by a sorceress who had transformed into a horse. In Iceland, a woman was once accused of using magic to ride a man to death, an act portrayed in more detail in the saga of Eyrbyggja, where the witch is depicted as terrifying and malevolent. Echoes of this belief persisted for centuries. A 12th century English chronicle accused the wife of King Edgar of being a witch, claiming she took the form of a horse and galloped shamelessly with stallions in the night. While this may have been slander, the form of the accusation is telling. It mirrors old tales of Freya herself, who was said to roam at night like a she-goat among the bucks. suggesting lingering fears about dangerous, transformative women tied to ancient fertility cults. Such stories may also help explain the strong taboo against eating horse meat that has survived in some regions. Across Scandinavia, the goddess of the Vanir seems to have appeared under different names. In the north, legends tell of Thorgerda Holgabrúthr, worshipped with great fervor by Jarl Hakon of Hålogaland and regarded as his divine wife. Her image stood in temples, and her role appears tied to the Vanir gods. One saga recounts how King Olaf dragged her statue through the dirt behind a horse, mocking and humiliating her. Saxo describes her as one of Freyr's kin, eventually cast into a brothel with her companions. Later sagas link her with trolls and monstrous beings. To the Christian storytellers of the Middle Ages, her cult radiated something eerie and threatening. Interestingly, Frigg, the queen of the Aesir, is largely untouched by such dark portrayals. And yet, there's little doubt that Frigg and Freya share a deep connection. Frigg, often seen as a sorrowful mother and a goddess of childbirth, seems to emerge from the same traditions that gave rise to Freya and the Vanir cult. These two figures may represent two faces of the same ancient goddess, an idea not unfamiliar to other mythologies. In the ancient world, goddesses often appeared in pairs or triads. In the Near East, there were Asherah, Astarte, and Anat. In Greece, Hera, Aphrodite, and Artemis. Each trio embodied different aspects of femininity: wife and mother, passionate lover, and pure virgin. In the Norse world, Frigg and Freya could represent the first two, while the third, perhaps the independent and wild huntress Skadi, might have once completed the trio. Even within the late sources that remain, we can glimpse two very different sides to the worship of the Vanir goddess. One side was deeply rooted in family, marriage, and fertility. It was respectable and enduring. The visits of seeresses to farms and villages, where they offered blessings and foresight, are likely the last echoes of this tradition. These practices were welcomed, remembered, and recorded without shame. But alongside these honorable customs, there existed a more troubling side. Some rituals described by Christian writers like Saxo brim with horror and condemnation. These stories speak of rites so disturbing that even in a world of warriors and bloodshed, they were singled out for special scorn. And yet, the repulsion may not have been purely a product of Christian values. Fertility goddesses throughout history, from Cybele to Isis, have often carried this same duality. They could bless with life or curse with destruction. They were healers and lovers, but also figures of wild power that defied social norms. This dual nature helps us understand Frigg and Freya more clearly. In Asgard, they are remembered as goddesses of beauty, motherhood, and desire. But behind their names lies an ancient legacy, one filled with awe, fear, mystery, and the untamed power of the divine feminine. The Vanir gods of Norse mythology remain some of the most elusive and complex figures in the ancient northern traditions. Their names and stories often blur, tangled in layers of myth and local legend. Yet despite this complexity, a recognizable pattern emerges. The Vanir resemble fertility deities found in many parts of the world, gods and goddesses who bring growth, abundance, and the continuation of life. In figures like Freyr and Freya, we see familiar motifs of renewal, fecundity, and seasonal cycles that echo across cultures. According to the medieval writer Snorri Sturluson, the Vanir were once a rival tribe of gods who fought the Aesir before eventually forging peace. Yet aside from Njord and Freyr, few Vanir names are preserved in the surviving myths. It's likely that the Vanir once included a vast collection of local fertility deities, gods of specific regions, villages, and families, whose identities have now faded. Names like Ing, Scyld, and Frodi hint at a much broader pantheon that once existed. Freyr himself, revered as the god of prosperity and growth, seems to have embodied a title more than a personal name. Just as Freya means simply lady, Freyr means lord. In festivals like May Day, echoes of these ancient fertility figures may still linger. Frodi, whose name means fruitful, appears in several legends as a wise and prosperous king. But like Freyr, he too may have been more of a symbolic figure than a historical one. Across the northern world, fertility gods were likely represented by priest kings, living men who embodied the god for a time and served as vessels of his divine power. Though some temples held statues and relics of the Vanir, the true power of these gods often lived through the people who served them. What sets the Vanir apart is their closeness to human life. They weren't distant or abstract like sky gods. They were intertwined with everyday existence, offering fertility to the land, livestock, and family. Rulers were seen as legitimate only when the Vanir were on their side, and the favor of the gods brought both prosperity and peace. The seeresses, or wise women, who traveled from home to home, were seen as messengers of the Vanir. In them, the divine walked among humans, bringing blessings, prophecy, and guidance in the name of Frigg or Freya. Unlike gods concerned with law, morality, or justice, the Vanir did not distinguish between good and evil. Their role was simply to bring life, to nourish, to increase, and to awaken. They offered power over the unseen, access to knowledge through visions and dreams, and the ecstatic joy of shared rituals where God and worshipper met in celebration. This life-giving power was intangible but vital. Without it, no victory in battle, no wisdom in leadership could save a people. Crops would fail, children would die, and entire communities would face ruin. That is why every early society offered honor and service to fertility powers. In the harsh climates of the north, with poor soil, bitter winters, and long, dark nights, the Vanir's gift of life was even more sacred because it was so uncertain. Connecting with the Vanir sometimes required intense and strange ceremonies. Fertility rites often included ecstatic dancing, sacrifices, and even orgiastic rituals. These acts were seen as expressions of rebirth, mirroring the sprouting of new life in the fields. As some scholars have noted, such ceremonies symbolized the return of chaos before creation, allowing life to begin anew. Through this sacred disorder, the world was refreshed. The Vanir's religion included not only joy and abundance, but also awe and fear. They were connected to the earth, to death, and to the mysterious forces below. They rivaled Odin in some traditions, both as gods of the dead and as protectors of ecstatic experiences. Myth tells us of their ancient war with the Aesir, a symbolic struggle between competing powers and beliefs. Yet, even after peace was made, the Vanir remained honored, particularly by Swedish kings who bore the image of the boar, an animal sacred to Freyr. These kings were thought to be possessed by the spirit of the Vanir, serving as temporary vessels for divine presence. Many people preferred the Vanir to Odin. Their power felt closer, more stable, more generous. Unlike Odin, whose favor could be swift and treacherous, the Vanir worshippers of the Vanir remained rooted in the soil. They honored the ancestors buried within it and rarely looked to the distant sky. Yet some myths offer a vision of a peaceful land across the sea, a paradise that echoes the hope of eternal life. More often, though, The Vanir were linked to the depths of the earth and the vastness of the sea. Their male gods chose giantesses as brides, forging ties with primordial forces. Freyr himself fell in love with Gerd, a radiant maiden of the underworld, embodying the Vanir's bond with the deep and the mysterious. Beneath the rituals and myths of the Vanir lies a deeper idea: the Earth Mother, the great goddess who shelters and nourishes all. In the Cirrus's journeys beyond the veil, and in the dreams she brings back, we glimpse the ancient roots of these gods. They are the spirits of land and sea, of growth and death, and of the power that pulses through all living things. And though time and conquest have buried their temples and faded their names, the legacy of the Vanir still lingers in the soil, in the stories, and perhaps in the very rhythm of the seasons. The sea played a central role in the lives of the people of northwestern Europe. It shaped their daily routines, determined their survival, and naturally became woven into their mythology. Many of the oldest Norse tales take place against the backdrop of the sea, whether it's Gefjon plowing the land, Thor on his fishing expedition, or the solemn funeral of Balder. The gods of the north weren't confined to mountains or forests. They were just as familiar with the vast, unpredictable waters. For the seafaring communities of the north, the ocean was both a lifeline and a threat. It provided food, trade, and travel, but also brought danger, loss, and death. It's no surprise then that their gods were seen as rulers of both land and sea. Among them, Ægir stands out as the powerful spirit of the ocean, embodying its strength, its mystery, and its fury. His name is closely tied to the word for water itself, and his role echoes that of Poseidon in Greek myth. In Viking poetry, the ocean is often described in terms of Ægir's might. They called the river Eider Ægir's door, and when ships vanished in storms, it was said they were swallowed by the jaws of Ægir. The sea became a devourer of men. The poet Egil captures this grief when he mourns his son. Lost to the waves, the sea has snapped the ties of my kin. Could I have avenged my pain with a sword, the ale brewer would be no more. Ægir, the ale brewer, becomes a grim figure, relentless, consuming, and merciless. Such a god may have inspired the brutal rituals of early seafarers. 5th century Saxon pirates were said to sacrifice every 10th captive before returning home, drawing lots to determine who would be cast into the sea. This was not random cruelty, but a ritual steeped in belief. They thought the gods demanded payment in lives for a safe voyage. What seemed to others a horrific act was, to them, a sacred obligation, an offering to calm the sea's wrath. Even in language, the sea was personified as a warrior. The Old English word garsek, meaning spearman, brings to mind a fierce figure like Poseidon with his trident. In Norse myth, Ægir and his wife Ran ruled the waters with a net, Ran using it to catch unsuspecting sailors and pull them into her realm. When someone drowned, it was believed they had gone to Ran. If their spirit appeared at their own funeral feast, it was seen as a sign she had welcomed them well. In later sagas, this belief took on new meaning. In Fritjof's saga, sailors caught in a storm were told to carry gold on them, so that if they drowned, they could enter Ran's hall with an offering. One hero even handed out gold to his men before their ship went down, ensuring they wouldn't arrive empty-handed. This vision of Ægir and Ran as eerie hosts, eagerly gathering souls into their underwater banquet hall, mirrors the role of gods who ruled over death and fate. But Ægir wasn't only a destroyer. In other stories, he appears as a gracious host. He brews ale for the gods, and hosts lavish feasts in his ocean hall. The Lokasenna, a poem filled with drama and scandal, takes place during one of Aegir's banquets, where Loki insults every god and goddess in turn. On another occasion, Thor ventures out to find a massive cauldron, so Aegir can brew enough mead for another. There's something strikingly similar between this image and the myths of other cultures. In Celtic legends, magical cauldrons of plenty are often found in the lands beneath the waves. These underwater realms, mysterious and unreachable, were seen as places of abundance and transformation. Snorri Sturluson, the Icelandic author who compiled much of Norse mythology, identifies Aegir with other sea figures like Gymir and Hlær, who lived on the island of Hlýsi. Interestingly, Gymir is the name of a terrifying underworld giant, the father of Gerd, the radiant maiden who became Freyr's beloved. Another sea figure, Hymir, appears in a tale where Thor visits him to obtain the famous cauldron. Hymir is described as a giant, but also as the father of the god Tyr, suggesting a deeper, more ancient connection between these sea spirits and the divine. Aegir, then, is more than a single god. He is a symbol of the sea's power, its contradictions, and its mystery. He is both the banquet host and the destroyer, both the giver of mead and the taker of lives. In him, the people of the North saw not just a god, but the living force of the ocean itself, a force that could bless them with bounty or claim them without warning. Aegir's true nature has long been a subject of debate. While he is often counted among the gods, some traditions suggest he belongs more rightly among the giants. He is said to have fathered 9 daughters, figures widely interpreted as the personifications of ocean waves. Their names, like Yolp the Howler and Gripe the Grasper, evoke the violent nature of the sea. Interestingly, these names are also associated with giantesses in Norse myth, hinting at deeper and older connections between sea spirits and the ancient race of giants. This connection grows even more intriguing when we consider Heimdall, the ever-watchful guardian of Asgard. Some verses suggest that Heimdall was born from the sea, raised by 9 mothers who were likely these wave daughters of Aegir. The mystery of his origin may link Norse traditions to Celtic ones, where similar tales of sea maidens appear. Gene Young once noted an Irish saga in which 9 sea giants mother a child together. In this tale, a man named Ruad sails toward Norway, only to have his ships mysteriously halted. When he dives beneath the waves to investigate, he finds 9 giant women, 3 clinging to each ship. They pull him into the sea, where he spends one night with each. One becomes pregnant, and Ruad promises to return after visiting Norway. But when he breaks that vow and returns to Ireland instead, the sea women track him down, bringing with them the child born from the union. Failing to catch Ruad, they kill the child and hurl its head after him in vengeance. Stories like this don't end with Ireland. Similar themes appear in medieval German legends. One such figure is Vru Wachilt, described as a sea woman and the mother of the giant Wade. Her story is found in the Thidreks saga, a 13th century text composed in Norway but heavily influenced by German tradition. According to the tale, King Vilsinus meets a mysterious woman in the forest. She later appears from the sea, clinging to his ship, just like the Irish giantesses. She tells him she will bear his child, and after giving birth to Wade, she vanishes back into the sea. She appears again in the German poem Rabenschlacht, rescuing her descendant Widia from danger by pulling him and his horse into the ocean's depths. Widia, better known as Wittich, is portrayed as the grandson of Wade and great-grandson of Wachilt, creating a mythic lineage deeply tied to the sea. Scholars like Schneider believed this genealogy reflected genuine early Germanic tradition, while others, such as Chambers, saw Wade as an ancient sea giant, possibly from the Baltic, whose legends spread among early settlers in Britain. In English folklore, Wade's name became attached to ruins and Roman roads, but in Denmark he remained linked to the sea. One memorable tale tells of him carrying his son, Wayland the Smith, on his shoulders as he waded through the deep waters of Gronasund, a moving image of strength and protection amid the sea's uncertainty. These stories of sea women and their children point to a strong connection between the giants of the ocean and those who lived deep within the earth or high in the mountains. In mythology, these boundaries often blur. Poseidon, the Greek god often compared to Aegir, was not only ruler of the sea, but also known as the Earth Shaker, with dominion over earthquakes as well. In both Norse and Celtic tradition, we find similar overlaps, especially in myths involving cauldrons, deep waters, and powerful women of the sea. The connections between Norse and Celtic myths are most visible in these maritime legends. This isn't surprising when we remember that it was across the sea that these two cultures came into contact. Through exploration, trade, and conquest, their stories merged, weaving together shared fears, hopes, and beliefs about the forces that shaped their world, from the waves of the ocean to the echoes beneath the earth. The god Njord, father of Freyr and Freya, was deeply connected to the sea in Norse belief. According to the Edda poems, his home was called Noatun, meaning enclosure of ships, a name that reflects his maritime power. Snorri describes him as the deity who commands the winds and the sea, and who brings wealth to those who fish and sail. Place names along Norway's western coast that bear his name suggest that he was widely worshipped there. Even further inland, places associated with water, whether at the edges of fjords, beside rivers, or on islands, carry his name, showing his continued link with aquatic landscapes. Some of these places, especially those ending in I, point to island cult sites, which echoes the ancient worship of the goddess Nerthus, described by Roman historians. One Norwegian island, now called Tysnes, was once known as Njord's Bath, implying it was sacred to him, along with the lake that surrounded it. This reminds us of Nerthus's sacred rituals, in which her wagon was ritually washed in a lake before being returned to her island sanctuary. These parallels suggest a long-standing tradition of water-centered worship connected to fertility and the divine. Ships played a powerful role in the mythology of the Vanir, the divine family to which Njord and his children belonged. Freyr, for instance, owned a magical ship called Skidbladnir. Other legendary figures tied to Freyr also arrive by ship across the sea to rule for a time, and then vanish back over the waves when their rule ends. From the earliest times, the ship was more than just a vessel. It was a sacred symbol. Bronze Age rock carvings in Scandinavia often show ships alongside horses and sun wheels, hinting at an early link between seafaring, solar cycles, and fertility rituals. The ship became a frequent offering in sacred rites. At one Danish site, archaeologists discovered a remarkable deposit: 100 miniature boats, each engraved with symbols, carefully packed inside one another and buried in a clay vessel. In the Iron Age, even full-size ships were used in ritual sacrifice. One such example was found in a peat bog at Hjortspring, where a large vessel had been abandoned alongside the remains of horses and dogs. This powerful offering seems to have been meant for a divine being who ruled over land and sea. Eventually, ships took on a new symbolic role. They became a vessel for the dead. On the island of Gotland and elsewhere, early graves were shaped like boats, with stones marking the outline. Later, real boats, or parts of them, were used for burials. In some cases, the wooden remains survived in the peat. In others, only the nails and rivets remained, buried among cremation ashes. This tradition began in Sweden and slowly spread to Norway and Anglo-Saxon England, where ship burials became an iconic element of elite pagan funerals. One of the most striking examples of this practice comes from England: the burial at Sutton Hoo. In the early 7th century, long after Christianity had formally arrived in East Anglia, a great pagan ritual was carried out. A massive sea-going ship, around 80 feet long, was hauled inland to a ridge above the estuary. There, it was placed in a trench and covered with a burial mound. At its center, on the deck, a wooden chamber was built, and inside were treasures fit for a king: fine jewelry, a ceremonial sword and shield, silverware, feasting gear, a harp, and even a royal standard. No body was ever found in the tomb. Perhaps the king died far from home, or was buried according to Christian custom, while his riches were left in the earth as a last echo of older rites. Either way, the ship stood as a symbol, not only of death, but of the divine journey, of honor, of continuity between the sea, the gods, and the afterlife. Sometime in the 9th century, another grand ship burial took place, this time at Oseberg in Norway. Though the grave was looted in antiquity, archaeologists recovered a stunning array of carved wooden artifacts that revealed the lavish nature of the funeral. Inside the ship lay the remains of a woman, and around her were the traces of horses and dogs that had been sacrificed at the burial site. Similar scenes played out at other legendary Norwegian ship burials, such as those at Gokstad and Tune, where animals were also ritually slain as part of the ceremony. In Sweden, rich ship burials were uncovered in the ancient cemeteries of Vendel and Valsgärde. Although such funerals were less common in Denmark, the grave at Ladby stood out for its scale and the same ritual inclusion of horses and dogs. These elaborate ceremonies were reserved for important individuals, people of status and influence within their communities. But even ordinary people found their way into ship graves. All across Scandinavia, and in areas where Vikings settled, simple boat burials were conducted for those of humbler means. By the early 1900s, the number of known ship graves had already reached the thousands, and more have been discovered since. Recent archaeological work has revealed just how significant ship symbolism was for the early pagan communities in eastern England. At Sutton Hoo, the famous 7th century ship burial stands as a monument to this tradition. But it was not alone. Earlier boat burials have been identified in the same cemetery, and a large ship was once buried at Snape, though it was never properly excavated. One striking discovery came from the Anglian Cemetery at Cuyster-on-Sea in Norfolk. Several graves there held bodies that had been covered by sections of boats, their outlines preserved by the iron clinch nails still fixed in place. Even the grave of a child featured 2 pieces of curved boat wood, raised above the body to form a symbolic arch. In another example, a cremation urn kept in Norwich Museum shows the careful carving of a ship on its surface, further proof of the deep connection between ships and the world of the dead. We may never fully understand what the ship meant in the minds of these early peoples, but it clearly carried powerful meaning. While myths don't spell it out directly, the strongest clues link ship burial to the worship of the Vanir gods, especially Freyr. According to legend, a Danish king named Frodi, thought to be Freyr in another form, issued a law requiring that all noble warriors who died in battle be burned in their ships, and lesser men grouped together, 10 to a vessel. Some sagas support this tradition. In Vatnsdæla saga, the character Ingemund is buried in a boat. In Gisla saga, a priest of Freyr named Thorgrim is laid in his ship, sealed within a mound. Before the tomb is closed, the man who killed him hurls a massive stone down onto the ship, strikingly similar to the Oseberg burial, where a great stone was also placed atop the vessel. It has even been suggested that the woman buried at Oseberg may have been a priestess of the Vanir, especially since an ornate ceremonial wagon was buried with her. Perhaps the most moving description of a ship funeral comes not from Norse texts, but from early English poetry. The epic Beowulf offers a powerful vision of such a ceremony, written around the year 1000, but likely composed long before that. It describes the funeral of Scyld, the legendary first king of the Danes. In the poem, the old king is honored with a magnificent ship burial, just as he had arrived into the world, alone and carried over the waves. The poet writes that no ship had ever been more richly prepared. Inside were laid weapons of war, armor, and treasure, gifts of equal value to those given to him when he was first set adrift as a child. A golden banner was raised high above him, and then, solemnly, the people released the ship into the sea. Their hearts were heavy with sorrow, unsure of who, if anyone, would receive their king in the distant realm across the waves. The image is haunting, but it captures the deep spiritual significance the ship held in the minds of early northern peoples. It was not only a vessel for travel, it was a bridge between worlds. This ancient tale of Scyld's funeral reads like more than just a story. It feels like a myth crafted to explain a rite. It hints that the kings of East Anglia may have been buried in ships because their legendary ancestor, Scyld, departed from his people in the same majestic way. Such memories, like that of the burial at Sutton Hoo, might have lived on in oral traditions or family lore when this myth was first put into words. One can imagine the ship that held a king's treasures being rowed out from a harbor near his royal seat at Rendlesham, gliding up the River Deben to the royal cemetery, where a burial mound stood waiting. In such a ritual, the ship would not be sent out to sea, as the poem says, but instead committed to the earth. Its journey turned inward, toward the realm of the gods. The treasures buried alongside these rulers must have been meant as offerings for the next world, just as Scyld was sent off with wealth to accompany him beyond the horizon. There was likely a deep belief that such riches would follow the dead king into a divine realm, a journey not only of body, but of spirit. As for the idea of burning a body at sea, setting it ablaze on a floating ship, we can't say with certainty whether it ever truly happened. Though it's famously described in the myth of Balder, the shining god whose funeral was witnessed by the gods themselves, there are no reliable, first-hand accounts of such rites being carried out in real life. A few later stories tell of warrior kings like Haki of Norway or Sigurdring of Sweden being sent off in burning ships. But these accounts come from much later and may be nothing more than poetic echoes of myth. It's possible that such tales developed as symbolic explanations for the ancient practice of burning the dead in ships after death. These funeral scenes may have been dramatic retellings, grounded not in eyewitness memory, but in mythic origin stories, rituals reimagined as the final voyage of a race's founding hero. What remains clear, however, is that the ship was more than just a tool of transport. It was a sacred image, one that likely had deep connections to the gods of the sea and fertility, especially the Vanir. The use of the ship in funerary rites wasn't limited to the north. In ancient Egypt, ships were placed near the pyramids and buried in royal tombs. In the New Kingdom, even models of ships accompanied pharaohs into the afterlife. These vessels represented more than wealth. They symbolized the sun's passage across the sky, the journey into the realm of the gods. For the Egyptians, the ship embodied warmth, life, and rebirth. Since life depended on the waters of the Nile, it became a powerful symbol of fertility, an offering both practical and divine. That connection between ships and fertility is even more striking in the worship of Isis, whose symbol was a sacred vessel. In Roman times, a festival in her honor took place every March in the harbor of Ostia. A ship was blessed and set adrift without a crew, offered as a gift to the sea and the goddess. Isis was deeply associated with fertility, and in the mythic imagination of the North, she found her counterpart in goddesses like Nerthus and Freya. In the 3rd century, a goddess known as Nehelenia was worshipped on the island of Walcheren, off the Dutch coast. Although her temple was eventually swallowed by sand, countless carved stones were left behind. On them, she's shown holding fruit and a horn of plenty, often standing beside a ship. These stones, left behind by travelers seeking safe passage across the North Sea, tell us how deeply ships were tied to the divine. Nehelenia was clearly linked to the great mothers of myth, and her image bore all the marks of a goddess of abundance. And so, when we hear that Njord was revered as a god of the sea and ships, we recognize an ancient pattern, one that stretches back across cultures and centuries. Ships were never just vessels. For the people of the North, they were sacred symbols of peace, plenty, and the mysterious journey into the afterlife. The Vanir were the gods to whom fishermen and farmers alike turned in times of need. If crops failed or fish vanished from the sea, disaster loomed. The people prayed for a double harvest, one from the land and one from the waters. And it was to the Vanir, the deities of earth and ocean, that they offered their hopes. The ship, in all its mystery, carried those hopes across the sea and into eternity. Across the ancient world, water was never seen merely as a source of food or a path for trade. Its role in the great pagan religions went far deeper. Water was life itself, an origin of wisdom, renewal, and transformation. It was believed to inspire the soul, cleanse the body, and even offer rebirth. In Norse mythology, after the fires of Ragnarok had destroyed the old world, a new world was destined to rise, emerging not from the ashes, but from the ocean. It was a return, not a replacement. The land would be born again, and the forgotten gold game pieces of the old gods would lie gleaming in the grass, untouched and waiting. From this sacred sea, rulers were said to come, figures of peace and promise. Myths tell of children drifting alone in boats, carried across the waters to begin a new cycle. These images, simple and powerful, bridged the divine with the human. The child from the sea was more than a symbol. It was a sign that a new beginning had come, that the world of men was once again touched by the world of gods. Yet the sea, for all its gifts, was also feared. It was not only the bringer of life, it was the harbinger of doom. In the final days of the gods, it would rise with fire and swallow everything: the homes of men, the halls of the gods, the very earth itself. At the heart of this destruction was a monstrous serpent, ancient and coiled deep within the ocean. Known as the girdle of the earth, this creature encircled the world, waiting for the moment of fury when it would unleash chaos and drag all creation beneath the waves. Thor, protector of gods and men, stood as the last defense against this sea-born terror. His epic fishing battle with the serpent wasn't just a test of strength, it was a cosmic struggle between order and annihilation. Had he failed to defeat the beast, the world would have ended that very day. Even in the light-hearted tale where Thor tries to lift the serpent disguised as a giant cat, there's a flicker of dread. Those watching knew that beneath the humor lay a terrible truth. The sea serpent was no ordinary creature. It was the eternal enemy of the sky god, a force that threatened the balance of the universe. This serpent, like Leviathan or the Kraken in other mythologies, was not alone. It belonged to a realm of giants and creatures of death, beasts that slithered through shadows and guarded the thresholds of the grave. Alongside it stood the fiery dragon of Norse legend, rising from the earth itself, from stone, cave, or burial mound, another guardian of death and chaos. But that tale awaits in the next chapter. Together, sea and earth formed the twin mysteries of existence. One gave life, the other reclaimed it. Both were revered and feared, and both played a vital role in the mythic world. From the depths of ocean and soil came inspiration, destruction, rebirth, and decay. And from these dark foundations, the shimmering halls of Asgard were raised, set high above a world always on the edge of ruin and renewal. In the earliest days, the Germanic peoples made great sacrifices to the gods they worshipped. Among them were Tiwaz and Woden, gods of war and power, who received the bodies of fallen warriors and captured enemies. But over time, Woden rose above the rest. The Romans, who saw echoes of their own god Mercury in him, believed he had become supreme. Kings traced their ancestry back to him, and he was honored with the most sacred and terrible of rituals, human sacrifice through fire, strangulation, or the spear. In Norse myth, Woden became Odin, the Allfather, ruler of Asgard. Even the mighty Thor, the thunder god, was now seen as his son, though some sources still placed Thor first among the gods. Odin was far more than a war god. He was mysterious, one-eyed, deeply wise, and steeped in magic. A master of transformation and secrets, he wandered the realms, rode his eight-legged horse Sleipnir through the sky, and sought knowledge even from the dead. He was the god who moved between worlds, from the lands of men to the depths of the unknown. The connection between Odin and Mercury suggests more than just a similarity in appearance. The Romans were not easily fooled by hats and cloaks. They saw in Woden a god of trade, of intellect, and of journeys, both in life and after death. Like Mercury, he was the messenger between worlds. German inscriptions dedicated to Mercury often name him as a merchant, and in the north, Odin was called the god of cargoes. He was also credited with bringing the runes, symbols of knowledge and power, to the people, just as Mercury was linked with learning. Old English poetry echoes this as well. In one verse, when asked who first created the letters, the answer is Mercurius the giant. Odin, too, was said to soar through the sky, disguised as a bird or cloaked as a traveler, always arriving unannounced, always on a mission. His eight-legged steed carried him across the heavens, just as Woden had done in older Germanic tales. Even in the ancient Mersburg charm, Woden is shown healing a horse, a reminder of his long-standing bond with these animals. Perhaps the most telling connection is Odin's role as a guide of souls. Like Mercury, he was believed to lead the dead to the other world. This is the aspect of Odin that reveals him most clearly as the god of the dead. Odin's link to shamanism helps explain much of his nature. Across Siberia, northeastern Europe, and even the Americas, shamans served as intermediaries between the living and the divine. In trance states, they journeyed in spirit to the heavens or to the land of the dead, seeking wisdom or recovering lost souls. They were healers, prophets, and storytellers. Odin, with his magical knowledge, his quests for wisdom, and his travels to the underworld, fits this pattern perfectly. His horse, Sleipnir, with its 8 legs, is a classic shamanic symbol. In many traditions, shamans ride animals or birds in their spirit journeys. Where horses are common, these steeds often appear in myths and rituals, flying through the air or galloping into other realms. A striking tale from Central Asia tells of a shamanic woman whose second husband was a spirit. When one of their horses gave birth to a foal with 8 legs, her husband unknowingly cut off 4 of them. In sorrow, the woman cried out, for that foal was her magical mount. She vanished, becoming the guardian spirit of her people. The image of an 8-legged horse might also have a more earthly origin. In some cultures, the body of the dead is carried on a bier by 4 men. This funeral stretcher, borne on 8 legs, could easily become a symbolic steed for the journey to the afterlife. Among the Gonds of India, a funeral song describes a magical horse with 8 legs and 4 heads, clearly referring to the bier itself. The mourners urge the dead to mount the horse and begin their final journey. In this way, Sleipnir becomes not just a magical animal, but a symbolic representation of death's passage. Odin, riding him across the boundaries of life and death, becomes the eternal guide, the god who leads the soul into the shadowed world beyond. There's little doubt that Odin's horse, Sleipnir, knew the path to the underworld well. Saxo tells us of a tale where Odin, cloaked in a mantle, carries the hero Hadding across both land and sea on Sleipnir, eventually reaching the god's distant dwelling. In the poem Baldur's Draumer, Odin once again rides the long, shadowed road into the realm of the dead. Along the way, he confronts the guardian hound at the gates of the underworld, all in an effort to consult a dead seeress. And it is Sleipnir who carries a rider down to Hel's domain in search of the slain Baldur. Whether that traveler was Odin himself or someone sent in his name remains a subject of debate. Though Odin is not always seen directly leading the souls of the dead, his servants, the Valkyries, do just that. Acting under his command, they escort fallen kings and warriors to the great hall of Valhalla. Nor was this role entirely forgotten in later Norse literature. In the Volsunga saga, Odin takes on a role much like Charon of Greek myth, rowing the body of Sigmund's son across the waters to the afterlife. In another saga, Egil's saga Oke Asmundar, he appears as the Prince of Darkness, guiding a giantess into the realm of the dead. In the poem Havamal, Odin speaks of a haunting moment, his own sacrifice. He hangs on the world tree Yggdrasil, pierced by a spear. This echoes the grim tales of those once offered to Woden, hung from sacred trees near temples such as Uppsala. But Havamal offers a deeper layer. Odin tells us in his own words, "I know I hung on that wind-swept tree for 9 long nights, pierced by a spear, sacrificed to Odin, myself to myself." This is not a punishment. It is a sacrifice made willingly. The purpose is to gain secret knowledge. From his position on the tree, Odin gazes downward, reaching for the runes, symbols of magic and wisdom. This scene once led some to suspect Christian influence, drawing comparisons to the crucifixion. But the roots of this myth run deep into the soil of pre-Christian beliefs. Odin does not hang to redeem mankind. He hangs to seize knowledge. He says, "No bread they gave me, nor drink from a horn." I peered down below. I took up the runes. Screaming, I seized them, then fell back. The ritual of hanging from a tree connects directly to Odin's ancient identity as a god of death. It's also echoed in shamanistic traditions around the world. Young men and women undergoing shamanic initiation experience powerful visions or symbolic deaths, often through isolation, fasting, or trance. In their minds, they are cut open, torn apart, devoured by spirits, or filled with stones and animals. If they survive this ordeal, they return transformed, reborn with the power to heal, to prophesy, and to walk between the worlds. The world tree is at the center of this cosmology, just as Yggdrasil is in Norse mythology. In northern Asia, the Yakuts believed the soul of a shaman was taken by a giant bird and placed in a tree in the underworld, while the shaman's body was devoured by spirits. Elsewhere, shamans made their sacred drums from branches of the world tree. In Mongolia, they even tethered their spirit horses to it, just as Odin tethered Sleipnir to Yggdrasil. Odin's sacrifice carries both meanings. He is offered up as a death god's victim, as people once were in his name. But he is also the initiate, the seeker, who dies in spirit to gain hidden truths. Snorri Sturluson, in the Prose Edda, focuses mostly on Odin as the king of Asgard, the Allfather. But in Ynglinga Saga, Snorri also gives us the magician, the shapeshifter, who sends his spirit soaring while his body lies still. He writes, "Odin could change shape. While his body lay as if dead, he would become a bird or beast, a fish or dragon, traveling far in the blink of an eye, either for his own purposes or on behalf of others." Like the shamans, Odin seeks knowledge from the dead. In Baldur's Draumr, he not only rides to the underworld, he raises a dead seeress from her grave. Though she resists, Odin presses her for answers. She laments, "Who is this unknown man who compels me on this weary path? Snow fell on me, rain beat me, dew soaked me. I lay long dead." Each time she answers, she insists, "I have spoken unwillingly, now let me be silent." But Odin urges her again and again, "Be not silent, prophetess." Other prophetic poems follow this pattern, visionary answers from beyond the grave, delivered under pressure. They resemble the speech of a shaman awakening from a trance after journeying into the land of the dead. It's possible that those once hanged in Odin's name were believed to gain this same contact with the other world. Odin even claims to know spells that can make a hanged man speak. In another myth, he consults the severed head of Mimir, guardian of wisdom. One tale says, Odin sacrificed his eye so Mimir would let him drink from his spring, deep in the roots of the world tree. The cost was great, but in return, he gained a deeper understanding of the hidden world and its secrets. While Odin's ravens are most famously associated with battle and the feasting of the slain, there is another side to their symbolism. In the poem Grimnismal, their names, Hugin and Munin, meaning thought and memory, suggest a deeper role. Each day they fly across the world, and Odin fears they may not return. But more than thought, he fears the loss of memory. In this light, the ravens are no longer mere scavengers of war, but extensions of the god's mind, messengers of consciousness, tied to vision and wisdom. This spiritual connection may predate the Viking Age. A 7th century Swedish helmet from Vendel shows Odin on horseback with 2 birds flying above him. Even the lid of an Anglo-Saxon urn found in Newark bears twin birds that might be tied to Odin as Lord of the Dead. While this evidence is rare, It offers glimpses of continuity between the Dark Age beliefs of early Germanic peoples and the myths that survived in the Viking world. Alongside these images, we find another symbol, often shown beside Odin on horseback, or near figures of wolves and horses on cremation urns from East Anglia. It's a knot-like design known today as the Valknut, believed to represent Odin's power to bind and unbind. Ancient poems describe Odin's ability to strike men with paralysis in battle, or to release them into a state of divine madness, an ecstatic frenzy that replaced fear with inspiration. This power to loosen the mind's grip, to push warriors into a trance-like rage, or fill poets with fire, reveals another side of the god, one not of logic, but of possession, intoxication, and divine frenzy. The name Wodan, the Germanic predecessor of Odin, reflects this nature. It is believed to derive from a word meaning fury, wild passion, or ecstatic madness. In Old Norse, the word Odiar, from which the name Odin comes, carries similar meanings. It can signify rage, but also poetic inspiration and visionary insight. This is the god who gave the berserkers their fury and won the meed of poetic power for the Aesir. He is the one whose gifts blur the boundary between chaos and genius. Through him, the states of death, poetry, and prophecy became one. This link between Odin and ecstatic possession seems rooted in early Germanic religion and persisted through to the end of the heathen era in the north. It is this same intensity of experience, this sacred fury, that unites Woden, worshipped along the Rhine in the 1st century, with the later Scandinavian Odin, god of magic and the dead. His cult likely traveled northward, possibly along with the Heruli tribe, and made its way into Denmark and Sweden, where it joined older fertility cults. During the migration period, belief in Odin reached the North Sea and crossed into Britain. However, the scarcity of place names linked to Odin might hint at an ancient fear, a reluctance to invoke the name of the god of death. In later European folklore, Odin transforms again. He becomes the leader of the wild hunt, a spectral procession of the dead that sweeps through the skies during storms. People said they could hear the sound of galloping hooves and the howls of lost souls. In Christianized versions, Odin was replaced by the devil, but the core image remained, a dark figure leading the dead through the air on a ghostly steed. This terrifying memory likely reflects the dread his name once inspired. There is even evidence suggesting a backlash against Odin's cult during the Viking Age, driven by accusations of betrayal and moral ambiguity. This shift might explain the decline of cremation in favor of burial, and the rise of monumental ship burials in royal cemeteries. Though Odin's cult was deeply shamanistic in spirit, it's difficult to say how much of this was native and how much was influenced by Eastern traditions. Unlike many shamans, Odin is not known for using drums or dance in ritual, and there's no strong tradition connecting him with healing. Still, the similarities between Odin and shamans of the steppes and tundra are striking, especially in their shared belief in death and rebirth, visionary journeys, and spiritual ecstasy. These traits may reflect ancient cultural patterns that once linked the Germanic world to the shamanic cultures of Eurasia, patterns that faded in the West with the rise of Christianity. We also see shamanistic traits in the fertility cults of Scandinavia. This opens the door to broader questions about the influence of Eastern ideas on Viking religion, an area still shrouded in mystery. But even with the limited evidence we have, Odin remains a figure of complexity, a god of death and madness, of insight and memory, of ravens and runes, whose name carried both dread and divine power across the centuries. In Snorri's accounts, the warrior paradise, known as Valhalla, takes on a central role, but the older poetic sources offer only limited details beyond the poem Grimnismal. In that version, Valhalla is a vast hall adorned with shields and coats of mail, where wolves and eagles roam, and hundreds of doors stand ready for warriors to pour through at any threat. Inside, the dead heroes feast on pork and drink mead, served by Odin's maidens. But Snorri's portrayal merges two distinct ideas. First, the notion of a glorious afterlife granted by Odin, reserved for heroic and noble warriors, often of royal blood. And second, a vision of eternal battle, where each day ends in slaughter, and each morning brings the dead back to life to fight again before another night of feasting. The idea of warriors entering Odin's hall after death is strongly supported by later literature. Those who died violently, either in battle or as ritual sacrifices, were believed to gain entry to his realm. This belief is powerfully voiced in the death song of Ragnar Lothbrok. Though the version we have today likely dates from the 12th century, it preserves the spirit of older heathen traditions. In his final words, Ragnar expresses not fear, but exultation at the thought of meeting Odin. He speaks of the god preparing the feast, of drinking ale in carved horns, and of greeting the gods in the great hall. He does not mourn his fate, but embraces it with laughter. The poem paints a vivid picture of a warrior eager for death, certain of his reward in Odin's presence. Interestingly, Ragnar is said to have died not in battle, but in captivity, killed by venomous snakes. Whether taken literally or symbolically, this death is framed as sacrificial, with Ragnar as the willing victim. This theme of joy in death for Odin's sake appears again in accounts from other lands. One Arab observer on the Volga watched the cremation of a Norse chieftain and recorded the words of a man beside him who spoke of fire taking the dead swiftly to paradise, and laughed as he spoke, claiming that Odin had sent the wind to carry his servant away. Despite Snorri's description of Valhalla as a place for men alone, other sources hint that women could also enter Odin's realm if they died a sacrificial death. Some were burned alongside their husbands, either willingly or by tradition. Baldur's wife Nanna is said to have died of grief and was placed on the pyre beside him. In the story of King Sigurd of Sweden, a dead princess was laid next to him on his burning ship. Brynhild, after Sigurd the Volsung's death, ordered a pyre built so that she could be burned and reunited with him in the next world. On the Volga, a slave girl was stabbed, strangled, and burned with her master. She had agreed to this before the funeral and was treated with great respect until her death, almost as though she were his true wife. An extraordinary passage from Flatey Jarbok describes an old law in Sweden. It says that when a king died, the queen was to be laid beside him in the burial mound. Sigrid the Proud, who later married King Svein of Denmark, is said to have abandoned her Swedish husband to avoid this fate, knowing he had vowed himself to Odin and did not have long to live. Whether fact or fiction, this account reflects a lingering belief in sacrificial death as part of Odin's worship. Such practices, whether based in literal rituals or shaped by myth, suggest that women too could claim a place in the afterlife, provided they died by fire or by violence. Many tales speak of sudden deaths from grief or deliberate suicides at funerals. In Saxo's history, the story of Signy and Hagbard shows how love and death were entwined. When Hagbard was to be executed, Signy kept her vow and set her home ablaze, hanging herself as the fire consumed it. Hagbard, seeing the smoke rise, knew she had kept her promise and met his own death with pride, speaking of love renewed in death. This idea, that death offered fulfillment denied in life, appears again and again. In Urvar Odd's saga, a woman dies upon hearing of her beloved's death with the words, "Now they shall enjoy in death what they could not have in life." In these stories, Odin's realm is not limited to men. It is open to any who meet death in a way that honors the god. Snorri, in his Ynglinga saga, offers another perspective. There he writes that all who were burned after death went to join Odin, and that this practice had been established by the god himself. The dead were to be marked with a spear, a sign of devotion, and their possessions were burned with them. Interestingly, this contradicts Snorri's own claims elsewhere that Valhalla was reserved only for those who fell in battle. The contradiction may suggest that Odin's cult was once more inclusive, or that over time, its rituals and meanings changed to suit evolving beliefs. Another striking part of the Valhalla myth is the idea of the never-ending battle. This vision appears in the poem Vafthrudnismal, and Snorri later integrated it into his own depiction of life in Odin's Hall. According to this tradition, warriors fight fiercely throughout the day, only to be revived by evening so they can enjoy a feast with Odin, ready to fight again the next morning. This grim image of the undead endlessly reliving combat echoes in magical tales across the Norse world, but isn't always directly linked to Odin or Valhalla. In the story of Hild, first mentioned in Ragnarok, the battlefield becomes eternal because Hild, torn between her father and lover, uses magic to continually resurrect the fallen. As a result, the conflict never ends. But perhaps the most fitting place for such scenes is not Odin's golden hall in the sky, but rather the underworld. In Saxo's history, the hero Hadding visits the realm of the dead and witnesses an endless battle. Two armies clash without rest, reenacting their violent ends. A similar vision appears in a burial mound described in Icelandic lore, where one group of warriors wears black and the other red, locked forever in combat. Only the Christian hero Thorstein is able to strike them with lasting effect, granting peace to those tormented souls. Even the Hall of the Slain that Odin rules in Grimnismal has more in common with a tomb than with heaven. In Saxo's Book 8, a long and shadowy description of a spear-roofed hall houses legions of the dead. This place, belonging to the giant Geirrod, is reached only by crossing the ocean, passing beyond the sun and stars, into a realm of complete darkness. It resembles not paradise, but the kingdom of death itself. Valhalla, then, might be less a shining reward and more a poetic expression of the grave, a vision elaborated by poets and reinterpreted by Snorri. As the god of the dead, Odin ruled this shadowy realm, and perhaps his earlier form, Woden, did too. Because warriors who died in battle were dedicated to him, it's no surprise that the warlike aspect of his kingdom became central in later stories. At the same time, other poetic traditions seem to have imagined a different kind of afterlife, one of honor and brightness, where the noblest dead were welcomed as guests of the gods. In Eiríksmal and Hakonarmal, both 10th century poems, fallen kings are greeted by Valkyries and led to Odin's hall with reverence. This dual image, one of shadow and one of glory, helps explain the contrasting visions of Valhalla we find in the sagas. There are also curious connections between Odin and the Vanir gods, despite their cults often being viewed as separate or even opposed. Skadi, the wife of Njord, is said to have borne children to Odin. Odin is frequently mentioned alongside Freya. And then there is Odd, a mysterious double of Odin, said to have been Freya's husband, whom she mourned deeply when he left her. These overlapping associations suggest that Odin and Freyr may have been worshipped side by side, especially in places like the Great Temple at Uppsala, where Swedish kings honored both gods. Over time, especially in the final days of pagan belief, boundaries between deities likely blurred, and the powers of the Vanir and Aesir began to intertwine. The Vanir, too, were linked to the realm of the dead. Their mythology connects them with burial mounds, with funeral ships, and with journeys across the sea to the land beyond life. Freyr himself is said to have been buried in a mound, where people brought offerings. A door was built into the mound so that the living could enter, and wooden figures were kept inside. The mound became not just a grave, but a dwelling, a place where the dead resided and could still interact with the world. This idea appears in many sagas. Sometimes it's shown in simple or humorous ways, like a Christian hermit's ghost scolding a girl for wiping her muddy feet on his grave, calling it his house. In other stories, people are buried in high places so they can overlook the land they ruled. Friends are imagined chatting between nearby burial mounds, or the dead rise from their graves in more terrifying forms, as Draugr, undead beings who haunt the living and bring ruin. One of the most evocative images of the dead comes from Njal's saga. After the warrior Gunnar is killed, a dream reveals him resting peacefully in his grave. The mound appears open, and Gunnar is seen gazing at the moon with a joyful face, surrounded by a gentle light, calm and content. Yet the dead were not always at peace. Icelandic tales often speak of hauntings and terrifying apparitions. But sometimes, the dead were seen as protectors, or even as returning gods. A Norwegian king named Olaf Geirstad Elf was honored long after death. During a famine, people sacrificed to him in his mound, just as they once did to Freyr. When Olaf the Holy was born generations later, he was named after this ancestor and received his ring and sword, said to have been taken from the old king's grave. Many believed the new Olaf was the old one reborn. Yet Olaf the Holy rejected this idea. As he passed the ancient mound, a companion asked if he had once been buried there. The king sternly denied it, insisting his soul had never had two bodies, and never would. He spurred his horse forward and rode away quickly, clearly shaken. One theory suggests that it was the earlier Olaf, the one worshipped after death, who may have been buried in the Gokstad shipgrave, one of Norway's most iconic pagan burial sites. If true, this would deepen the connection between Olaf and the Vanir, especially given the strong fertility themes present in stories about sacrifices made to him. The focus on ancestor worship in these accounts closely mirrors the cult of Freyr. Rather than promising an afterlife in a distant world of the gods, the Vanir-centered belief system emphasized honoring the dead, remembering them during rituals and festivals, visiting their graves, and even sitting upon their mounds to gain wisdom and insight. Legends about peaceful kings arriving over the sea and passing on their rule speak to a tradition not of resurrection in a divine realm, but of rebirth and continuity within this world. The title Elf, carried by Olaf and his ancestor Halfdan Whiteleg, may hold important meaning. Halfdan is listed under that name in the poem Ynglingatal, which traces the burial places of early kings. The tradition of honoring elves persisted in Sweden well into the late Viking Age. In fact, Sigvat, a Christian poet serving King Olaf the Holy, once wrote about his journey through Sweden in 1018. He couldn't find lodging in Gotland because, At that time of year, the locals were holding sacrifices to the elves. In Cormac's saga, an Icelandic tale, a woman with mystical powers instructs a wounded man to sacrifice a bull at a burial mound inhabited by elves. She tells him to smear the mound with the animal's blood and prepare a feast using the meat. Only then, she says, will he be healed. This ritual parallels sacrifices to Freyr mentioned in other sagas, where oxen were offered in his name. Freyr himself is said to live in Alfheim, the land of the elves, and both he and the elves are symbolically connected to the sun. Ancient cup marks carved into stones and tombs in Sweden, often paired with sun wheels, appear to reflect this connection. Even in more recent times, Swedish villagers have poured milk into these cups as offerings to the elves. These practices and symbols tie the elves not only to nature and fertility, but also to the spirits of the dead resting in the earth. An Old English charm that speaks of sharp, stabbing pain attributes the cause to arrows shot by gods, witches, or elves. While this highlights the elves' potential to harm, many sagas suggest that their power was often sought for aid, especially for healing and childbirth. One compelling example comes from the story of Olaf the Holy's birth. His mother struggled with a long and painful labor. Only when a sacred belt from Olaf of Geirstad's burial mound was placed around her did the pain subside. The sword from that same mound was then given to the newborn child, future king and saint of Norway, sealing the belief that help from the dead could lead to life. Beyond healing, inspiration was also believed to flow from the burial mounds. According to a story in Flatey Jarbok, a man gained the gift of poetry after sleeping on a poet's grave. In a dream, the spirit of the dead bard taught him a verse, and from that moment, he became a poet himself. This power did not come from Odin, the god traditionally associated with wisdom and poetry, but from the unseen forces beneath the ground, those aligned with the Vanir. It's worth recalling that even Odin himself did not originally possess the mead of poetic inspiration. He had to steal it from the giants, and its creation was deeply tied to the Vanir. There are stories of kings sitting atop the burial mounds of their ancestors, seeking wisdom from those buried beneath. In many ways, this tradition echoes the belief that true knowledge and guidance could be drawn directly from the spirits of the dead. Such acts suggest that the earth itself, and those within it, were sources of sacred power and insight. Some tales go even further, describing the living entering burial mounds and joining the dead. These stories seem more closely tied to the memory of the Vanir than to Odin's cult. A striking example is found in the poem Helgakvida, where the princess Sigrun willingly steps into the grave of her fallen husband, Helgi. There, in the shadow of death, she embraces him once more. Notes attached to the poem hint that these two lovers were believed to be reborn again and again, returning to life more than once. This view of death, where love leads to rebirth, differs from the traditions linked to Odin. In stories of Odin's cult, widows often died by strangulation and were burned alongside their husbands, not to return to this world, but to join their men in the afterlife of the gods. This contrast may shed light on an odd line about Brynhild in the poetic Edda. As she prepares to die alongside Sigurd, her words reflect a desire to ensure that she will not be born again. Although Thor is rarely connected with death in the surviving myths, archaeological evidence tells another story. Across the north, the symbol of the hammer, or swastika, appears on cremation urns and memorial stones, suggesting that Thor was believed to protect his followers even in death. Both cremation and burial practices seem to have been tied to his cult. Given his association with lightning and fire, it is not surprising that cremation may have once played a role. Still, by the later Viking Age, most of Thor's followers were buried in the earth. Cremation, on the other hand, lingered mainly in Sweden and was more closely linked to the worship of Odin. Unlike Freyr, Thor is not known for traditions of burial in mounds. There are no stories of his death or the establishment of funeral rites in his name. Yet there is one powerful example from Icelandic tradition. Thorolf of Most, a devoted follower of Thor, was believed not to have remained in his grave after death. Instead, his family held the belief that he entered the nearby mountains. This belief is echoed in Eyrbyggja saga, where a shepherd reported seeing the sacred hill Holyfell opened after the death of Thorolf's son. He claimed to witness the son and his crew being joyfully received into the mountain by Thorolf himself. Similar beliefs are mentioned in other Icelandic sources, always in relation to people connected to Thorolf by blood or marriage. It seems likely this was a family belief, possibly brought from Norway by Thorolf during the early days of Icelandic settlement. When Thorolf arrived in Iceland, he built a temple dedicated to Thor and declared the hill Holyfell to be sacred. No one was to gaze upon it unwashed, and no living being was to be harmed upon its slopes. Those who lived under Thor's protection were believed to pass into this holy hill after death. This idea highlights the strong ties between the living and their ancestors. Much like the burial mound or the mythic journey across the sea, this belief centered not on the fate of the individual, but on the survival of the family line and the sanctity of the land tied to them. Thor's worship, like that of Freyr, was deeply rooted in settled agricultural life. This contrasts with the cult of Odin, whose rites of cremation often took place on distant battlefields, far from home. No exploration of death in Germanic mythology would be complete without the haunting figure of the fiery dragon. In the Old English poem Beowulf, the dragon is a monstrous guardian of the grave mound, curled around ancient treasure, consumed by a furious need to protect it. When a single cup is stolen from his hoard, his fury is unleashed. He rises and sets the countryside ablaze, laying waste to the homes of men with his flaming breath. He circles the land, bringing fire and death to all in his path. In the final act of the poem, Beowulf confronts the dragon to protect his people. Though he slays the beast, the battle costs him his own life. This terrifying image of the dragon is reinforced by archaeological finds. At Sutton Hoo, the design on a royal shield features a fearsome dragon with sharp teeth, folded wings, and a coiled tail. Even historical accounts support this imagery. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle for the year 793 records fiery dragons seen in the sky, considered ominous signs of coming disaster. These were likely aurora displays, but the specific association with dragons suggests a deeper cultural symbol. The dragon as a manifestation of devouring death, consuming both the body and the treasures of the dead. Excavations from places like Asthall Barrow in Oxfordshire show that cremation burials were practiced well into the 7th century. Beowulf offers a vivid picture of such a funeral pyre. The flames roar into the sky, splitting open wounds and consuming the fallen. Fire, described as the greediest of spirits, devours the bodies of the slain, reducing them to ash. Even after cremation was no longer the standard practice, fire retained its role in funerary rites. At early Anglo-Saxon cemeteries like Stappenhill in Staffordshire and Kettering, some inhumation graves show signs of ritual burning, charcoal and scorched earth surrounding the bodies. In other sites on the European continent, similar evidence has been found. At Villers-Saint-Étienne in France, archaeologists uncovered signs of ceremonial fires within Alemannic burial grounds. Later, Christian practices absorbed this symbolism. Charcoal and even incense were placed into graves to signify spiritual cleansing. Whether these earlier fire rites were tied to the worship of Thor or Odin remains unclear, but the symbolic power of fire clearly endured. In Scandinavian mythology, dragons play a smaller role, and when they do appear, they are often described as serpents rather than fire-breathing beasts. Unlike the vivid, airborne dragons of Anglo-Saxon legend, Norse dragons are earthbound, lurking in mounds. The idea of the fire-breathing dragon may have developed from rituals around the grave and was given dramatic life by artists and poets. In Beowulf, the dragon is brought so vividly to life that he seems almost real, a being who walks among men. Over time, in both England and Scandinavia, dragons came to symbolize the guardianship of tombs. In some legends, the dragon is said to be the very spirit of the dead man, transformed after burial to protect his hoard. The most enduring image remains that of the dragon as death itself, consuming, hoarding, watching. This idea appears in burial art as well. At the Alemannic cemetery of Oberflacht, tree-trunk coffins were carved with serpent dragons stretching across their lids, as if triumphing over the dead inside. The Old Norse poem Völuspá speaks of Nidugr, the corpse devourer, who soars through the sky carrying the dead. His name alone makes it clear. He is a creature of death, destruction, and decay. The winged dragon may have come from the east, carried into Europe alongside Roman legions who bore the flying dragon as a military standard. Yet it found fertile ground in the north because it resonated with existing beliefs about death. The coiled serpent dragon, like Fafnir slain by Sigurd, left its mark on Viking art as well, etched into rune stones, coiling around graves. Again and again, the snake appears as a symbol of death's domain, both in myth and in stone. In the prose Edda, Snorri Sturluson describes the underworld ruled by Hel as a bleak and shadowy place. This version, though carefully crafted in literary terms, is far removed from older, raw depictions found in earlier poetry and chronicles. There, the grave is not just a final resting place. It is a realm of dread, filled with corpses, serpents, stench, bitter cold, and rotting treasures. These images appear not only in the Edda poems, but also in the works of Saxo Grammaticus. While sometimes associated with punishment for sin, they carry a primal force of their own, independent of Christian notions of hell. The fear of consuming fire and the suffocating embrace of the grave haunted the northern imagination, and the comfort offered by the gods could never fully dispel it. The solutions proposed by the gods varied. Odin offered the gift of temporary forgetfulness. Freyr promised hope in rebirth and the continuation of the family line. Thor provided strength and a sense of order. Yet none of these were enough to erase the looming threat of death or the monsters that symbolized it. The myth of Ragnarok makes this fear unmistakably clear. In the end, even the gods fall victim to the same fate as mortals. The death of Balder is particularly telling. When he died, Odin sent his horse Sleipnir into the underworld to retrieve him. Balder was found in Hel's Hall, but the attempt to bring him back ended in failure. He was never restored to life, and poetic evidence shows that this wasn't an invention of Snorri, but an older tradition. Balder, son of Odin, symbolized the bitter truth that even divine lineage could not escape mortality. The god of death himself, in a cruel twist, was powerless against death. Looking across the northern pantheon, three towering figures emerge above all others: Odin, Thor, and Freyr. Freya, sister of Freyr, stands proudly among them, while Frigg, Odin's wife, remains a more elusive and shadowy presence. Njord, father of Freyr, and Tyr, once a mighty war god, also linger in the background. When we examine the Germanic world beyond Scandinavia, we find similar deities: Woden, Donar, Nerthus, and Tiwaz, reflections of these great northern gods. But these are not the only inhabitants of Asgard. In Snorri's account, many other figures appear, some only briefly mentioned, others playing more active roles in myth. Yet few of them seem to have been worshipped in any structured cult. If we try to categorize them simply as literary inventions, they remain confusing and inconsistent. Some appear to be tied to the older Vanir cult, such as Ing, Scyld, Njord's children, and the goddesses Gefjon and Skadi. Others may have been mortal heroes who were elevated to divine status over time. A few may have originated as poetic abstractions that slowly took on lives of their own. Some, it's believed, were foreign imports, introduced into the North and absorbed into myth through storytelling and poetic tradition. Among these lesser figures, three stand out: Heimdall, Loki, and Balder. Another is Bragi, whom Snorri calls the god of poetry. In Lokasenna, Loki mocks Bragi for avoiding battle and choosing instead to hide among the benches, perhaps a poetic jab at his quiet nature. Yet Bragi is also portrayed in court poetry as a noble figure, welcoming slain kings to Valhalla and preparing Odin's hall for their arrival. In one tale, Loki even accuses him of killing his wife's brother, suggesting that other, now lost myths once existed about him. There was also a real poet named Bragi Boddason in the 9th century, and while it is unlikely he became a mythological god, the name Bragi may have originally been a title or nickname. The word itself can mean poetry, and Bragarmal refers to poetic speech. According to Snorri, this meaning came from the god's name, but linguistically it could have been the reverse. The word also means leader or chief, and the term Bragarfull, the cup of Bragi, was the ceremonial drink shared at a dead king's funeral feast, a cup over which men might swear solemn oaths. This cup may have been named not after the god Bragi, but after the fallen leader, or even Odin himself as Lord of the Dead. Bragi, sometimes known as the Long-Bearded One, may simply be a poetic reflection of Odin, the god of poetry and inspiration, whose many names and roles might have been misunderstood or fragmented into separate divine figures. His association with Valhalla feasts could be explained by the connection to this funeral tradition. Bragi's wife was the goddess Idun, keeper of the magical apples that granted the gods eternal youth. Snorri tells the story of how Loki, under pressure, was forced to kidnap Idun and her apples for the giant Thiazi, and later had to retrieve them to save the gods from aging. Idun herself is a quiet figure in myth, mentioned little outside this tale. Though her brother appears in Lokasenna, hinting at other lost stories, she seems somewhat foreign to the native mythology of the North. Some scholars suggest she may have been borrowed from Celtic or classical myths. Her golden apples recall those found in the Garden of the Hesperides. In Irish legend, too, apples and nuts grant immortality, youth, and freedom from time's grip. These images are ancient and deeply symbolic. In one tale, Loki transforms Idun and her apples into a nut, then escapes with her while in the form of a bird. Here, the motif of nuts and apples as sources of eternal youth appears once more, a concept long familiar in Celtic tradition, and one that suggests a deeper cross-cultural symbolism behind Idun's role in Norse mythology. The symbolic link between fruit, especially apples, and the divine may already have existed in early Germanic paganism. Archaeological finds reveal that fruit and nuts were sometimes buried with the dead in early graves across southern England and the European continent, hinting at a possible ritual or symbolic meaning. Even today, nuts are still associated with fertility in parts of southwestern England. In Norse mythology, the connection is clearer. Golden apples were the gifts offered by Skirnir to Gerd when he courted her on behalf of Freyr, a prominent god among the Vanir. In another mythic tale from the Volsung cycle, the goddess Frigg gave an apple to a king praying for a son while sitting atop a sacred mound. An 11th century poem by Thorbjorn Brunnerson introduces the haunting phrase, "apples of hell." In the poem, the speaker accuses his wife of wishing for his death, offering him apples that would send him to the realm of the dead. This poetic image suggests that, by that time, apples were being imagined not only as symbols of life, but also as food for the dead. Further supporting this connection is the Roman-era goddess Nehelenia, often depicted seated with a bowl of apples at her side. Her cult, associated with the goddesses of fertility and abundance, bears strong ties to the Vanir, suggesting that the apple's symbolism may have deep roots in northern religious traditions. While it's tempting to view the Norse use of apples as influenced by Celtic myths, especially the Irish story of the sons of Tuireann, where magical fruit is stolen from a divine tree, there's a key difference. In the Norse tale of Idun, the apples are not plucked from a tree but carried in a box or bowl, taken along with her when she is abducted. The concept of a sacred fruit offering immortality is much older and likely originated in the Near East, where apple cultivation first began. Though apples were introduced to northern Europe by the Romans, native varieties were small and sour. Still, the myth of Idun, paired with the god of poetry and inspiration, may preserve the faint echo of an ancient figure, the life-giving goddess who guarded the sacred fruit of the otherworld. Another deeply symbolic figure is Mimir, often described as the wisest among the Aesir gods. Snorri Sturluson portrays him as the guardian of a sacred spring beneath the world tree, located in the realm of the frost giants. According to another tradition, Mimir was given as a hostage to the Vanir and was later killed by them. Odin, however, preserved his head and used it as an oracle, seeking counsel from it during times of great uncertainty. Mimir's name appears in several variations: Mimir, Mimir, Mimi, all tied to the themes of wisdom and divine knowledge. Some have even connected his name to the Latin word memor, meaning mindful, though other linguistic roots have also been suggested. The story of Mimir's death stems from a mythic war between the Aesir and the Vanir. The version we have tells of Mimir being paired with Honir, a companion who said little, leading the Vanir to become dissatisfied and ultimately to execute Mimir. While the tale is confusing, the idea of two rival groups of gods in conflict is common across many mythologies. Some scholars interpret it as a reflection of competing cults or belief systems. Georges Dumézil, a renowned mythologist, proposed that the myth represents a deeper division between gods of fertility and gods of magic. He pointed to Celtic myths, such as the war between the Tuatha De Danann and the Fomorians, as evidence of a similar pattern. In both versions of the War of the Gods preserved by Snorri, the outcome is the same: the acquisition of inspiration by Odin and the Aesir. This suggests, if Dumézil is correct, that the gods of magic ultimately triumphed over the gods of fertility. In one version, inspiration is gained through Mimir's head. In the other, it comes from the mead brewed from the body of Kvasir. The figure of Kvasir adds another layer of complexity. Though he too is described as incredibly wise, his origins differ. His name derives from a term for fermented drink, used across Germanic and Eastern regions, and in modern Danish still refers to crushed fruit. Kvasir was born from the mingled saliva of the Aesir and the Vanir, representing their peace treaty. While unsettling to modern ears, the use of saliva may point to ancient fermentation practices. Kvasir, like the folkloric figure of John Barleycorn, came to represent the life force of the harvest, sacrificed to produce the drink that brings wisdom and fellowship. Though Kvasir faded into poetic abstraction, Mimir remained firmly rooted as the guardian of the sacred spring. According to one poem, Odin was granted access to this spring only after sacrificing one of his eyes, a steep price for the wisdom he sought. If Mimir once held the power of inspiration before the Aesir rose to dominance, his original identity may belong not among the gods, but among the giants. In several old verses, a terrifying giant is mentioned in connection with the World Tree, sometimes referred to as the Tree of Mimi, and this being is associated with powerful magical weapons. Saxo Grammaticus also preserved a tale in which the hero Hadding journeys to the underworld in search of a magical sword. There, the weapon is guarded by an old forest-dwelling figure named Mimingus, described as a satyr or woodland spirit. This character may be another echo of Mimir, a forgotten shadow of the once powerful giant guardian of knowledge and weapons. In these murky layers of legend, the true figure of Mimir becomes difficult to discern. Yet even in this obscured form, he continues to embody the ancient link between wisdom, sacrifice, and the deeper powers that lie beneath the surface of the world. Honir, the quiet companion of Mimir, has all but faded into mythic obscurity. Over time, scholars have tried to link him with better-known gods, but none of these identifications have proven convincing. And yet, Honir seems to have been more than the simple, silent figure described by Snorri in the story of the Aesir-Vanir truce. He is counted among the gods who helped create humanity, and in one of the earliest poems, he is said to have given humans the gift of intelligence. Remarkably, Honir is one of the few gods who is said to survive Ragnarok, the final battle of the gods, and to reign in the renewed world that follows. He was remembered as a companion of both Odin and Loki, and according to Snorri, he was swift and long-legged. Another prose source portrays him as timid, the most hesitant of the gods. But perhaps the silence that defined Honir was not a sign of weakness, but of wisdom. In Old Norse tradition, silence was often associated with insight and the power of foresight. It is possible that Honir once represented a form of mystical wisdom, now lost in the mists of forgotten lore. His silence, once his strength, has become the very thing that obscures him. There is evidence suggesting that early Germanic peoples worshipped a pair of divine twins, brothers born of the sky god. Though their names are now lost, this pattern appears in mythologies across Europe. The most well-known example comes from Greek and Roman tradition. Castor and Pollux, sons of Zeus, celebrated as the saviors of those in peril, whether at sea or in battle. The Spartans honored them especially, and their symbol, the Dokana, two vertical beams joined by a crossbeam, may have represented fire, unity, or divine aid. In the 3rd century, Greek geographers reported that the cult of divine twins existed along the North Sea coast. The Roman historian Tacitus described a Germanic tribe, the Naharvali, who worshipped youthful twin gods he called the Alcis. These gods bore no images, but were honored in forest sanctuaries by priests dressed in women's garments. Tacitus himself believed this was not a Roman imitation, but a native Germanic tradition. Supporting this, archaeologists have found a Latin period urn from the same region, decorated with pairs of horsemen tied together by a beam, a striking echo of the Dokana. We know very little about the later history of the Alcis. However, many Germanic royal families trace their origins to twin brothers. The Vandals spoke of Raus and Raptos, the Lombards of Ebor and Io. Among the early Swedes, legends recall brother kings like Alric and Eirik, or Alf and Yngvi. Even the Anglo-Saxon founders of Kent, Hengist and Horsa, whose names mean stallion and horse, evoke the imagery of mounted divine twins. These equine associations strengthen the idea that such legends may preserve a distant memory of the horse-riding savior gods, like the Dioscuri. In some cases, one brother kills the other, as with Romulus and Remus, founders of Rome. Similar stories survive in the traditions of Swedish kings. In Scandinavia, there were also the mysterious Haddingjar, brothers remembered in fragments of legend. Place names in Norway still bear traces of them, and their name may be connected to the Hasdingi, the royal house of the Vandals. The Old Norse word hadr, meaning women's hair, might echo Tacitus's description of the Alcis priests dressed like women. These linguistic and mythic hints suggest a shared cultural memory of divine twins. Yet most of this remains scholarly reconstruction. What matters more is whether any trace of these heavenly brothers, these divine protectors, can still be found in Norse mythology. Some believe they might survive in figures like Njord and Freyr, or Freyr and Ullr, gods of the Vanir. But whatever presence they once had has largely been eclipsed by the rise of major gods like Thor, Freyr, and Odin, or perhaps by powerful goddesses. There are tantalizing signs. Hakon, a Norse earl of Halogaland, prayed in battle to the goddess Thorgerda. In one tale, she appeared in the sky alongside her sister Irpa, firing arrows at his enemies. This mirrors the behavior of the Dioscuri, appearing from above to protect their followers. In another strange account from Saxo Grammaticus, as Swedes and Danes waged war, two bald old men appeared in the night sky. One fought for the Swedes, the other for the Danes. Their grotesque, unnatural appearance and their supernatural efforts suggest they were more than human. But nowhere in these tales do we find the clear, vivid image known from Greco-Roman myth. Two radiant young horsemen, riding side by side, arriving in the moment of need. By the time Snorri collected the Old Norse stories, it seems the divine twins, the Alcis, had long since faded from northern memory. Snorri Sturluson mentions Forseti as the son of Balder and lists him among the gods of Asgard. In the poem Grimnismal, Forseti is said to dwell in a shining hall of silver and gold called Glitnir, a place where he brings peace and resolves conflicts. Although some scholars believe this part of the poem might be a late addition, Forseti stands out because he is linked to more than one tradition. One such tradition comes from the life of Saint Willibrord, written in the 8th century. In this account, Willibrord visited an island somewhere between Frisia and Denmark. This island had a sacred spring where silence was required to draw water. Villebrord baptized 3 men there and even slaughtered a cow, acts which defiled the sacred place. Despite this, he escaped execution by the local king, Radbod, because 3 times the lots were drawn, and each time he was spared, although one of his companions was not so fortunate. The island was known as Fawcett's Land, named after the god once worshipped there. Interestingly, there is also a place called Forsetlund near the Oslo fjord, suggesting that Forsetti's cult may have once reached into Norway from the Frisian coast. Another story from Frisian legend tells how the laws of Frisia were first recorded. When Charlemagne summoned 12 Frisian representatives to recite their laws, they failed. As punishment, he gave them a grim choice: death, slavery, or to be cast adrift in a boat with no rudder. They chose the last option and prayed for divine help. Their prayers were answered when a 13th man appeared, carrying a golden axe. He steered their vessel, and as they approached land, he threw the axe ashore. From the spot it landed, a spring emerged. This mysterious figure taught the men the laws they needed, and then vanished. Though this tale has clear Christian overtones, some scholars believe it preserves elements of an older pagan story, perhaps linked to Forsetti. The golden axe might echo the precious metals associated with him, and the act of bringing forth a spring is reminiscent of his sacred island. The number of 12 men accompanied by a divine leader is not necessarily a Christian influence, as councils of 12 are well documented in northern traditions. Even Odin was said to have led such a council. The axe itself, not a traditional Christian symbol, and the motif of a spring appearing from the earth support a pre-Christian origin for this tale. However, there is no consensus on whether these stories truly reflect an ancient cult of Forsetti. As with many lesser-known gods, some have attempted to link him to more prominent figures, but none of these theories have held up convincingly. Unlike the elusive Forsetti or Honir, Heimdall presents a much more distinct and fascinating figure. He appears across many sources as a powerful, mysterious deity with a unique and striking presence. Yet even with the wealth of references, Heimdall defies easy categorization. Scholars have tried to fit him into various roles, as a god of the sun, the moon, the ram, or even as a divine bird. Others see him as a guardian spirit, a personification of the rainbow, a symbol of ritual silence, or even as a representation of the world tree. Comparisons have ranged from Agni, the Indian fire god, to Saint Michael, to Christ himself. Despite all these interpretations, none fully captures the complexity of Heimdall's character. One aspect of Heimdall stands out above all others. He is the Watcher. Snorri describes him sitting at the edge of heaven, guarding the rainbow bridge, Bifrost. He never sleeps, sees as clearly by night as by day, and can hear even the faintest sound. He carries Gjallarhorn, the horn that will one day signal the doom of the gods. In the poem Lokasenna, Loki mocks this constant vigilance, while in Völuspá, Heimdall's horn becomes the trumpet of Ragnarok, waking the gods as their final battle begins. Some have argued that this horn is a later Christian addition, inspired by the Archangel Gabriel. However, a 10th century stone cross in Gosforth, England, shows a figure holding a horn among scenes depicting the end of the gods, suggesting that the horn was already part of the tradition by then. The idea that Heimdall simply copied Gabriel doesn't account for his deep role in Norse myth, or why he was the one chosen to sound the horn of doom. A theory proposed by Finnish scholar Pipping connects Heimdall to the ram, noting that one version of his name, Heimdalli, means ram. This interpretation tries to make sense of two unusual poetic kennings mentioned by Snorri, that a sword can be called Heimdall's head, and that a head can be called Heimdall's sword. If these phrases are based on ancient myths, those stories are now lost. Some have speculated that Heimdall, like a ram, might have symbolized sacrifice and rebirth. In this view, Heimdall could even be linked with the world tree, hanging as a sacrificed guardian, a figure both sacred and watchful. Whatever the truth, Heimdall's image remains vivid, the sleepless sentinel at the edge of the world, listening for the approach of chaos, waiting with his horn to summon the gods to their fate. Some scholars have suggested that Heimdall might have deep-rooted connections to northeastern Europe, especially the Finno-Ugric tribes. In these cultures, gods were often represented by tall wooden pillars. Heimdall, known as the White God, is described as majestic and sacred. Interestingly, in the legends of the Yakut people, there is a white youth, considered the father of humankind, who was sustained by the spirit of the world tree and nourished with milk. This idea likely has southern origins, linked with ancient images of life-giving trees that were central in Near Eastern mythologies. Yet, there are also features of Heimdall that suggest influences from the West. In the preface to the Eddic poem, Rígstula, Heimdall is identified with a mysterious figure called Rig. Though this name doesn't appear elsewhere, Rig plays a central role in the poem as the father of the human race. He travels across the earth, visiting 3 households, one of slaves, one of farmers, and one of nobles. In each home, he sleeps between the man and wife, and 9 months later, a child is born, each destined to become a representative of one of these social classes. The first becomes a thrall, the second a free land-owning farmer, and the third grows into a noble earl and leader. The story has clear echoes of Celtic tradition. The name Rig is likely related to the Irish word for king, and the theme of a god who travels among mortals to father children closely resembles legends about the sea god Manannan mac Lir and his son Mongan. Manannan, often linked with the Isle of Man, is known as the Son of the Sea, a title that could easily describe Heimdall too. In the lost poem Heimdall Argaldur, known only through Snorri's writings, Heimdall is said to be born of 9 mothers. These mothers appear to be sea giantesses, perhaps even personifications of the ocean's waves. In another poem, Heimdall is described as a being of immense strength, born long ago on the edge of the world to 9 giant maidens. These powerful women, living beneath the sea, are familiar figures in both Norse and Irish traditions. They are often tied to the underworld and possess immense strength and mystery. The poem continues with references to Heimdall being granted the power of the earth, the icy sea, and sacred swine's blood. Swine, especially the boar, were sacred to the Vanir gods like Freyr, who are themselves linked to the underworld and power. A strange phrase in the poem refers to Heimdall as nail resplendent, a term also used for a mighty underworld giant, the father of the necklace-loving maiden Menglod, who may be connected to Freya. These connections suggest that Heimdall is not only a guardian of the gods, but also tied to the Vanir and their deep associations with the sea, fertility, and the otherworld. Although the link between Heimdall and the Vanir is never directly stated, there are subtle hints throughout the myths. In Thrimskvida, Heimdall offers counsel on how to recover Freya from the giants, and here his wisdom seems to align with the Vanir. Like Freya, Heimdall is associated with the sea, and the Vanir's influence extended across both land and water. Heimdall is also said to have battled Loki, the trickster god. Their conflict is mentioned in the 10th century poem Haustlong, though the surviving text is vague and difficult to interpret. Some believe Heimdall emerged victorious, reclaiming a valuable treasure, perhaps even Brisingamen, the necklace of Freya, which Loki had once stolen. There is still much debate about Heimdall's role and origins. Unfortunately, the lost poem Heimdallargaldr might have offered valuable clarity, but it survives only in name. In Völuspá, the poem opens with a call to the sons of Heimdall, implying that mankind itself descends from him, much like in Rígstula. However, there is no known evidence of a specific cult devoted to Heimdall, and place names offer no clues either. Still, the wide variety of stories and references to Heimdall are difficult to dismiss. They suggest a figure too vivid and complex to be merely a poetic invention. His connections to the Vanir offer one of the most promising paths to understanding his role. As a guardian of Asgard, a child of the sea, a being tied to the world tree and the underworld, and ultimately, as a divine ancestor of humanity itself. Loki's place among the gods of Asgard is as mysterious as Heimdall's, but even more compelling. In Snorri's stories, Loki emerges as perhaps the most vivid and unforgettable character in Norse mythology. He is at the center of the most entertaining tales and often plays a critical role in the unfolding of events. He brings laughter to the divine world with his tricks and deception, but also sorrow, especially through his involvement in Baldur's death. Yet, when we look at the poetic sources, Loki becomes something else entirely. A darker, more elusive force. He appears powerful, shadowy, and dangerous. While Snorri often portrays him as wicked, the older poems suggest a more ambiguous nature. Some scholars even believe that Loki's role as Baldur's killer was a late development, shaped by growing Christian influence that gradually darkened his image, casting him more in line with the devil. One thing that makes Loki stand out is his constant presence among the gods. Only Odin and Thor are as socially active as he is. Loki is seen alongside almost every major figure in the Norse pantheon. He journeys with Odin and Thor, quarrels with Heimdall, and causes the death of Baldur. He is part of both the creation of the world and its destruction. He helps construct the walls of Asgard and interacts with gods and monsters alike. Though scholars have tried to link him with a lesser-known creator god called Lotur, no strong connection has ever been established. Unlike other prominent deities, such as Freyr, Thor, or even Tyr, Loki was never worshipped by mortals. He has no temples, no cult, no trace of veneration in place names or rituals. He remains an essential part of the myths, but always as an outsider. Even in Snorri's more playful tales, Loki is more of a trickster than a villain. His schemes sometimes cause trouble for the gods, like when he helps a giant steal the apples of youth, or kills an otter without realizing its divine connections. But at other times, he is the one who saves the gods. He is the clever one who recovers Thor's stolen hammer by disguising the thunder god as a bride. His motives are not always clear. Sometimes he is forced to act under pressure, either by threats from giants or commands from the gods. Many of his misdeeds, like cutting off Sif's golden hair, feel more like pranks than acts of malice. While Loki is intelligent and inventive, his plans often go wrong. Loki's most unique gift is his ability to transform. This magical skill allows him to slip between worlds and roles. When the gods needed to stop a giant from finishing the walls of Asgard, Loki transformed into a mare and lured away the giant's horse. From this bizarre event, Loki gave birth to Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse that would become Odin's steed. When the golden apples were stolen, Loki flew in bird form to retrieve them. On another mission, he borrowed Freya's feather cloak to find Thor's hammer. To sabotage a group of master blacksmiths, he turned into a fly and bit the craftsman at a key moment. In another tale, he became a flea to steal Freya's necklace. Some poems suggest he once fought Heimdall while transformed into a seal. And when the gods hunted him down for his role in Baldur's death, Loki turned into a salmon to escape. According to Snorri, he even took the shape of an old woman to stop Baldur from returning from the dead. Beyond this, Loki is also the father of many monstrous beings: Fenrir the wolf, Jörmungandr the world serpent, and Hel, the goddess of death. Through these children, Loki becomes deeply connected with chaos, destruction, and the shadowy forces that threaten the gods. This dark connection between Loki and monstrous beings is not new. Skaldic poetry from the 9th century already ties him to these creatures. Some have tried to explain this by linking it to medieval Christian writings about demons, but it's also possible that the Norse poets were drawing on authentic pagan traditions. Even the idea of Loki being bound after causing Baldur's death may have originated in pre-Christian mythology, although Christian ideas may have reinforced it. In Anglo-Saxon England, images of the devil being bound were popular in religious manuscripts. This theme was also carved into stones by Viking artists. Some Viking-era carvings in northern England show large bound figures that could easily be interpreted as either Loki or Satan. One of the clearest examples is the Gosforth cross in Cumbria. On this stone cross, Loki is shown lying helpless while venom drips down onto him. A woman stands beside him, catching the poison in a bowl to protect him. This image closely matches the story of Loki's punishment, as told by Snorri. What makes the Gosforth cross especially fascinating is that it combines symbols of both Norse mythology and Christian belief. Scenes of Heimdall blowing his horn and gods fighting the great serpent are mixed with visions of judgment and redemption. Loki, bound beneath the snake's venom, becomes a bridge between two worlds. He is both the trickster of the old faith and the devil of the new. Some scholars, like Ulrich, have even compared this story to ancient legends from the Caucasus, where a bound giant plays a similar role. While his broader conclusions may be debated, Ulrich's work highlights an important point. The image of a bound, monstrous figure existed long before Christianity. It was part of a shared cultural language in the North, and Loki may well have been its most vivid symbol. Jan de Vries spent considerable time analyzing the old sources that mention Loki. Many of these references are from later periods, and the stories they contain, especially those filled with Loki's mischief, appear to be later additions, likely created for the sake of entertainment. De Vries concluded that Loki's most ancient and consistent trait is his role as a thief. Time and again, Loki is seen stealing or hiding sacred objects: the apples of immortality, Thor's belt and gloves, Freya's necklace. These tales, even in early poetry, show that his reputation as a cunning thief was firmly established. Some scholars, like Georges Dumézil, go even further, arguing that Loki's image as a master thief may reach deep into Indo-European mythological roots. There have also been attempts to connect Loki with fire, mostly due to the similarity between his name and Logi, a personification of fire in Norse myth. But this connection doesn't hold up well. In Snorri's tale of Thor's journey to Utgard, Loki competes in an eating contest with Logi, who turns out to be literal wildfire. That scene might simply play on their similar names. In truth, Loki doesn't behave like a fire spirit. In fact, he's just as comfortable in water as he is on land. Some scholars have even proposed that Loki might be better understood as a water spirit, though this too remains uncertain. Efforts to place Loki among the ancient gods of the Germanic world haven't been particularly successful. One curious example comes from 19th century Lincolnshire, where a clergyman recalled a charm used by an old countrywoman when he was a child. The verse referenced three gods, God, Woden, and Loki, alongside a ritual involving a hammer. While it's tempting to view this as a lingering folk memory of a trio of Norse gods, Thor, Woden, and Loki, there are problems. The charm was recorded in several different versions, long after it was first heard, and without further supporting evidence, it remains a flimsy foundation for broader conclusions about Norse belief in England. Loki is a puzzling figure. He is a trickster, a liar, a thief, and a sharp-tongued troublemaker. In the Lokasenna poem, he shocks the gods and goddesses by hurling harsh truths and insults at them. Yet somehow, he still belongs in Asgard. He travels with Odin and Thor, joins in their adventures, and remains part of their world. To make sense of these contradictions, some scholars have compared Loki to the trickster figure found in many Native American traditions. This trickster is greedy and deceitful, often shifting into animal forms and getting involved in both comic and crude situations. But he's not merely a clown. Sometimes the trickster brings fire or light to humanity, or even creates aspects of the world itself. He can take both male and female forms, and even give birth. He's a strange mix of shaman, hero, god, and fool. This figure was beloved by storytellers, and often became the central character in folktales. Loki shares many of these traits, especially the harder-to-explain parts of his character. He too became the star of many humorous stories, most of them likely composed in later centuries simply to amuse an audience. In some versions of Native American tales, there are two creator figures, one noble and powerful, the other a trickster who tries to mimic him but always falls short. Loki, as a mischief maker and agent of chaos, could be seen as a kind of parody of Odin, the great creator. This perspective helps explain Loki's confusing place in the mythic world. Rather than being a straightforward villain, he becomes the shadow of the gods, especially Odin. There are hints that Loki may once have been associated with the underworld. He has deep ties to the realm of the dead, through his monstrous children like Hel, the serpent Jormungandr, and the wolf Fenrir. He also fathers Sleipnir, the horse that carries Odin to the world of the dead. At Ragnarok, Loki reappears alongside the giants, guiding their ship across the sea to battle the gods. In one poem, he is said to have forged a magical weapon beneath the doors of the dead. These connections suggest that Loki may have started as a chthonic figure, a spirit of the underworld with powers of deception and disguise. It's also worth remembering that there was another Loki in the myths, Utgard Loki. This giant lives far from Asgard, and Thor once visits him in a tale filled with trickery and illusion. Utgard Loki doesn't overpower Thor through strength, but through cunning and visual deception. While Thor is easily fooled, we suspect Odin would have seen through the illusions. Though presented as a comical story, it reflects a deeper truth. Loki and Thor are opposites. Loki is cunning, elusive, and magical. Thor is honest, strong, and direct. Their rivalry appears again in a different story told by Saxo, where travelers enter the realm of a terrifying giant who lies bound in darkness, much like Loki, within a land of rot, ruin, and death. Any full understanding of Loki must take into account his connection with death. He may have started as a dark, underground being, who later evolved into a sly trickster, mocking the gods and upsetting their plans. In Snorri's stories, he is the clever troublemaker tagging along behind Odin and Thor, always causing problems but rarely being cast out. It's only at the end of the world, at Ragnarok, that his true nature is revealed. Loki breaks free from his chains and leads the forces of destruction. The mischievous jester of the gods becomes something else entirely, a terrifying giant, bent on ending everything. And in that final moment, all his masks fall away. Loki the Joker, the liar, the shadow of Odin, returns to what he was from the beginning, a force of chaos and doom. The last of the mysterious Norse gods we turn to is Balder, whose story is so closely tied to Loki that it's impossible to consider one without the other. Unlike Heimdall, whose nature seems scattered, or Loki, whose personality is full of contradictions, the mystery of Balder lies in the fact that we have two completely different accounts of his death, one from Snorri and the other from Saxo. What complicates the matter further is the lack of solid evidence that Balder was ever widely worshipped. Most of what we know about him seems to come from literary sources and traditions, rather than active religious belief. One of the earliest references to Balder appears in the second Merseburg charm, where he is mentioned alongside names like Fol and Woden. The charm tells of Balder's horse injuring its foot and a group of goddesses and gods chanting spells to heal it. But this brief mention doesn't necessarily mean that Balder was known as a major god in old Germanic tradition. It's possible that Balder was just a title, meaning lord, rather than a unique divine figure. Alternatively, he could have been a heroic character helped by gods. His name also appears in early Anglo-Saxon royal genealogies in the form Baldeg, which some have translated as bright day. This has led to theories that he was a sky god, a radiant figure of light and beauty. But all of this remains guesswork. There is no direct proof that myths about Balder as a god were told in pagan England or among the continental Germanic peoples. In early Norse poetry, Balder's name often serves as a poetic term for a warrior, and it's in this form that he appears in Saxo's account. Saxo describes Balder as a mighty warrior of divine origin, said to be born from celestial seed. While Snorri's version of Balder's story is more famous and refined, Saxo's cannot be ignored. Snorri's tale presents Balder as the beloved son of Odin, so pure and radiant that all things in the world agreed never to harm him. His mother Frigg had secured oaths from everything, except one small plant, mistletoe, which she had overlooked. Loki discovered this weakness and manipulated the blind god Hödur into throwing a mistletoe dart, striking Balder and killing him. Later, when the gods tried to bring Balder back from the realm of the dead, Loki again intervened, this time in disguise, and sabotaged their efforts, ensuring Balder remained in hell. Saxo's version, while different, still retains echoes of the supernatural. In his story, Balder is supported by a group of otherworldly women, most likely Valkyries, who feed him a magical food that makes him nearly invincible. This food had been tainted by serpent venom, adding to its eerie power. Balder's rival is the human warrior Hödur, who also seeks the hand of the maiden Nanna. Like Balder, Hödur encounters the mystical women, who help him as well, even giving him a powerful belt that could ensure his victory in battle. Eventually, Hödur learns that in order to defeat Balder, he must find a legendary sword, one guarded by a strange forest being named Mimingus. To obtain this weapon, Hödur embarks on a long and dangerous journey through a shadowy land that seems to resemble the underworld. He surprises Mimingus, defeats him, and claims the enchanted sword. What follows are a series of battles between Höder and Balder, though Saxo may have repeated the same event in slightly different forms. At one point, despite the support of the gods, Balder suffers defeat, and his fleet is forced to retreat. At another moment, he finds victory and miraculously uncovers a spring of fresh water to relieve his warriors' thirst. A spring Saxo claimed was still known in his time as Balder's Spring. Despite Balder's temporary successes, Höder eventually marries Nanna, and Balder, heartbroken, begins to waste away. He is carried around in a wagon, visibly weakened. The final confrontation comes when Höder, now armed with the magical sword, wounds Balder. The next day, they fight one last battle. Balder, now gravely injured, is brought to the battlefield on a litter. In a dream, he sees the goddess Proserpina, who predicts his death. 3 days later, he succumbs to the wound. Balder is buried with great honor in a massive burial mound. According to legend, a man named Harold attempted to rob the grave centuries later, but was nearly drowned when a stream burst forth from the hill, forcing him to flee. After that, the mound was left untouched. Odin, devastated by the death of his son, was determined to take revenge. He sought out a princess named Rind, and through a strange and unsettling series of events, he fathered a son named Baus. When Baus reached adulthood, he fulfilled his destiny. He found Höder on the battlefield and killed him in combat, avenging the fallen Balder. At first glance, the two major versions of Balder's death appear wildly different. On one side, we have the Icelandic tradition, recorded by Snorri. On the other, the Danish account compiled by Saxo. Each writer seems to be drawing from different traditions or interpreting their sources in unique ways, perhaps even misunderstanding or reshaping them. Scholars have long debated the origins of these stories, whether they stemmed from oral poetry or prose sagas. It's likely that Saxo was influenced by a saga about Höder, since his version of the story is told largely from Höder's perspective. Saxo's description of the underworld journey suggests he drew inspiration from a type of poetic tradition similar to other mythological poems that focus on magical journeys and enchanted weapons. Meanwhile, Snorri seems to have drawn on a different poetic source, especially one that describes Hermod's daring ride across the Bridge of the Dead to Hel's realm. Unfortunately, the other surviving Norse poems offer little help in clarifying the full story. Only the poem Lokasenna gives us any real support for Snorri's claim that Loki caused Balder's death, where Loki tells Frigg that because of him, Balder will never return. However, Lokasenna is not considered an early source. In another poem, there is a brief mention of Balder as a sacrificial figure, struck down by Höder. One of the most striking accounts comes from the poem Balder's Dreams, where Odin travels to the land of the dead to ask a long-buried seeress why Balder has been having disturbing visions. The seeress tells him that Balder's doom is near, that he will be killed by Höder, and that Höder will soon be slain by a son of Odin yet to be born, whose mother will be Rind. In a different poem, composed to honor a fallen Norse king, the clamor of the dead arriving in Valhalla is compared to the sound of Balder returning to the gods' hall. Apart from the later poem Lokasenna, there is little in the older sources that contradicts the version of the tale in Saxo. In fact, Saxo's account of Balder dying after a battle lines up more closely with some of the scattered poetic clues. In Snorri's story, when Hermod visits the land of the dead, the guardian of the bridge tells him that the day Balder passed by, the bridge echoed with the footsteps of many slain warriors, 5 entire war bands entering Hel. This suggests that Balder did not die alone, but was part of a mass death in battle. Looking more closely, the two stories share more common ground than it first seems. In both, Balder dreams of his coming death. In both, he is deeply cherished by Odin and the other gods. Supernatural beings aid or hinder him, and in both accounts, he is eventually killed by Harder. Both agree that Balder could not be harmed by ordinary weapons, and that a special weapon was needed to bring him down. Odin is struck by terrible grief and loss. A new son of Odin is destined to avenge Balder, and a journey to the land of the dead is central to the story. This journey is especially intriguing because it suggests that the battle for Balder's fate happened not just in the world of the living, but in the realm beyond. However, each version gives a different reason and character for making that journey. In the poem, it is Odin who descends to seek knowledge. In Snorri's tale, Hermod rides down to bring Balder back. In Saxo's version, Hoder travels to the land of shadows to retrieve the magic sword he will use to kill Balder. There's another curious detail in Snorri's story. 3 days pass between the moment Balder is wounded and the time of his death. It's possible this was meant to reflect the cosmic struggle over his soul during that time, with various powers fighting for or against his survival. All the sources mention Balder's grand funeral. Snorri says he was placed on a ship and burned, likely based on an older poem. Saxo writes of a burial mound, and elsewhere he refers to the custom of burning warriors on ships after battle. These shared themes, even across such different accounts, help us understand the depth of the Balder legend. Snorri adds a final folkloric touch. He mentions an old belief that all things in the world weep for Balder, especially when the thaw begins after winter frost. Saxo, on the other hand, claims he knew specific traditions about Balder's duel with Hoder, and even the location of his grave. The weapon that kills Balder also differs between the two. Snorri describes it as a sprig of mistletoe, a seemingly harmless plant that becomes fatal. This detail gained fame thanks to comparisons with ancient sacred plants and golden branches used in other religious traditions. Saxo instead speaks of a sword, and in heroic legends, a famous sword called mistletoe is mentioned multiple times. It may be that the idea of a small object transforming into a deadly weapon, a theme seen in Odin's own stories, was simply adapted in different ways. Interestingly, mistletoe does not grow naturally in Iceland, making some believe it was not part of the original myth. When Saxo and Snorri set out to tell the story of Balder's death, they both faced a similar challenge. The sources they had were fragmented, cryptic, and deeply mysterious. These kinds of texts are the same ones that leave us scratching our heads when reading the Eddas, poems rich in magical symbols and otherworldly visions. Each author, in his own way, tried to make sense of these obscure traditions. Snorri, being a skilled storyteller, crafted a version that flowed beautifully and won the hearts of later generations. Saxo's account, though more chaotic and repetitive, preserved elements that may reflect older, forgotten strands of the myth. Despite its flaws, his version still holds value, offering glimpses of an earlier form of the legend that Snorri may have reimagined. The idea that Loki was responsible for Balder's death might not just be about mischief and trickery. It could be rooted in an older belief in a dark force from the underworld, working against Odin and striking down his son. In Snorri's telling, the mysterious old woman Thok refuses to weep for Balder, and she is believed to be Loki in disguise. In the poem Balder's Dreams, the seeress whom Odin consults is suddenly accused by him of being no wise woman at all, but rather the mother of giants. In response, she hints that she won't be seen again until Loki escapes his chains. This eerie moment suggests that Loki may have been speaking through her, possibly even taking on a monstrous female form. In some traditions, Loki is associated with Angerboda, the mother of monsters, who gives birth to the three great threats of Ragnarok: the serpent, the wolf, and Hel. All of this fits the older image of Loki, not as a cunning trickster of Asgard, but as a dark and ancient being tied to chaos and destruction. Balder is commonly called Odin's son, and that has led many to assume he must be a god. But not all traditions agree. As we've seen earlier, some parts of Snorri's story seem influenced by beliefs surrounding the gods of fertility, the Vanir. Saxo's version paints a different picture. He sees Balder not as a god, but as a great warrior on Earth, perhaps a mortal favored by Odin, possibly the child of a human woman visited by the god. In that view, Balder is one of Odin's many heroic sons, gifted and powerful, but still human. Many of the early poetic references to Balder support this idea and do not clearly define him as a god. One scholar even argued that the tale of Balder's death should be seen as a heroic story, one of Odin's warriors meeting a tragic end, rather than as a myth about a dying deity. There's even a similar story in Anglo-Saxon legend. In the poem Beowulf, a prince named Herebeald is accidentally killed by his own brother, Hæþcyn, in a hunting mishap. The tale is brief but powerful, especially the part where their father grieves his loss, unable to seek revenge for such a tragic accident. The names Herebeald and Hæþcyn bear a striking resemblance to Balder and Höder, and the comparison grows even stronger when you consider that the poem associates death by hanging with Woden, a god linked to sacrifice and death. Some have suggested that this is an early version of the Balder story, remembered and reshaped in Anglo-Saxon England. Like Saxo's version, it features two royal brothers, one of whom unknowingly kills the other, possibly through the influence of some curse or dark magic. Among all the stories that have come down to us from the ancient North, Balder's is perhaps the most haunting and enigmatic. We can't explore every layer of it here. It would take an entire book to do so. But it's important to recognize how Snorri's moving tale, beautiful as it is, might have led us astray. His vision of Balder, gentle, radiant, doomed, may have been shaped by ideas from other myths, especially those of the Vanir, where dying and rebirth play a central role. But in older traditions, Balder may not have been a god destined to fall. He might have been a beloved hero, cut down despite the favor of the gods, a mortal whose fate echoed through both this world and the next. In that light, he stands among the great heroes of the North, figures whose stories belong as much to myth as to memory. Long before the universe was formed, before time, space, or matter as we know it, there was no place for gods to dwell. This idea is echoed even by early Christian thinkers, such as Bishop Daniel of Winchester, who reminded his audience that before creation, there was no space in which divine beings could exist, not even the heavens or the earth. And yet, when Snorri Sturluson came to write his myths, he described the gods as living in a structured realm. Like the Olympians of ancient Greece, who resided atop Mount Olympus, the Norse gods, the Aesir and the Vanir, lived together in a grand celestial city known as Asgard. This was not an isolated domain, but part of a vast cosmic system. At the heart of this mythological universe stood Yggdrasil, the World Tree. This great tree connected the different regions of existence, the realm of the gods, the world of the giants, and the land of the dead. While Snorri's descriptions paint a neat cosmological picture, the myths themselves are more fluid. There were no rigid borders keeping giants far from human lands or confining the dead to distant realms. Instead, these worlds overlapped, blending into each other with mystery and power. Still, the idea of these realms and their spiritual meanings ran deep in the minds of those who told the tales. The world tree, Yggdrasil, was more than just a backdrop for the myths. It was the symbolic center of everything. In Northern Europe, people once believed in the presence of sacred trees standing next to homes and temples, guardians of the places they watched over. Even in the British Isles, traces of this belief survived, such as at Knaresborough, where a great tree was built into the very foundation of a house. In ancient times, temples of the gods, like the great sanctuary at Uppsala where Odin and Freyr were worshipped, were said to have stood beside a mighty tree, one that remained green in both summer and winter. Scholars have long debated what kind of tree Yggdrasil truly was. Some believed it was a sacred yew, others an ash, and in some traditions, even an oak. The oak, sacred especially to Thor, was often paired with a holy spring, just as Yggdrasil was said to have waters at its roots. There are also hints that the tree gave food and drink to the gods, an idea likely borrowed from older Eastern myths. Yggdrasil wasn't only a guardian tree, trembling at the approach of the world's end. It was also the tree of life, touching every corner of the cosmos. It stretched its limbs over all lands, linking gods, humans, giants, and the dead in a vast cosmic ladder, reaching from the heavens above to the underworld below. This vision of a tree connecting all realms is common in many shamanic traditions, especially among the peoples of northeastern Europe and Central Asia. Shamans in these cultures often describe climbing a sacred tree or ladder, passing through layers of the heavens during trances, in journeys that take their spirits into other worlds. In their rituals, this mystical ascent might be symbolized by a post with carved steps, a small birch tree, or even a spiritual bridge. Norse mythology shares many of these same themes, suggesting a deep link between northern beliefs and those found farther east. The idea that the gods' world consisted of layered realms appears in the poems of the Edda. In one poem, the seeress speaks of 9 worlds, held within the world tree. From his high seat, Hlidskjalf, Odin could gaze upon all of them, perhaps even from within the tree itself. But these worlds were not close together. The journey from one to another was long, treacherous, and often perilous. Travelers crossed mountains, icy wastes, and vast darkness to reach them. The Norse imagination grasped the immensity of the universe long before science revealed the scale of the stars. To them, the cosmos was vast, layered, and filled with wonder and terror. Bridges also played a powerful symbolic role. They linked worlds together, often fragile and dangerous to cross. Some were as thin as a blade, as narrow as a needle. Only those with immense spiritual strength could make the crossing. When Hermod rode to seek Balder, he traveled across the Gjallar Bridge, so named for its echoing sound under Sleipnir's hooves. Another great bridge was Bifrost, often described as a rainbow or a bridge of fire, connecting earth to the divine. The gods rode across it daily, and some believed it to be the Milky Way itself, a road of stars shining in the night sky. But even this mighty bridge would not last. At Ragnarok, the final battle, it would be shattered by the invading forces of chaos. In Norse mythology, there are stories of a great gate that marks the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Known by different names, Helgrind, Nagrind, or Valgrind, it was this gate that Sleipnir, Odin's mighty 8-legged steed, leapt over when carrying Hermod on his descent into the underworld to seek Balder. This gate was said to open when the dead returned to visit the land of the living. And in many myths, one must also cross rushing waters to reach the world beyond. Even as the myths describe vast distances, formidable barriers, and a sense of separation between the realms, the idea of the world tree, Yggdrasil, remains ever present as the eternal center of all existence. This powerful image reached far beyond the Norse world. Traces of this belief can be found in the ancient religions of Mesopotamia and Iran, and it has left a deep and lasting imprint on the religious imagination of Europe and Asia. The beings that inhabit Yggdrasil reflect a symbolic battle that transcends cultures. The eagle at the top and the serpent at the roots mirror an ancient duality. In southern Borneo, the cosmos is imagined as a tree, where the eagle embodies the masculine sky and the serpent represents the feminine earth. Their eternal struggle is believed to destroy the tree again and again, only for it to grow back anew. This archetypal conflict also appears in Greek mythology and can be seen echoed in Norse tradition. In the Eddic poem Grimnismal, the world tree is described as suffering constant torment. A stag gnaws at its branches, rot sets in at its side, and a great serpent, Nidhöggr, devours its roots. A squirrel named Ratatosk races up and down the tree, delivering messages between the eagle and the serpent, messages that are said to be filled with malice. This dynamic of bird and snake in perpetual struggle is not only found in legend, it mirrors the natural world. The symbolism is unmistakable. The eagle soars above as the lord of the heavens, while the serpent slithers below, tied to the earth. And like the squirrel, the shaman or mystic serves as the bridge between the two. For humans, in their dual nature, belong to both sky and soil. The name Yggdrasil has been much debated. The most widely accepted meaning is the horse of Ygg, with Ygg being one of the many names for Odin. According to this interpretation, the world tree is Odin's gallows, the place where he sacrificed himself in his quest for knowledge. In Old Norse and Old English traditions, the phrase riding the gallows was a poetic way to describe hanging. This association appears in several sagas, where dreams of great horses are taken as omens of death by hanging. But the tree goes by many other names as well. It is called the Sheltering One, the Treasure of Mimir, and the Pole of Mimir, each title reflecting its sacred role. At its base lies a holy spring, closely tied to the mysterious figure of Mimir, the guardian of wisdom, and to Urd, one of the Norns who governs fate. Snorri wrote of 3 springs beneath the tree's roots, but it's more likely that there was just one, a singular wellspring of life and knowledge, much like the one beneath the great temple at Uppsala. This spring nourishes the ash tree with a liquid known as ore, a word believed to mean pure, shining water. Dew falls from the tree's branches, and legend tells that when the heart feeds upon them, her milk becomes an everlasting mead. This sacred drink is said to refresh the warriors of Valhalla. The tree itself hides a man and a woman who survive the terrible winter that signals the end of the world. They live on the morning dew, sheltered within its trunk, and emerge to repopulate the earth. Some scholars suggest that one of the tree's more obscure names, often rendered as Mjötvidur, may actually mean mead tree, referencing its role as a source of life-giving sustenance. This image closely mirrors the milk-bearing tree of the Finno-Ugric peoples, which likely shares ancient roots with the myths of Mesopotamia. Yggdrasil is not only the center of the cosmos, it is the origin of new life. As the guardian of birth and rebirth, the tree stands over the spring where the Norns dwell. These mysterious figures, deeply associated with destiny and fate, are also linked to childbirth. In the poem Svipdagsmal, the tree's healing powers are invoked. Its fruits are burned and given to women in labor to help bring forth life. This fits into a broader shamanistic belief that the tree is where unborn souls reside, clinging to its branches like leaves. Among some Finno-Ugric peoples, it is said that when a leaf falls, a person dies, and so the destinies of all are literally written on the leaves of the cosmic tree. These ideas feature prominently in the initiation visions of shamans from across northern and central Asia. The similarities between the Norse conception of Yggdrasil and the beliefs of Finno-Ugric peoples are too detailed and vivid to be purely coincidental. While some aspects of the tree myth may stem from an older pre-Christian European heritage, others seem to have entered Norse tradition later, possibly through contact with Eastern cultures. During the Viking Age, Norse traders and settlers traveled along the great rivers of Russia to the Black Sea, opening up routes to Byzantium and Asia. Along the way, they would have encountered peoples steeped in shamanic traditions, whose vision of the cosmos centered on a sacred tree, just like their own. In time, the symbol of the world tree would fade from religious thought, replaced by the image of the Christian cross, believed to stand at the very center of the earth, on the hill of Calvary, where the fatal tree of Eden once stood. Yet when Snorri compiled his myths from the old Edda poems, he showed no awareness of this symbolic transition. Instead, he preserved the memory of a tree that touched every realm, one that stood tall in the imagination of a people who saw the world as vast, layered, and alive with divine purpose. And so, Yggdrasil remains, a living axis around which the myths of the North still turn, bridging the worlds of gods, men, and the dead. In Norse mythology, the universe was not eternal. It had a beginning, and it was destined for an end. This cosmic story was captured in powerful poetic form by an unknown author near the end of the pagan era. That poem, known as Völuspá, became the foundation for Snorri Sturluson's famous account of creation and destruction in his prose Edda. Though we cannot be sure whether the poet crafted a unified vision from scattered fragments or was expressing a belief system already widely accepted, it's clear from other surviving sources that Völuspá was not an isolated voice. Its themes and imagery resonate across different texts and traditions. The poem opens with a haunting vision of the world before time. There was no earth, no sky, no sea or sand, no grass or trees, only a vast emptiness called Ginnungagap. This yawning void held the potential for creation, a pregnant silence before the birth of all things. Some scholars believe the name Ginnungagap is linked to the power of illusion and magical deception, an otherworldly space where appearances shift and reality is fluid. This interpretation echoes the title of another part of Snorri's work, Gylfaginning, which means the deluding of Gylfi, and suggests a world where magic shapes existence. Even outside of Scandinavia, this idea of a primordial void was known. Adam of Bremen, writing in the 11th century, uses a term that seems to match Ginnungagap. In southern Germany, an old Christian poem known as the Wessobrunn Prayer opens with a vision very similar to that of Völuspá. It describes a time before sky and earth, before trees and mountains, before the sun or moon had begun to shine. While its creation story is shaped by Christian ideas, the resemblance suggests that an older, shared tradition lingered beneath the surface. This same theme appears in Beowulf, where a minstrel in Hrothgar's hall sings of how the Almighty shaped the world, lit it with sun and moon, and adorned it with green life. The beauty of that creation stands in stark contrast to the shadowy realm of monsters like Grendel, and the tension between these two worlds may reflect older, pre-Christian beliefs. The true origin of the Norse creation myth is complex. Snorri preserves at least 3 different versions. In one, the world begins in the meeting of fire and ice. As cold spreads from the north and sparks rise from the south, the heat melts the frost and gives shape to a primal being, Ymir. From this first giant, all other giants are descended. He is nourished by the milk of a divine cow named Audumla, who herself emerges from the ice. When Ymir is finally slain by the gods, his body is used to craft the world. His flesh becomes the land, his bones the mountains, his blood the seas, and his skull the heavens above. In another version, the first gods are said to have been born from blocks of salty ice, licked into shape by the cow. These gods then go on to fashion the world. A third version introduces a giant named Bergelmir, who escapes a flood caused by the blood of Ymir and survives to found a new race. This tale is less convincing and may reflect a later Christian influence, echoing the story of Noah. The name Bergelmir itself seems connected to rivers and watery depths, suggesting that it might be part of a different mythic layer. More importantly, it contradicts the idea that the world was formed from the sacrifice of Ymir, one of the most enduring elements in Norse cosmology. The stories of Ymir and Audumla have many parallels in mythologies around the world. The slaying of a primeval being to bring forth creation is a recurring theme. Ymir's name may even be linked to the Sanskrit word yama, suggesting a hybrid or androgynous nature. Roman historian Tacitus described a similar figure in Germanic lore, Tuisto, whose son Manus was said to be the ancestor of humanity. Some have tried to associate Tuisto with ancient sky gods, but it seems more likely that he, like Ymir, was a being with a dual nature, one from whom both male and female life could emerge. In Fafthrunismal, a poem from the Poetic Edda, we are told that from beneath Ymir's arm, a man and woman were born, and from his feet, a new giant was formed. These details strengthen the idea that Ymir was a twofold being. Similar myths exist in Indian tradition, where the first man and woman spring from a unified primal figure. Ymir's body not only births the world, but gives rise to both gods and giants, a concept that can hardly be dismissed as a later borrowing from Christianity or Judaism. In fact, poetic references to Ymir's skull forming the sky suggest this was a widespread and deeply rooted belief in the North. Fragments of this myth may even survive in tales of constellations. The eyes of the giant Thiazi were said to be cast into the sky by Odin, becoming stars. Another story tells of the frozen toe of Orvandil, which Thor flung into the heavens. These tales preserve a cosmic memory of body parts becoming celestial bodies, hinting at a time when the boundaries between flesh and starlight, life and cosmos, were fluid and magical. The figure of the cosmic cow in Norse mythology, Audhumla, finds distant echoes in other ancient cultures. In Egypt and throughout the Near East, the cow symbolized the fertile earth and was often associated with life-giving abundance. Yet Audhumla is distinctly Norse. Her name means a rich, hornless cow, and she appears from the melting ice at the dawn of time. Streams of milk flowed from her udders, forming rivers that nourished the emerging world. This image mirrors other mythological themes, like the world tree offering sustenance to gods and mortals, but with some uncertainty. In different stories, it's not always clear whether the life-giving source is a cow, a goat, or a stag. Like Ymir, Audumla emerged from the icy void and played a crucial role in bringing life into the world. She licked the salty blocks of ice, slowly revealing the first gods within. Some scholars suggest this myth may have connections to real sacred locations in ancient Germany, such as the salt springs near the river Seil, where people believed their prayers could reach the heavens. These springs, heated by fire and soaked by river water, combined the elements of salt, fire, and water, just as in the myth of creation. A great battle was once fought over this sacred place, underscoring its deep spiritual importance. Yet another explanation for the imagery of fire and ice meeting in Norse creation myths may come from Iceland itself. The island's dramatic volcanic landscape, where molten lava erupts beneath glaciers and melts the ice in violent floods, offers a vivid real-world model of how life could be imagined to emerge from chaos. These explosive events, lava surging through snow and steam boiling from deep cracks, must have left a deep impression on Viking Age minds and may have shaped the mythology of creation. Interestingly, Scandinavian mythology seems to lack a motif common in other traditions: the idea of the world being born from a cosmic egg. This symbol appears in ancient Egyptian, Greek, and Mithraic beliefs, and survives in Finnish folklore. In one Finnish tale, the world begins when a duck lays an egg on the knee of the hero Väinämöinen, floating in a vast, watery void. But the Norse myths follow a different path. The poetic traditions that inspired Völuspá and other Eddic works appear to have developed independently of this egg-born creation theme. In the Norse version of creation, the giant Ymir is killed by three brothers, Odin, Vili, and Ve, who then use his body to shape the world. A similar trio appears in Manichaean myths, where three gods slay a demon to form the cosmos. But the Norse tradition seems homegrown. There are several mentions of Odin's brothers in other sources. In one tale, Frigg is accused of taking both Vili and Ve as lovers. Another account tells how Odin once disappeared for a long time, leaving his brothers to rule in his place, and even take his wife. These stories suggest that the three gods were well known in northern tradition, and their names, especially Vili, were preserved by skaldic poets. Some have suggested that these names represent abstract qualities like will and holiness, but they seem far too personal and long established to be mere symbolic figures. This trio reappears in the myth of human creation. According to Völuspá, Odin, along with Honir and Lodur, found two lifeless trees on the seashore, Ask and Embla, and gave them life. Odin breathed into them spirit, Honir gave them understanding, and Lodur gave them physical form and senses. The name Ask connects clearly with the world ash, the central tree of the cosmos, and possibly with Anglo-Saxon traditions where Ask is remembered as the founding ancestor of a tribe. Embla's name may link to the elm tree, though the exact reason for choosing that tree is unclear. Another myth tells of two humans, Lif and Lifthrasir, who survived a great cataclysm by hiding within the world tree. As the rest of the world fell into ruin, they were nourished by the dew on its branches. Snorri interpreted this to mean they endured the end times and later repopulated the earth. If Norse mythology teaches us that the cosmos follows a cycle of destruction and renewal, then this moment marks the beginning of a new creation. And fittingly, it is the world tree itself, from which the universe first grew, that offers shelter and sustenance for life to rise again after the world ends. Some of the most striking and powerful lines in Völuspá are those that describe the end of the world, the fated doom of the gods. Snorri Sturluson later retold these verses in his Prose Edda, transforming them into noble and vivid prose in his account of Ragnarok. According to the prophecy, the end begins with a terrible winter, called the Fimbulvetur, that lasts for 3 unbroken years. During this time, the world is thrown into chaos. Mankind turns on itself in violence and despair, and the earth trembles with massive earthquakes. The sun goes dark. Monsters once bound are finally unleashed. A great serpent rises from the sea, stirring the waters into a vast flood that swallows the land. From the realm of the dead, a ship made from the uncut nails of corpses sails forth, carrying an army of giants. Another force, led by Surtur the fire giant, marches across the Rainbow Bridge toward Asgard. The gods gather their forces, and on a great battlefield, they clash in a final apocalyptic war. In this battle, the gods and monsters destroy each other. Only a few of the gods' sons survive. And when the fires die down, Surtur unleashes one last blaze that consumes the sky and the earth. But just when all seems lost, Völuspá offers a vision of renewal, of a new world rising green and beautiful from the sea, where the surviving gods recall the past as one might wake from a dark and distant dream. Most of this story comes directly from Völuspá, with only minor additions made by Snorri. While the language of the poem can be difficult, and many of its references mysterious, such as the unclear identity of Gulveig, who was burned 3 times by the Aesir, its emotional force remains intact, even for modern readers. Some have suggested that the poem's ending hints at the rise of Christianity, portraying it as the faith that triumphs over the old gods. But if that were truly the poet's intention, one might expect it to be more obvious. Interpreting it this way risks missing its deeper meaning. The poem doesn't read as a rejection of Norse belief, but rather as a timeless reflection on death and rebirth, an idea that lies at the heart of many great religions. Such an even-handed portrayal of the old faith seems unlikely from a Christian poet in an age when new beliefs often came with condemnation. Snorri himself may have had a dual perspective, but he made his Christian allegiance clear from the beginning. In contrast, a pagan poet may have sensed that his gods were fading, and Völuspá carries the sorrowful tone of someone witnessing the end of a sacred era. What's clear is that this poem didn't come out of nowhere. It's not a random patchwork of disconnected ideas. There's enough evidence to show that the concepts in Völuspá were already circulating during the pagan period. The Danish scholar Axel Ulrich explored this in his famous study of Ragnarok, looking at old folk beliefs across Denmark and beyond. He found many fascinating echoes of the poem: stories of a ship built from dead men's nails, tales of monsters devouring the sun, and legends of the earth sinking beneath the sea. There were even stories of a giant, long bound in chains, who would one day break free and destroy the world. Similar themes appear in other mythologies. In ancient Iranian belief, a catastrophic winter is foretold, and some humans and animals are protected from it inside a shelter built by Yima. There was also a custom of offering fingernails to a sacred bird to prevent them from falling into evil hands. a possible parallel to the Norse myth about the Ship of Nails. Celtic mythology also includes a tale of gods and giants fighting on a massive plain, with most of the gods falling in battle. While there's no direct link between Norse and Celtic traditions, the core ideas are strikingly similar. Even the Greek geographer Strabo reported that the Druids believed the soul and the world were immortal, but that one day fire and water would sweep them away. These shared patterns have led some to claim Christian influence on Völuspá, pointing to similarities with biblical imagery, such as stars falling, the sun going dark, and a burning world at Judgment Day. But it's important to remember that when anyone imagines the end of the world, certain visions naturally arise. Fire, floods, darkness, and cosmic collapse are powerful and universal symbols. In Iceland, a land of fire and ice, the idea of destruction through heat and cold would have felt especially real. Volcanoes and glacial floods were part of life. It's no surprise that such elemental forces shaped the myths of the people. Even if the poem's creator had never read a Christian text, images like darkened skies and melting mountains could still spring from his imagination. Writers across cultures and centuries have used such cosmic metaphors. Robert Burns, for example, wrote that he would love his beloved until the seas dried up and the rocks melted in the sun. These are not uniquely Christian ideas. They are part of the shared poetic imagination of humankind. So while the fire and brimstone sermons of medieval preachers may have influenced some, they don't fully explain Völuspá. The myth of the world's end already existed in the hearts and minds of the pagan North, long before the new religion arrived. In Norse mythology, the idea of the world's eventual destruction, known as Ragnarok, can be traced back through ancient poems and sagas. In some of the earliest skaldic poetry, we find references hinting at cataclysmic events, like the stars falling from the sky or the earth being consumed by vast floods. For instance, Saxo Grammaticus vividly describes a battle in which the heavens collapse, forests and fields disappear, and chaos engulfs everything. This poetic description suggests that such apocalyptic imagery was deeply embedded in Norse culture. One fascinating piece of evidence for this belief is found on a rune-carved stone from Skarpalar in Sweden. Scholars have translated its message as foretelling the tearing apart of both earth and heaven. If this interpretation is accurate, it indicates that the idea of the world's end was not just poetic imagination, but a concept taken seriously enough to be inscribed on a memorial stone. Notably, this stone does not follow traditional Christian symbolism, featuring instead a unique image of a cross emerging from a ship, perhaps signifying the vessel of the dead. This strengthens the likelihood that the rune inscription is actually quoting an older Norse poem. Another essential element of Ragnarok depicted in Norse poems is the unleashing of monstrous creatures. In the poem Eiríksmal, Odin explains that a fallen king was chosen to join his warriors because the giant wolf was already preparing to attack the realm of gods. Such indirect references imply the Norse audience was already familiar with Ragnarok and understood its symbolism. Moreover, each god's adversary in the Ragnarok myth had a clear mythological reason for confrontation. Thor would battle the world serpent, Tyr would face revenge from the beast he once bound, and Freyr would fight the fiery giant Surt without his powerful sword, lost when he married Gerd. Some researchers argue that Ragnarok may reflect Christian influences, pointing to parallels like Heimdall's horn and Gabriel's trumpet. Yet, these similarities might just as easily represent broad cultural influences rather than direct borrowings from Christian teachings about the Last Judgment. Scholars who argue Ragnarok was simply an adaptation of Christian ideas often overlook the deeply rooted nature of this myth within Norse tradition itself. Interestingly, elements of Ragnarok share similarities with legends from outside Scandinavia, particularly from Germanic and even Iranian cultures. Certain Old Saxon poems mention a destructive force called muspili, closely linked to fire and chaos. Some experts suggest this concept was originally a pagan belief that persisted even after Christianity took hold. Others propose connections to Iranian myths of world-ending firestorms. Though intriguing, these comparisons are speculative, and clear evidence for direct borrowing from these distant cultures remains elusive. Physical representations of Ragnarok exist beyond literary texts. Viking-era carvings in northern England vividly illustrate scenes from the apocalypse described in Norse myths. At Gosforth in Cumbria, detailed carvings depict bound monsters, warriors battling ferocious beasts, and figures clearly identifiable from the Ragnarok narrative, such as Loki and his wife Sigyn. Though set within a Christian context, as indicated by a depiction of the crucifixion on the same cross, these carvings clearly rely on traditional Norse imagery, suggesting the coexistence and blending of pagan and Christian beliefs. Other sculptures in the region reinforce this interpretation, including tombstones decorated with combat scenes and mythological beasts. Such widespread artistic evidence supports the view that Ragnarok was not merely a literary theme, but a significant and widely recognized symbolic representation of death and chaos in the Viking Age. Memorializing these scenes on gravestones and monuments reveals the profound resonance these myths had with ordinary people, reflecting their understanding of life's fragility and the inevitability of destruction and renewal. In Norse mythology, the destructive giant known as Surt plays a central role in Ragnarok, although interestingly, he does not appear in the stone carvings depicting the apocalypse. Some scholars have speculated that Surt might represent a volcanic deity, inspired by the powerful eruptions common in Iceland. Ancient Icelanders named volcanic places after Surt, including the dark caves in the island's volcanic heartland. This suggests that he was imagined as a giant dwelling deep. The Icelandic scholar Bertha Philpotts famously proposed that the mythological portrayal of Surt setting fire to heaven and earth might have its roots in actual volcanic eruptions witnessed by the Norse people. Iceland, known for frequent volcanic activity, provided vivid real-world examples resembling the cataclysms described in the poems. Historical eruptions, such as the massive Skaptur-Jökull event in 1783, match closely with the dramatic sequence found in Ragnarok myths. Earthquakes, darkened skies, smoke, ash, flames, melting glaciers, devastating floods, and even tidal waves. This striking parallel suggests that the Norse poets who created these stories may have drawn directly from experiences of volcanic disasters in Iceland. Life, according to Norse beliefs, began with the clash of heat and cold, fire and ice. It would be natural for them to imagine that the world's end would mirror its beginning, once again uniting the extremes of fire and water in a spectacular, destructive display. Beyond volcanic imagery, the Ragnarok narrative also emphasizes other catastrophes that northern peoples constantly feared: harsh, deadly winters and catastrophic flooding. These disasters were not unique to Norse culture, but the conditions of their northern homelands, with its long, bitter winters and stormy seas, made such images especially powerful and vivid. Poetic genius likely merged these ideas of environmental destruction with mythical tales of monsters breaking loose to challenge and ultimately destroy the gods. Unlike the stone carvings, which focus primarily on the dramatic battles between gods and monsters, the literary versions of Ragnarok highlight a broader, natural catastrophe. The poet of the Voluspa masterfully combined these separate concepts into a cohesive and compelling narrative, creating an unforgettable vision of cosmic destruction. This vivid portrayal, later retold by Snorri Sturluson, feels authentic and deeply rooted, rather than simply borrowed from foreign or scattered traditions. Clearly, Norse beliefs about the end of the world were powerful enough to survive for centuries, even as Christianity spread across northern Europe. The potent images of the earth sinking beneath the waves, the triumph of ice and fire, and the unleashing of monstrous forces resonated deeply in the collective imagination. These themes perhaps symbolized deeper human anxieties about chaos, mental collapse, and the inevitability of death itself, giving Ragnarok enduring emotional and symbolic power. Ultimately, the myth of Ragnarok stands as a compelling reflection of human fears and hopes. It portrays not just destruction, but also the possibility of rebirth and renewal. This profound vision, captured vividly in Norse poetry, continues to fascinate and inspire audiences today, highlighting universal themes that speak to the very core of human experience.